first. Ano siya? uh, national anthem and Ottawa Councillor for transportation for
residential and be to
break and I our city ever serve and those with that, I want to acknowledge that for us. It felt as though the city was not moving quickly enough to set the effect that we listen to feedback. With any large-scale emergency, for immediate action, Every emergency is different. Each one has its own challenges, its difficulties, uniqueness, and complexities. And in this case, one of our early challenges was determining the very full scope and severity of impacts, given a lot of the damage was inside people's homes. But through the information coming through our call centers, our counselors, service channels, field operations, and community partners, that evolved rapidly over the first several days, and the picture became clearer, and the city adapted and evolved its response accordingly. That context does not diminish the frustration experienced by residents. Rather, it underscores the importance of continuously addressing our response, learning from each event, identifying opportunities to strengthen how we support our residents during future emergencies. And today's presentation will provide Council with a more detailed overview of the response, the actions that have been taken across city departments, the ongoing supports provided to residents, and the lessons learned that we are already beginning to address. I want to reinforce that the city is here for residents and will support the community for as long as it is needed. And before I pass off, I would like to recognize the role of Mayor Sutcliffe and members of council during this event. Avant de terminer, je tiens à remercier le maire Sutcliffe.
I'd like to thank Mayor Sutcliffe and members of council for the roles they play during this event.
For managing significant impacts while also experiencing the consequences damage themselves, residents, the community services. Your leadership and advocacy were important throughout this response. Thank you. I also want to take a moment and recognize and thank city staff. I
also want to thank city staff.
Employees have stepped up in extraordinary ways. Many were working extended hours under very difficult conditions. Some too were dealing with flooding, power outages, and disruptions in their own homes and neighborhoods while continuing to serve our community. Despite those personal challenges, they remained focused on helping residents, supporting one another, and delivering the services that our community relies on during a very difficult time. Their professionalism, compassion, and dedication reflected the very best of municipal service. To all of our staff, emergency responders, community partners, volunteers who contributed to this effort, thank you. Encore un grand fois, un grand merci.
Once again, a big thank you.
Over to Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm going to walk you through the operational response, how we prepared, how we responded, and how the response expanded as the impacts became known. I will also speak to the work that continues today to support residents through recovery. Je vais vous présenter comment nous sommes préparés.
I will present to you how we got prepared for this, how we reacted, and how we expanded our operations as soon as the impacts became clearer.
Next slide, please. The city entered Canada Day with a coordinated emergency management structure in place. Planning began approximately 6 months in advance through the Special Event Advisory Team, or also commonly referred to as SEAT. That planning brought together city services, Ottawa Police, federal partners, and event organizers. It established the operational structures required to coordinate and support the largest annual special event in the National Capital Region. The city's emergency management program, including the Municipal Emergency Plan, uses an all hazards function-based approach. This provides a flexible and scalable framework to support prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. On April 14th, approximately 11 weeks before July 1st, the Office of Emergency Management led a tabletop exercise focused specifically on an extreme weather event affecting Canada Day activities at LeBreton Flats. The exercise included emergency services, city departments, Canadian Heritage as the event organizer, and other operational partners. The exercise tested coordination, decision-making, and partner integration during a rapidly changing extreme weather event. It ensured that roles, responsibilities, and communication pathways were understood before July 1st. On July 1st, city services and partner agencies were already mobilized in the National Capital Region Command Center as part of planned Canada Day operations. Decision makers were connected, command structures were established, and operations were underway. When severe weather reached Ottawa, those existing structures allowed the city to quickly shift its focus from managing a major special event to responding to the immediate impacts of a citywide emergency. The advanced planning mattered. The coordination structures established before July 1st provided a strong foundation from which to respond. Les structures de coordination mises en place avant le 1er juillet.
The coordination measures set up before July 1st gave us a solid foundation to face these extreme conditions.
The extreme weather event created significant and widespread impacts across Ottawa. More than 30,000 households lost power. Ottawa Fire Services responded to more than 700 calls. Roads, traffic signals, and other municipal infrastructure were impacted. Trees were down, flooding affected roads, and major transportation routes and homes were damaged. The impacts were not isolated to one area of Ottawa. Service requests were received from every ward, although several communities experienced a much greater concentration and severity of damage. The initial response focused on immediate public safety concerns, emergency calls, and critical infrastructure impacts. La réponse initiale s'est concentrée
The initial response focused on urgent cases and the impacts on the essential infrastructure.
At the same time, information from residents began to identify a broader recovery need, particularly related to basement flooding and residential damage. The full extent of impacts could not be determined from rainfall data or initial field observations alone. The picture developed through multiple sources, including 311 reports, emergency calls, counselors' feedback, field assessments, infrastructure inspections, and direct engagement with residents. By July 2nd, the city had received more than 3,000 reports of basement flooding. That number continued to increase over the following days and now exceeds 6,000. This was an emergency where the scale and severity of impacts became clearer over time. As new information emerged, the city adapted its response and increased resources where they were needed most. An emergency reception and lodging site was established to support residents displaced from an apartment building on McEwen Avenue, and emergency social services were mobilized to assist residents who could not safely remain in their homes. To date, the city has provided emergency accommodation to more than 100 residents, and every known request for emergency accommodation has been met. Next slide, please. On this slide, I want to highlight how the city coordinates a response of this scale. During an emergency like this, many city services and partners respond at the same time, each with their own responsibilities. The Emergency Coordination Center brings those efforts together. It creates a common operating picture and provides a place for operational leads and key partners to share information, identify emerging risks, and establish shared priorities, all with the objective of supporting our residents. The Emergency Coordination Center does not replace departmental operations. Departments continue to lead their areas of responsibility. The center connects those efforts and ensures services are working together rather than responding to shared challenges in isolation. The city uses the Incident Command System, also commonly referred to as ICS, to organize this work. ICS is a nationally recognized framework that provides a standardized but flexible structure that can expand or contract depending on the size and complexity of the incident. For this event, the city mobilized the Emergency Coordination Center and has maintained an enhanced operation posture. This allows decision makers to maintain situational awareness, coordinate resources, and adjust operations as the impacts became clearer. Based on the operational environment, the authorities available to the city, and the ability to coordinate resources through existing emergency management structures, including the ECC and ICS, as well as enhanced coordination across departments and partners, declaring a state of emergency has not been recommended at this time. However, to be clear, this does not mean the situation is not an emergency. Significant response actions are underway, and the city continues to actively coordinate resources, manage impacts, and support the community through established emergency management processes. The ECC and ICS structures ensures that the city remains connected, resources are coordinated, and decisions are made quickly to support residents throughout the response and recovery. Next slide, please. As the extent of residential impacts became clearer, the city expanded its response beyond immediate emergency operations and increased direct support to affected residents. To date, the city has received more than 7,000 storm-related service requests, including more than 6,000 reports related to basement flooding. Ottawa Fire Services and community partners have completed more than 3,100 door-to-door wellness visits. More than 1,000 residents have also attended community information hubs and community information sessions, which provide direct access to city staff, information, and available supports. Our outreach was active and targeted. We went into the affected neighborhoods, knocked on doors, spoke directly with residents, and identified households requiring additional assistance. The wellness visits were designed to identify immediate and emerging needs, particularly among residents who may require additional support navigating recovery services. These visits also provided important information that could not be captured through service request data alone. They helped us understand conditions inside the affected homes, identify barriers to recovery, and determine where additional resources were required. The city also established community information hubs in affected neighborhoods. These hubs provided residents with access to city staff, up-to-date information, and connections to available programs and services. The information gathered through these interactions helped shape the next phase of our outreach. The city then moved to larger community information sessions, bringing together municipal services and external partners in one location. Residents received information on flood cleanup, waste collection, health and safety, building permits, property repairs, insurance claims, and available support programs. These sessions also provided an opportunity for residents to ask questions directly and identify issues requiring further follow-up. This progression was deliberate and guided by what we were hearing from affected communities. The city adapted its approach as resident needs became clearer. Members of council have also been instrumental in helping us maintain a real-time understanding of conditions in their communities. Your direct connections with residents helped identify emerging needs, highlight where additional support was required, and informed where the city focused its efforts. Members of
council played an important role by helping us identifying new emerging needs in their community.
The flood damage material generated across the city was significant. In response, the city implemented special storm waste collection and deployed additional municipal and contracted resources. More than 2,600 tons of storm-related waste has now been collected. Crews worked extended hours, additional collection capacity was deployed, and operations were adjusted as new information became available. Next slide, please. Our community response has continued to evolve throughout the recovery period. In addition to door-to-door wellness visits, community information hubs, and information sessions, the city established additional ways to connect directly with affected residents. More than 6,000 residents who submitted storm-related service requests through 311 received targeted information by email. These communications included information on storm waste collection, community supports, wellness visits, insurance and claims, health and safety, information sessions, and available recovery resources. This allowed the city to provide timely information directly to residents who had identified themselves as being impacted. The city also established targeted household hazardous waste and electronic waste drop-off locations in the most affected communities. These services provided residents with safe disposal options closer to impacted neighborhoods. Public information and support continued through Ottawa.ca, which has seen over 31,000 page views, social media, media updates, counselor communications, and in-person community outreach. No single communication channel reaches every resident, which is why multiple approaches were used throughout this response. The city also continued coordinating with the Insurance Bureau of Canada, non-governmental organizations, also commonly referred to as NGOs, community agencies, and provincial partners. These partnerships brought additional expertise, volunteer capacity, and community connections that complemented municipal operations and helped support affected residents. Next slide, please. Next, I'd like to walk you through the outreach and communications provided to council and residents throughout this event. This timeline shows how communications evolved, from advanced preparedness messaging through emergency response and into sustained recovery. Throughout every phase, the city maintained regular communication using a range of channels to keep residents and council informed. This included public service announcements, media availabilities, a dedicated extreme weather event page on Ottawa.ca, councillor updates, proactive and targeted email communications, social media, and direct community outreach. Our objective was to provide timely, accurate information and ensure residents had access to the information they needed. Communications began before the extreme weather event, with proactive messaging on June 30th regarding the extreme heat expected over the Canada Day holiday. Councillors received advance notice, followed by public messaging advising residents where they could access cooling spaces, extended facility hours, and available supports. When the extreme weather arrived, the city was already in a strong operational posture. As part of the Canada Day planning, the National Capital Region Command Centre and departmental command centres had been mobilized, and the city was operating in enhanced operations to monitor conditions and coordinate activities across the city. This allowed the city to quickly transition from planned Canada Day operations to emergency response as conditions changed. Throughout this event, the city has maintained enhanced operations to support situational awareness, coordination, and decision-making. As the extent of impacts became clearer following Canada Day, communications focused on public safety, available supports, service impacts, and response activities. The priority was providing residents with accurate information to help them understand what had occurred, what services were available, and where they could access support. By July 2nd, reporting through 311 confirmed this was a significant citywide event. Operations and communications were expanded to reflect the scale of impacts. A dedicated media availability was held to provide updates on the extreme weather event and response activities. Ottawa Fire Services also began door-to-door wellness visits in the hardest hit neighborhoods, bringing information and support directly to the community. As the response progressed, communications became increasingly targeted. Information hubs were established in affected communities, and PIMR partnered with 311 to launch targeted communications directly to residents who had reported impacts regarding the extreme weather event. This allowed the city to provide relevant updates and recovery information to those most affected. As the city's response continued, the city hosted community information sessions, bringing together municipal services and external partners, including the Insurance Bureau of Canada, to provide residents with a single location for information, resources, and support. Today's update to Council is part of that continued commitment to keeping both Council and residents informed throughout recovery. The City remains committed to providing timely communications, listening to residents, connecting them with supports, and adapting our approach as recovery needs continue to evolve. La ville demeure déterminée à communiquer
The city is determined to communicate quickly, to assist the residents, and to put them in contact with support services, and to adapt our approach as the new needs emerge.
Next slide, please. The City engaged the Provincial Emergency Operations Centre on the evening of July 1st. That engagement continued as the extent of the residential and community impacts became clearer. The city continues to have active requests for provincial assistance focused on supporting affected residents. On Monday, July 13th, the Province of Ontario confirmed that the Disaster Recovery Assistance for Ontarians program will be activated for eligible residents affected by significant flooding in Ottawa. Eligible residents will be able to apply for financial assistance for losses not covered by insurance once the program is formally activated and application details are released. Residents are encouraged to monitor ottawa.ca for updates, information on eligibility, the application process, and available supports will be shared as soon as details are provided by the province. At the same time, the City continues to track municipal response costs and assess damage to municipal infrastructure. This work will inform any potential requests under the Municipal Disaster Recovery Assistance Program. The City is also working closely with non-governmental agencies that provide specialized expertise, volunteer capacity, and strong community connections. La ville travaille également en collaboration.
The city also works in cooperation with NGOs that offer specialized expertise and volunteer capacity.
Ottawa Volunteer Search and Rescue supported Ottawa Fire Services with door-to-door wellness visits. The Canadian Red Cross supported residents and has participated in community outreach and information sessions. Samaritan's Purse also deployed to Ottawa to assess community needs and determine how it could support cleanup and recovery efforts. We will continue working with the province, community organizations, NGO partners, the insurance sector, and affected residents. I will now turn the presentation over to Sarah Taylor to elaborate on community and social supports.
Thank you, Ryan. Next slide, please. On behalf of Community and Social Services, I would first like to acknowledge the devastating impact the severe weather event has had on individuals, families, businesses, and communities within Ottawa. I would also like to thank the councillors, city staff, volunteers, community agencies, and neighbors who have been working tirelessly to respond. Through the city's emergency management plan, Community and Social Services works in partnership across city departments and with community agencies to respond to the social needs of those impacted. This includes through the ECC, supporting the Emergency Social Service Function, participating in the Community Support and Wellness Visits Task Force, and working with city departments and community agencies to collaborate and coordinate with the dissemination of information, services, and social supports for residents affected by the extreme weather event. We continue to maintain access to essential services while providing outreach and assistance to individuals and families experiencing displacement or other flood-related challenges, with a focus on supporting residents who may face additional barriers and disproportionate impacts, including older adults, people experiencing homelessness, individuals with disabilities, and low-income households. Community and Social Services is helping connect residents with temporary emergency accommodations, community supports, information on financial assistance program, as well as wellness resources. Since July 2nd, 46 emergency assistance applications have been completed, with the majority related to food loss resulting from extended power outages or personal items not covered by insurance. As Ryan mentioned, we've supported over 100 residents from approximately 60 households with temporary emergency accommodations and emergency social service supports. As well as part of the Wellness Visit Task Force, staff have completed over 200 follow-up calls from wellness visits to impacted residents who requested additional support. I would also like to acknowledge the work of community resource centers and 211, who are key partners in the response effort, leveraging their local connections to support residents across affected neighborhoods. They provide system navigation assistance and help connect residents to available resources. In closing, I would like to thank again all those currently responding to the extreme weather event for their collaborative approach, ongoing dedication, and efforts that continue. I will now turn the presentation to Alain Gontier to elaborate on the Public Works response.
Merci, Sarah. So before I begin, I also want to acknowledge the significant impact this extreme weather event has had on residents and communities across Ottawa. Some neighborhoods experience extensive flooding and damage, and I know many residents are still working through the recovery process. On behalf of Public Works, I want to thank residents and councillors for their patience. I also want to recognize our teams who have worked tirelessly since this event began. Au nom des travaux publics, je tiens à remercier
on behalf of Public Works, I want to thank the residents and councillors for their understanding and patience.
Because many of our teams were already deployed supporting the July 1st celebrations, we were able to respond in real time as the storm unfolded. Now, our first priority was and continues to be public safety and the safe operations of the city. The
absolute priority has always been the public safety and the good operation of the city.
While our operations work to address the needs of our community, many teams behind the scenes drafted and distributed timely updates to council, ensuring accurate and critical information was available as quickly as possible. And as the storm unfolded, our traffic services team deployed generators to restore some of the signals affected by the power outages, and they continue to address damaged and down signs. Our teams are also working closely with our partners in infrastructure and water services, transit services, and the Ministry of Transportation on remaining roads that require repairs. Across the city, our roads crews responded to more than 400 service requests for flooded roads, blocked catch basins, and ditches. And I would suggest that given the intensity of the event and the areas impacted, this number understates the extent of the impacts. Our forestry services team mobilized quickly and is actively working through more than 640 service requests for downed and damaged trees. Les services forestiers se sont mobilisés rapidement.
They've mobilized quickly to deal with 640 requests for assistance regarding fallen trees or damaged trees.
Our parks maintenance team also responded extensively with approximately 61 parks that were impacted. While some had to close immediately due to flooded sports fields and storm damage, most reopened by the weekend following the storm. Crews have been repairing pathways and beach washouts. I'll note that Andrew Hayden Park was among the most heavily impacted location, with a bridge, pathway, and pedestrian tunnel all damaged by the storm, and options to repair the damaged infrastructure is underway. Now, throughout the response, we have stayed in regular contact with affected councillors. Tout au long de cette intervention, nous sommes demeurés en contact régulier.
All along our response, we remain in contact with the councillors.
From one part of the city to another. And those conversations helped us understand local needs and direct our resources where they mattered most. Finally, I want to recognize our outstanding solid waste services team and our support services, which have been central to helping residents recover. And I'll speak to that on the next slide. Next slide, please. So one of the most immediate needs after the storm was helping residents dispose of the materials generated by the flooding in the cleanup. Now, through lessons learned from past weather events, including the 2018 tornado and the 2022 derecho, Our teams were prepared to act swiftly and decisively as soon as a storm unfolded. Our collection and coordination teams expanded operations significantly and put several temporary measures in place. Using the city's in-house collection team and external contractors, additional crews and collection vehicles hit the road to provide special collections for affected properties. As service requests for collection came in, teams developed maps for special collection units to follow, ensuring those properties in need were serviced in a timely manner. We waived the 3-item garbage limit for flood-affected households and provided additional pickup passes in all affected wards, with the biggest focus on wards 4, 7, 8, and 9. Now, these steps were put in place to make recovery a little easier for residents during this extremely challenging time. These
measures have been put in place to help residents recover in this very difficult moment.
As was noted, our teams have collected more than 2,600 tons of storm-related waste. And I just want to put that in perspective, that's roughly the equivalent of an entire week's worth of waste collection across the entire city. We completed 4 collection cycles and we're into our 5th one now in the hardest hit wards. We've also made 2 collection cycles in wards with known impacts, and our efforts continue. We also expanded curbside acceptance to include small quantities of construction and demolition waste. We waived the tipping fee for flood-impacted homes for the disposal of waste at the trail waste facility, and we extended the days of operation to accommodate more residents. Recognize that some materials can't go through the regular curbside collection. We've also held dedicated drop-off events for household hazardous waste and electronic waste. And having visited some of these sites, I can confirm that they were well attended and very much appreciated by residents. Now, we continue to collect waste citywide with a focus on the areas that were hardest hit.
We are collecting the waste everywhere throughout the city, but we're focusing on some sectors.
Who still require storm-related waste to submit a request through 311. That helps us know where the needs are so we can direct our resources accordingly. And for the most current information, residents should visit the extreme weather page on ottawa.ca. I'll close by once again thanking residents and councillors for their patience and their outreach. I also want to thank our dedicated staff and partners for their tremendous work helping Ottawa recover. We're not going anywhere until the cleanup is done. We
will be there until the cleanup is finished.
I'll pass it on to my colleague, Tammy Rose, for her update.
Merci beaucoup, Alain. Before speaking to the technical aspects of this extreme weather event, I want to acknowledge as well the very real impact on residents, businesses, and communities across Canada. Across Ottawa, apologies. Many residents experienced flooding in their homes, property damage, extended cleanup efforts, and significant disruption on what should have been a day spent celebrating Canada Day with family and friends.
Before giving you more technical information about this storm, I would like to explain what happened to residents and to businesses. Many residents were flooded, their households damaged, and they were this Canada Day celebration were disturbed by this very big storm.
Frustrated and looking for answers. Those feelings are understandable. Our focus since July 1st has been on supporting the response and recovery efforts, understanding what happened, and identifying what we can learn moving forward. On July 1st, Ottawa experienced an extreme and highly localized weather event. While some areas of the city received modest rainfall, other locations experienced extraordinary volumes of rain over a short period. Our analysis shows rainfall totals ranging from about 15 millimeters to as much as 167 millimeters. The highest totals were recorded in the West End, including 167 millimeters at the Britannia Gauge, 151 millimeters at Colonnade, and 144 millimeters in Nepean. To put that in context, a typical rainfall event may produce only 5 to 15 millimeters of rain. In some areas, rainfall levels approached or exceeded what is typically associated with a 1 in 200-year storm event. Municipalities across Canada have experienced similarly intense rainfall events in recent years, often resulting in significant impacts to residents, infrastructure, and transportation networks. In July 2024, parts of Toronto and Southern Ontario received more than 100 millimeters of rain within a matter of hours. The event resulted in more than 700 basement calls on that first day alone. Approximately 167,000 customers lost power, and major transportation corridors, including the Don Valley Parkway and Union Station, were flooded, and insured losses are currently estimated at nearly $1 billion. Similarly, in July 2023, the Halifax Regional Municipality experienced rainfalls totals exceeding 200 millimeters in many areas over approximately 24 hours. The flooding displaced hundreds of residents, damaged approximately 500 road sections, 48 bridges, with several needed replacements across Nova Scotia, and resulted in significant economic and community impacts. These recent events illustrate the increasing frequency and severity of extreme rainfall across Canadian municipalities. They also reinforce the importance of continuing to invest in resilient infrastructure, emergency response capabilities, and community preparedness. These comparisons also help illustrate the scale of the extreme weather event Ottawa experienced and provide important context for assessing how the city's infrastructure performed. The city's critical water and wastewater infrastructure remained operational throughout the extreme weather event. The drinking water system, the wastewater treatment plant, the water, sanitary, and stormwater pump stations, major trunk sewers, and emergency response systems continued to function and provide essential services, and the drinking water production plants continued to provide safe and reliable drinking water. This is an important finding and reflects the resilience of the city's core infrastructure under severe condition. At the same time, while the city's critical infrastructure performed as intended, the volume and intensity of rainfall exceeded the available capacity of many localized drainage systems. Ground conditions quickly became saturated, storm sewers became overwhelmed, and water moved across the surface on streets and other surfaces. These conditions contributed to significant ponding in low-lying areas, roadways flooding, basement floodings, and combined sewer overflows in some locations. It is important to recognize that basement flooding can occur through multiple pathways during an event of this magnitude. Water may enter homes through foundation cracks, doors, windows, sewer connections, sump pump failures, power outages, and other property-specific factors. Understanding those pathways is a key part of the detailed review that is now underway. We will be careful not to oversimplify the causes of flooding before the analysis is complete. Our focus is on understanding those factors and identifying practical actions that can improve resilience. Throughout the extreme weather event, infrastructure and water services worked closely with emergency response partners to support a coordinated city-wide response. As conditions intensified, additional staff and resources were mobilized, operational monitoring was expanded, and crews were deployed across Ottawa to assess impacts and respond to emerging issues. It was a key priority to maintain essential water and wastewater services, and those services remained operational throughout the event. As conditions stabilized, we focused on our response efforts. Crews began infrastructure inspections, damage assessments, debris removal, and follow-up investigations while continuing to support residents and coordinate activities through our departmental incident command structure and the Emergency Coordination Center. These efforts remain ongoing. Supporting residents remain a key priority. The city received more than 7,000 storm-related service requests, and staff continue to investigate reports, conduct follow-up activities, and assess longer-term impacts to infrastructure. We are also working closely with conservation authorities to better understand impacts on local creeks and waterways and how those conditions may have influenced stormwater system performance during the event. Residents are also being supported through existing assistance programs. The Compassionate Grant Program provides financial assistance to eligible residents and tenants who've experienced significant basement flooding as a result of a sewer surcharge event. Both the property owner and the tenant at the same address may apply for this assistance. To date, more than 900 applications have been received. We know that unexpected flooding can create significant financial pressures, and this program is intended to help reduce some of those burdens during recovery. The Residential Protective Plumbing Program helps owners invest in measures that can reduce the risk of future flooding. Through rebates for eligible installations, such as sump pumps, backwater valves, the program supports property-level resilience and helps residents better prepare for future severe weather events. Staff are supportive of measures that make these programs more accessible and reduce barriers for residents seeking assistance. Our goal is to ensure residents can access support as quickly and easily as possible, whether that support is needed for recovery costs today or for protective measures that can help reduce future floods in the near term. At the same time, significant recovery and assessment work is continuing across the city. Following the storm, staff responded to reports of damage affecting several infrastructure assets and immediately began inspections and stabilization efforts. As part of post-extreme weather event response and inspection activities, staff have completed inspections of all 183 city-owned stormwater management ponds and other stormwater management infrastructure. Based on inspections completed to date, staff have not identified any significant failures of the city's stormwater management pond infrastructure. While some erosion and debris-related repairs are required, the stormwater management pond system generally performed as intended during the event. Assessment work remains ongoing, and staff will continue monitoring conditions and addressing any additional issues that emerge as water levels recede. Looking ahead, our focus remains on three priorities: supporting residents, completing recovering activities, and identifying lessons learned from this event. As the review progresses, staff will assess infrastructure performance, identify practical opportunities for improvement, and evaluate measures that can strengthen resilience across the city. Findings and recommendations will be reported back to Council and shared publicly. Thank you. I will now pass the presentation over to Dan.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Maire, members du Conseil.
Hello,
I'm going to
everyone.
speak to you about the impact of the extreme weather event on city facilities. 28 of our facilities were impacted significantly by the weather event. Some of these sites were open, delivering programs or supporting Canada Day events on that day, and implemented emergency closure and shelter-in-place protocols to deal with the rapid onset of the heavy rain, the thunder, and lightning. Of the 28 impacted sites, 25 facilities experienced only minor flooding, wind-driven leaks into the facility, as well as power failures. And in all cases for those 25, staff were able to address the concerns and have the facility reopen July 2nd to provide services. However, 3 of our facilities, Ben Franklin Place, the Carlingwood Public Library branch, and Corkstown Outdoor Pool experienced significant flooding that resulted in damages and the requirement to close. On July 1st, facility operations staff were activated across the city at approximately 3:15 p.m. to respond to reports of various flooding and power outage issues in our buildings. On-call staff were immediately dispatched to assess facility conditions, implement flood mitigation measures and cleanup, protect the building and its system, and then coordinate our response resource and mobilize contractors and restoration specialists. Since July 1st, over 525 direct labor hours supplemented by contracted services have been employed to address building impacts. And I'd like to recognize our facility operations team, trade staff, contractors, and partners who mobilized very quickly and worked around the clock to protect our facilities and restore services to minimize impact to service. Let me speak a bit about Ben Franklin Place. Dewatering began in that facility within 2 hours of flooding. The lower level of Meridian Theatre and the library were the most significantly impacted, with up to 6 feet of water filling these areas. Impacted areas included the main and small theater stages, the orchestra pit, the main stage lift, the front row seats of the theater, and the lower studio and its lobby. Impacted equipment included speakers, cables, electronics, a grand piano, and specialized flooring. In the library area, flooring and furnishings on the lower level were impacted. All areas have had floodwaters removed, and work is underway to remove the material and equipment from the impacted areas of the theater, and reinstatement is scheduled to begin July 24th, with reopening to be determined once contractors have fully scoped out the work to be completed. There has been ongoing outreach to theater rental clients and ticket holders to advise them of impacts. The main administrative tower of Ben Franklin Place was not directly impacted, but was closed for a few days to the public and staff, and reopened this Monday, July 13th. And this was because of the impact on the building's ventilation and life safety systems that had to be restored. The Carlingwood Library was also impacted with significant water infiltration on the ground level. This resulted in damage to flooring, furnishing, and fixtures and equipment. Dewatering was initiated that evening and continued on July 2nd. The flooring for the entire ground floor became too saturated to remediate and has been removed. A restoration plan has been developed and will commence July 20th. For both Nepean, Centrepoint, and Carlingwood branches, OPL staff are leading communications on service impacts and reopening plans. Corkstown Pool and the surrounding park were severely impacted by the flood. Impacts include the asphalt parking lot that was mostly washed away. This is the picture that you see on the slide that makes the parking look like a lake. The pool pavilion, the pool's mechanical and electrical system, as well as the tennis court and fencing were also impacted. The tennis court is now reopened. The parking lot is being reconstructed and will reopen as a gravel parking lot surface for now, and remediation is being completed on the pool building and equipment. The pool will reopen Monday, July 20th. Other impacts include 4 splash pads that were impacted by lightning strikes in the area. 2 pads at Eastvale and Billy Bishop Park have been repaired and are back in service, while 2 others, Boothfield and Atrium, received serious damage to the electronic circuitry and require new components. New parts have been ordered, and it's expected that this may take until mid-August. 4 wading pools were also temporarily closed because of branches that fell in the vicinity and opened quickly. As well, 10 ball diamonds were flooded out, but were able to reopen July 2nd because of the standing water on the field. Now turn it over to Rick for his update.
Thank you, Dan. I too would like to extend my personal condolences to those in the city that were impacted by the storm. I'd also like Council to understand that OC Transpose staff did their very best to keep people moving during the storm as well. That said, the extreme weather event did impact areas of the Stage 2 West Extension construction project. East and West Connectors, or EWC, our contractor, is now focused on completing a comprehensive assessment of the damage and repairs required. I'd let you know that this is going to take some time to complete, as all affected aspects of the West Extension construction project must be carefully inspected. It's also too early to comment on how long the repairs may take or what this will mean to the overall project schedule. We'll let you know that we intended to try to updated schedule review in early 2027, but I'd let you know now that as we do get information comes available, Council will be advised on the weather assessment. It'll be the assessment of damage, the scope of work, supply chain, and stage repairs. Now, flooding was seen in several areas, including the section of the guideway near Moody Drive, within the tunnel along the Kichizivi, at the stations of New Orchard, Sherbourne, Queensview, and Pinecrest stations. So far, I have received some preliminary information in the Moody Station area, and it appears that a significant amount of the electrical systems and equipment, ballast, sections of the track, as well as troughs and cabling are all impacted and need to be repaired. We are conducting our own review as well, and that will include working with Infrastructure and Water Services team to identify opportunities to strengthen rail infrastructure for future extreme events. With that, thank you. I'll now pass it over to the doctor.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Maire et
Hello, everyone.
Since July 1st, Ottawa Public Health has been working closely with the City of Ottawa and the Office of Emergency Management to support response efforts in communities impacted by the extreme weather event resulting in power outages and extensive flooding. Our primary focus has been to maintain confidence by ensuring residents have access to timely, reliable health-related information and resources to support and help them and their families to stay safe and healthy. We recognize that the needs of those impacted continue to evolve, and I would like to thank residents for their efforts to support each other and acknowledge their resilience in the face of power outages affecting their food safety, flooding that has brought contaminants into their homes, and if left unremediated, circumstances that could lead to mold, compounded by heat yesterday and today at a time that many are struggling without air conditioning and these issues in their homes. On July 8th, in collaboration with the city's response, OPH entered enhanced operations to streamline planning, communications, and operational efficiencies related to significant public health risks to Ottawa residents. OPH created a dedicated webpage, ottawapublichealth.ca/flooding, featuring information and resources on flood response, cleanup, well water testing, and ways to protect physical and mental health following flooding.
We've reinforced our presence on the ground. We're proceeding with interviews. We're sending regular messages in terms of public health. We've also have a special liaison agent that is available, and it's a service that is available 24 hours per day. We have also a liaison person responsible to talk to councillors.
In addition, our public health inspectors have been present at the city's information hubs and information sessions in affected wards to provide public health information and answer residents' questions directly. As residents continue their recovery, there are several important public health messages that I would like to emphasize today. Floodwaters can contain debris, sewage, chemicals, and other contaminants, increasing the risk of exposure to harmful bacteria and pollutants. It is important that water-damaged materials and belongings are assessed, cleaned, dried, or discarded to help prevent mold growth and other potential health risks. Mold should not be painted over or covered, as it will continue to grow underneath, and large areas of mold or more behind walls may require professional remediation. Residents are also reminded not to collect discarded items left at the curb. These items may have been contaminated by floodwater, sewage, or mold and could pose a risk to health and safety. Please leave them for collection by the appropriate waste management teams as described earlier. Les efforts d'intervention et de reconstruction ne se limitent pas à nos
Recovery efforts are not just limited to households and neighborhood. We need also to take measures in terms of physical and mental health. and this can be impacted by flooding.
I encourage residents to reach out for support. Please visit OPH's Responding to Stressful Events webpage to learn how to talk to children and youth about their feelings during these stressful events, recognize signs of stress, and learn about strategies to cope, and know where and when to seek help. I encourage members of council to continue sharing these resources with your communities and your networks, and I thank you for doing that so far. Compassion, empathy, and social connection are important parts of this response, and your leadership plays a crucial role in helping residents access the information and support they need. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. I would also like to again thank the residents of our community, our frontline staff, emergency responders, community partners, and city colleagues, including everyone around this table, for their continued dedication. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arneson. And I just want to say thank you to my colleagues this morning for their presentation and update on the extreme weather situation here in the city of Ottawa. I also want to say thank you again to Mayor and members of Council for your continued leadership and your support throughout this event. You know, you've heard about the significant progress that's been made, but we recognize that for many, the journey to recovery is far from over. You know, residents and families are still cleaning up. They're repairing their homes. They're navigating insurance claims and working to regain a sense of normalcy. And we know that recovery does not end once the emergency has passed, and neither does our commitment in terms of supporting residents. And I want to reinforce this morning that the city remains here for our residents and for the community. We're going to continue to work closely with councillors, affected residents, local community organizations and partners, as well as the province, to ensure that people can access the information and the resources and supports that they need throughout this recovery process. And I also recognize that every emergency provides an opportunity to learn. You know, we've heard feedback from residents, community leaders, members of council, and we will continue to listen. As the community needs evolve, our response will revolve as well. And most importantly, I want residents to know that they are not alone. The city remains committed to supporting our community and helping residents access available assistance and doing everything that we can do to support a safe and resilient recovery for everyone affected by this storm. Thank you very much. This is the end of our presentation. C'est la fin de cette présentation. Merci, le maire.
That's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much to everyone for this detailed presentation. Before going further, we do have some motion.
I would like to introduce a few motions. I know my colleagues have some motions to introduce as well. What I'd like to do is put all those motions on the table. They will require a suspension of the rules of procedure, which I will ask for kind of for all of the motions at the same time. And then I'll allow people to ask questions of staff and also speak to the motions. And, you know, we'll allow everybody time to do both of those things, you know, during the course of the minutes afterwards. So in introducing these motions, I want to start by acknowledging what's been happening in our community. As staff have told us today, almost 6,000 families in our city have experienced flooding in their homes. That is an exceptional and astonishing number. For comparison, in one of the city's worst flooding events in history in 2019, about 2,000 homes experienced flooding. This year, in one day, we saw triple the number of homes affected. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, I have spoken to dozens and dozens and dozens of residents who have experienced flooding. They are frustrated, they are tired, they're ripping drywall and carpeting out of their basements, they're sorting through water-soaked belongings, they are throwing away prized possessions. They're on the phone with insurance companies and contractors. They're looking ahead at a very, very long and difficult recovery. But I want to say as well, there has been a tremendous community spirit that has been on display, and I know some of my colleagues have witnessed this as well. We have seen extraordinary resilience. Nous avons été témoins d'un optimisme remarquable malgré les circonstances.
They've been optimistic even though
despite the
we had the circumstances.
helping neighbors. I was talking to one family about a hockey team that had helped clear out the basement of a senior across the street, friends dropping by unannounced to provide support. I've heard people talk about the power of kindness, about heroic behavior. We have seen what community is all about. We have a responsibility to our residents. Here's what we owe the people who have been affected by this unprecedented storm. First, we must do everything we can, everything in our power to help them recover and get their lives back to normal. No matter how long that takes, no matter what it takes. We must support our residents affected by the floods every step of the way in every aspect of their recovery. Second, we must do a full assessment of what happened on July the 1st. We must uncover why so many homes were flooded. There may be different reasons and factors in each and every single neighborhood. We must learn them all, and we must report back to the community. And third, we must learn from that assessment, and we must do better in the future. We must improve our response and increase our resilience. We know that even if this was a once in 200 years event, or perhaps even more severe than that with climate change, the likelihood of extreme weather events is increasing. We must make whatever changes to infrastructure are required to better protect our residents in the future. We
have to be able there to support residents, make sure that they are well prepared and they become more resilient
as they protect their homes and make them more resilient. All of those things are behind the motions that I'll be introducing today with the support of my colleagues in the most dramatically affected areas. First, we can waive several different fees to lessen the financial impact on residents as they repair and recover. Second, we can increase our financial support so that more affected residents can benefit from our compassionate grant program. Third, we can add resources to our program that incentivizes sump pumps and backflow valves so more residents can protect their homes from future extreme weather events. Fourth, we can help coordinate legal assistance for residents as they navigate complex insurance claims. And finally, and most importantly, we can provide individual support to every single family affected by the flooding. Yesterday, I met with the CEO of the Canadian Red Cross. With Council's approval of a motion that I'm introducing along with Councillor Johnson, the Red Cross will move as quickly as possible to provide a package of services to each of our residents over the next 6 months. This includes support from experts with insurance claims, access to engineers and renovation specialists, and other social and human supports as residents continue to navigate this very difficult situation. No one should have to navigate these difficult days and decisions alone. Ce partenariat permettra de s'assurer que les résidents
will make sure that residents will receive the supports they need and that they can access the proper information and resources.
Residents are well supported and connected with the information and resources they require. We're going to continue to work on other solutions and forms of help in the coming days, and we will have more details in the days and weeks ahead. I want to thank the Canadian Red Cross for this partnership. I also want to thank the many organizations and volunteers who are making a real difference in our community day in and day out. I also want to thank city staff and partners who have been working long hours and have been adapting day by day to help our residents. I want to take a moment to pay tribute to all the city councillors who have been going out of their way to support their residents, especially the councillors in the most affected areas, Councillors Johnson, Kavanagh, Devine, and Curry. You've been working extremely hard. You've been working around the clock, and your work has been extraordinary. So thank you for everything you're doing. Colleagues, we have a big opportunity today. We have an opportunity to significantly increase support for our residents. We have an opportunity to give them hope, to help them with their recovery, and to help them rebuild their homes and rebuild their lives. So let's do that. So I'll ask just on all the motions we're going to introduce today on suspension of the rules, is that carried?
So I will just introduce a couple of motions and then hand it over to my colleagues who have motions as well. So first, motion on compassionate grant and residential. Have I got the right one here? Yeah, compassionate grant and residential protective plumbing program. I'll just go to the therefore be it resolved that council waive the eligibility requirement that applicants must not have received a compassionate grant within the previous 5 years, and the requirement that the flooding be attributable to a sewer surcharge event for claims arising from the July 1st, 2026 storm event, and be it further resolved that council delegate authority to the General Manager of Infrastructure and Water Services to grant exceptions to the Compassionate Grant Program eligibility requirement where deemed appropriate for applications arising from the July 1st, 2026 storm event. And be it further resolved that if applications for financial assistance exceed the current capital funding budgets of the Residential Protective Plumbing Program and the Compassionate Grant Program, that staff report back to committee and council on the financial implications as part of the 2027 capital adjustments and closing of projects, city tax and supported rate and rate supported report. And be it further resolved that the city's Public Information and Media Relations Unit establish and launch a promotional awareness campaign to ensure all flood-impacted residents, as well as residents citywide, learn about these programs, their benefits, and how they can apply. And I want to thank Councillor Johnson for seconding that motion. Next, a motion on the waiver of city fees for flood-impacted residents, which is seconded by Councillor Kavanagh. Thank you. And again, therefore be it resolved that council delegate the authority to the General Manager, Planning, Development and Building Services to suspend the following fees that may be incurred as a direct result of damage inflicted by the extreme weather event of July 1st, 2026. 1, demolition fees. 2, building permit fees. 3, fees relating to accessing historic building permit records. And 4, temporary encroachment fees related to the installation of dumpsters in the right-of-way. Next, a motion regarding legal assistance in dealing with insurance matters, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Therefore, be it resolved that the city solicitor, on behalf of council, be directed to engage members of Ottawa's legal community, including through organizations such as the County of Carleton Law Association and Pro Bono Ontario, to request that legal professionals with expertise in insurance coverage support affected residents by assisting community legal clinics and participating in any future public information sessions with the goal of improving residents' access to timely legal information, guidance, and independent legal advice, respecting insurance coverage disputes, claim processes, and related recovery challenges arising from the flooding event. And be it further resolved that city staff facilitate the logistics and promotion of these information sessions so they are broadly advertised and attended by all impacted residents who require this legal information and guidance. And finally, on the partnership with the Canadian Red Cross, a motion seconded by Councillor Johnson once again. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council endorse this partnership between the City of Ottawa and the Canadian Red Cross, enabling the Red Cross to serve as the lead non-governmental organization. And be it further resolved that city staff work with the Red Cross to augment the city's recovery, ensuring they are deployed to all impacted neighborhoods as soon as possible, with priority given to vulnerable residents, and that their presence and outreach to our residents be facilitated by city staff. And be it further resolved that city staff work with the Red Cross to establish a mechanism to provide the most up-to-date information to impacted councillors regarding the progress of their outreach, assessment, case management, and navigational support to affected residents. And be it further resolved that city staff review the impact of this partnership to the events response as part of their post-response review, and that they report back to council no later than Q1 2027. And be it further resolved that the city manager work with the Canadian Red Cross to execute an agreement for this suite of services at a cost of no more than $400,000 for the period of up to 6 months of service offering, as is customary under this program. And be it further resolved that the funding for this initiative be funded through the Tax Stabilization Reserve, with the allocation to be confirmed through the annual disposition report. And be it further resolved that city staff explore a longer-term partnership with the Canadian Red Cross, including on how we can make our community, its infrastructure, and the homes of our residents more resilient and better prepared for future extreme weather events, which are now more and more common. Those are the motions that I have. I will turn it over now to Councillor Devine to introduce, I believe, a couple of motions. And colleagues, we also have a couple of inquiries related to this, and rather than wait till the end of the meeting for those inquiries, with the indulgence of council, I'm going to ask for councillors to introduce their inquiries at this time, so it's all part of the same discussion. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my seconder, Councillor Johnson, for this motion, but it really is in spirit seconded by Councillor Kavanagh, as well as Councillor Johnson has told me and showed me, no shape stronger than a triangle. Whereas the July 1st, 2026 extreme rainfall event caused significant flooding impacts across the City of Ottawa, and whereas preliminary city data as of July 10 shows that the highest rainfall totals recorded through rain gauges were in the West End, including 167 millimeters at Britannia, 151 at Colonnade, and 144 at Nepean. And whereas preliminary city data as of July 10 indicates that Wards 7, 8, and 9 accounted for approximately 83% of flood-related service requests citywide, and whereas the city is undertaking a citywide review of the July 1st, 2026 event, including analysis of service requests, previous studies, infrastructure performance, and opportunities to improve flood resilience. And whereas several communities within Ward 9 experienced significant flooding during both the August 10, 2023 and July 1st, 2026 extreme rainfall events, suggesting the need to better understand recurring flooding patterns and localized vulnerabilities. And whereas following the August 10, 2023 event, the city undertook several flood investigations and engineering studies, which identified various flooding mechanisms, infrastructure constraints, and drainage challenges. And whereas residents, community organizations, and previous city-led investigations have raised concerns regarding a range of factors that may contribute to flood risk, including infrastructure performance, drainage patterns, overland flow, redevelopment, intensification, site alteration, grading changes, and increasing impervious surfaces. And whereas Graham Creek is a major drainage corridor serving a large watershed that passes through several communities in Ward 7, 8, and 9, highly impacted by the July 1 event, and previous studies have identified increased runoff volumes, more intense rainfall, and debris accumulation as important risks to that system. And whereas the May 2017 Graham Creek Stormwater Infrastructure Public Infrastructure Engineering Vulnerability Committee, PIVEC study, identified climate-related vulnerabilities within the Graham Creek system, while also recommending that future planning be informed by updated climate information, continued analysis, and considerations for system improvements as new information becomes available. And whereas the city completed the Graham Creek Storm Infrastructure Renewal Project in 2022 as a climate resilience initiative, and the project subsequently received the Ontario Public Works Association Public Works Project of the Year Award for Environmental Sustainability, Climate Resilient Infrastructure, and whereas Graham Creek has been identified as one of 7 Priority 1 areas that are recommended to have stormwater retrofit studies completed as part of the Stormwater Retrofit Master Plan, and whereas the July 1st, 2026 rainfall event provides an important opportunity to compare observed conditions against previous studies, modeling assumptions, infrastructure investments, and climate resilience planning efforts. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff, as part of the city's broader review of the July 1st, 2026 extreme rainfall event, to examine the factors that contributed to the impacts experienced in Ward 7, 8, 9, and other hard-hit wards, including infrastructure performance, drainage systems, watershed conditions, development patterns, stormwater management practices, maintenance considerations, and climate-related factors, and report back with findings and recommendations. And be it further resolved that staff complete the July 1st, 2026 that staff compare the July 1st, 2026 event with previous flooding events, investigations, and studies, including the August 10, 2023 flooding event, to identify recurring flood locations, recurring vulnerabilities, and emerging risks. And be it further resolved that staff assess the performance of major watersheds, drainage systems, and flood mitigation infrastructure within affected areas, including Graham Creek, and identify opportunities to incorporate or accelerate stormwater retrofit, stream rehabilitation, conveyance, attenuation, retention, storage, and other retrofit measures where appropriate, and also to compare conditions with previous modeling, assumptions, and design expectations where appropriate. And be it further resolved that staff review whether current planning, drainage review, stormwater management, site alteration processes remain appropriate to identify and mitigate flood risks associated with redevelopment, intensification, and changing drainage conditions in established neighborhoods. And be it further resolved that staff identify opportunities to improve flood resilience through operational, planning, policy, infrastructure, watershed management, and climate adaptation measures, including both localized and watershed scale solutions. And be it further resolved that staff report back as soon as practicable with recommended short, medium, and long-term actions, including any required future studies, infrastructure priorities, policy considerations, interagency coordination opportunities, and budget implications. May I go to the second motion, Mayor?
Please go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for seconding this motion. Whereas the Insurance Bureau of Canada has reported that insured losses from severe weather events have increased from an annual average of approximately $700 million between 2001 and 2010 to a record $8.5 billion in 2024. And whereas the property and casualty insurance sector is actively engaged with governments and municipalities across Canada through initiatives related to flood risk management, climate adaptation, resilience planning, risk analysis, loss prevention, and municipal risk management programs intended to reduce the human and financial impacts of extreme weather events. Therefore, be it resolved that staff, as part of ongoing work related to flood resilience, climate adaptation, stormwater management, and disaster mitigation, explore opportunities to engage representatives of the property and casualty insurance sector, including organizations such as the Insurance Bureau of Canada, as well as through the Association of Ontario Municipalities, and report back through future relevant reports, where appropriate, on emerging best practices, partnerships, funding opportunities, risk analysis tools, and data sources that may assist municipalities in reducing flood-related risks and losses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Kavanagh, did you want to introduce your motion?
Thank you. Whereas extreme weather events are becoming increasingly frequent and severe, requiring the city to enhance its emergency preparedness, response, and recovery capabilities. Whereas on July 1st, 2026, the city of Ottawa experienced an unprecedented extreme weather event, with Britannia recording 167 millimeters of rain, a volume that exceeded the 1 in 200-year event. Whereas the severity of the extreme weather event led to widespread flooding and significant property damage, resulting in more than 5,700 service requests relating to flooding and weather impacts as of July 13, 2026, with the most impacted neighborhoods being in Wards 7, 8, 9, and 4. Whereas city staff provided updates and outreach to individual councillors representing impacted neighborhoods following the July 1st, 2026 extreme weather event, and a coordinated operational recovery briefing, bringing together councillors from the most impacted wards, was held on July 7th, 6 days following the event on July 1st, whereas community information hubs were set up July 9th, 8 days after the event, to support residents affected by the flooding and assist with recovery needs, whereas major weather events are dynamic situations where the nature and scale of impacts, resident needs, and recovery requirements continue to evolve following the initial emergency response, requiring flexibility and coordinated approaches across city services, community partners, and all levels of government. Whereas the city's Solid Waste Services Department responded to support residents throughout the targeted special collections and impacted neighborhoods, timely adjustments to organic waste collection, and operational flexibility to support residents with cleanup following the event. Whereas questions have arisen regarding the coordination of communications, resident supports, volunteer coordination, and recovery services provided by the city and community partners. Whereas effective emergency planning requires coordinated planning action across the full emergency planning cycle, including preparedness, response, and recovery, with clear processes to support the transition from immediate emergency response operations to long-term community recovery. Whereas Ontario has specific emergency management requirements set out under the provincial legislation and regulations that are mandatory for municipalities as per the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to undertake a comprehensive review of the city's emergency response and recovery functions following July 1st extreme weather event, including a review of the emergency management protocols and coordinated response procedures to assure alignment with the requirements of the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, and that the review include timely establishment of community information hubs to address resident immediate needs following an emergency response, a clear path for connecting seniors and vulnerable residents requiring assistance with available supports during cleanup and recovery, a plan for coordinating volunteers and offers of assistance from non-government organizations, community groups, and private sector during the recovery phase of the extreme weather event, detailed analysis of the operational timeline following the July 1st extreme weather event, including when the province of Ontario was first notified in any request for provincial assistance, the coordination of volunteers, community organization, NGOs, and residents wanting to assist their neighbors. Be it further resolved that this review includes specific recommendations to improve coordination between city staff, community partners, members of council throughout the recovery from an extreme weather event. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my council colleagues for working with me on this motion in Wards 7 and 9, but in conversations with other councillors, I'm understanding some of the language might feel exclusive to 7, 8, 9. So if there's friendly amendments, I would certainly welcome them to make sure that everybody's feeling like this motion gets it right for all 25 neighborhoods affected, okay? All right, so whereas the storm on July 1st devastated thousands of homes in the city of Ottawa by flooding with an intensity and volume of water not before seen in the city of Ottawa, and whereas the flooding experience was due to a combination of factors, including overland flooding, sanitary and stormwater surcharges, and others, and whereas Infrastructure and Water Services has committed to a comprehensive review of this extreme weather event to better understand impacts, assess system performance, and identify areas for improvement, quoted from the memo sent on July 11th, 2026 to Council, and whereas College Ward has received the greatest number of flood-related service requests across the city with 2,282 requests, followed by Bay Ward with 1,512 requests, and Knoxdale-Merivale with 684 requests, and whereas affected neighborhoods are concerned about specific variables in their neighborhoods that could have compounded or exacerbated the flooding experienced in their homes, including ditch maintenance and rehabilitation, aging and stormwater infrastructure, increased infill development, major construction projects, and parkland saturation. Therefore, be it resolved that the review by Infrastructure and Water Services assess and report back on the following, with a particular focus on the areas of the city most impacted by the extreme weather event on July 1st, namely 7, 8, and 9. 1. Maintenance and renewal of both public and private ditches and culverts, including exploring options to prioritize and expedite work in ditched areas that reported flooding during the July 1st storm, including to but not limited to City View, Crestview, Lakeview, Wood Park, Queensway Terrace North areas. Actions taken by the city with respect to infill development and stormwater management, and what measures the city is implementing to ensure future development supports effective drainage and flood resilience. Maintenance of Graham Creek and options for preventing overflow. Review of construction contract specifications to ensure all bypass, sedimentation, and erosion requirements were upheld, and any recommendations for future projects. Surrounding NCC lands on-site stormwater management and outlets into city lands. The timing and circumstances of discharging excess water into the Ottawa River. Parkland saturation creating overland flooding like on Highgate. Sewer cleaning, catch basin, and culvert maintenance and monitoring. Evaluating the efficacy of aging infrastructure in communities over 60 years old like Crystal Beach and Ottawa's West End. Combined stormwater and sanitary sewer systems, including how they can create black flow flooding and options to prevent such. Comparative results with the impacts of the August 10th, 2023 flood, and specific recommendations for private property with multiple residences, i.e. Acora Village, Moody Manor, and the Monterey Condominium Corporations, and be it further resolved that assessment results be released through a phased rollout where practicable as information becomes available, with communication to neighborhoods as their assessments are completed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Johnson and Councillor Kavanaugh, do you want to make your inquiries now? Would you like to do that now? Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thanks. Inquiry. On July 1st, the City of Ottawa experienced an unprecedented extreme weather event with thousands of residents still dealing with recovery and cleanup. The severity of the storm led to widespread flooding and significant property damage, resulting in 5,423 service requests related to flooding and weather impacts as of July 10th, this date, with the most impacted neighborhoods being Wards 7, 8, and 9, and 4. The storm was particularly devastating for the residents of 30 McEwen, a 24-story building, 228 unit in Bay Ward. The storm resulted in flooding and catastrophic damage to the building's electrical system, resulting in a long-term power outage. While the residents were strongly encouraged to evacuate, there was no mandatory evacuation order, and some tenants had no viable place to stay. Many had just paid their month's rent on July 1st, so were left without funds to easily pay for hotel or other accommodation. While this situation was unique, many residents across Ottawa found themselves in similar situations following the storm. Given that the city needs to prepare for more frequent extreme weather events, there is a need for information on supports for tenants in privately owned multi-residential buildings. 1, what are the conditions that are needed to be in place for the city to issue a mandatory evacuation order for private buildings? 2, how many requests for emergency accommodation relating to July 1st storm has the city received? And I understand there's been an answer. On July 1st, number 3, what was the city's capacity for emergency accommodation? And 4, are any partnerships with private organizations or NGOs in place to provide temporary accommodation and support, including resources for filing insurance claims for tenants impacted by extreme weather? And I'm asking for a response by the end of Q4 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On July 1st, the City of Ottawa experienced a severe weather event that impacted and continues to impact thousands of residents, with 2,500 homes flooded in College Ward. The General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services has stated that the city was ready on July 1st for an emergency, as it was already in enhanced operations on Canada Day. But it became clear quickly that the required response was more significant than enhanced operations, and the full emergency command center was required. Number 1, what day did the city move from enhanced operations to activated operations in response to the severe weather event? Were there any delays or gaps in standing up the full emergency command center? Number 2, has the city stayed in activated operations since it was first established? 3, what day did the A, Emergency Coordination Center Commander role stand up? B, Emergency Information Officer role stand up? C, what day was the council liaison officer and supporting email contact established? Number 4, according to the city's emergency communications tactical rollout process, council and senior management are supposed to be notified by email within 2 hours in response to an emergency taking place. Were these timelines met? Number 5, according to the city's emergency communications tactical rollout process, door-to-door communications are to be initiated by individual departments as appropriate within 5 hours of an emergency. Were these timelines met? Number 6, what day did the city first engage with NGOs that could provide on-the-ground supports like the Red Cross, Team Rubicon, Samaritan's Purse, and how long did it take to deploy? Number 7, when were internal staff supports initiated to offer human needs and community-based services and solutions to the widespread health concerns and financial needs of affected residents? Number 8, what day did the city initiate the assessment required to submit to the Disaster Relief Assistance Ontario program, and what day did the city submit it? Number 9, recommendation 4 of the city's audit of the pandemic response suggested that the General Manager, Emergency and Protective Services, commit to a memorandum of understanding between Ottawa Public Health and the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services to outline the general roles, responsibilities, and authorities of the two organizations in an emergency event. Management agreed. Was that memorandum of understanding created and signed? Were the conditions of that memorandum of understanding followed in the response to the July 1st, 2026 flood? And when did Ottawa Public Health join the emergency response? Number 10, recommendation 5 of the city's audit in response to the convoy suggested that the city manager, with the general manager of emergency and protective services, establish protocols and criteria aimed at identifying when members of council should be made aware of key decisions affecting their ward, both in planning and response to potential emergency events. What was that protocol? And was the protocol followed in the case of the July 1st, 2026 floods with affected councillors? And number 11, who within the corporation is responsible for coordinating across city departments to stand down regular activities like parking enforcement, updating 311 responses to residents, and remobilizing city staff to other priorities in an emergency? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. All right, I'll open it up to everyone now, and you can have time to ask questions of staff and also time to ask questions about or speak to the motions. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and we will be able to do this in 2 parts, is that correct?
Yep, I just
okay, so I'll make that clear. Thank you. Thank you to staff for the detailed presentation, and thank you to my colleagues in all wards who have provided exceptional service to your residents. It has not been easy, and I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. I think the most important question my residents will be asking is not how many trash bags we've picked up, but how do we mitigate this from happening again? If 167 millimeters of rain fell on Stittsville or Orleans or Alta Vista, what are their weak points? What are those neighborhoods' weak spots to prevent what we've seen in Ward 7, 8, and 9 in particular? So the motions that are on the table today are looking at how do we mitigate this from happening again? What are the weak spots in those wards? But I'm as interested in, we know this weather is going to happen again. We know these storms are going to happen again. How do we citywide prepare and mitigate this from happening? So to the general manager, can you just elaborate on the assessment that's going to happen coming out of the July 1st storms? What exactly do you envision is going to be assessed, and when will we hear back from that assessment and recommendations coming out of that report?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. It is the largest event on record here at the City of Ottawa. We currently estimate that there are 25 neighborhoods, possibly sewer sheds, that are impacted. So this is probably the most complex and will be a timely assessment that staff will need. We are currently procuring additional external third-party consultants to assist us with this. At this time, I don't have an estimated timeline, but I do think it'll be measured in months. And I will say that these extreme events are extremely difficult for everyone. It's hard on the infrastructure, and it's hard on the impacted residents and the properties. And so through our climate change master plan, there's both measures where we take a look at mitigation. So how do we as a corporation minimize our GHGs and things like that, and also our adaptation or resilience. And so that is something that our department is responsible for the stormwater infrastructure. So we have a newly updated long-range financial plan with at least $300 million. I say at least 300 million because we can tie it directly to climate change, but a lot of our work already embeds climate change activities, right? So when we replace stormwater sewers and culverts and look at ditches, we look at those opportunities during renewal in order to build that resilience. But I do think that it's a multi-pronged approach in terms of as a community, how do we be how is the infrastructure, the people in the communities also develop that resilience?
I think if there is information that, in addition to the wealth of information that's been shared already, to share with councillors for our newsletters and other communication, we're likely to get another major storm this summer again. The summer has basically just started. And so anything that we can learn immediately from this to share with our residents would be appreciated. Can staff identify or confirm whether staff are being pulled from various departments to pitch in and help out with our recovery response, approximately how many of those staff are being pulled, and what work is being deferred or delayed because those staff are now pitching in with recovery efforts?
I'll start with a broader response, Councillor, and then some of my colleagues can step in and provide a few more details. Sort of the posture that we have with respect to the emergency response is staff across the organization who are connected back to their departments. And some of the work that's happening is embedded in the department. But I think about some of the larger responses and recovery efforts that we do have, and I'm thinking specifically of public works, where it requires additional resources through overtime. We've had to call in extra contractors to assist us with respect to the waste removal. So we will see some impacts from that. What we are doing is we're tracking the costs as we normally do during this emergency response to understand what it takes from the city's perspective and what that costs as well. And I'll just ask if any of my colleagues have anything to add.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I want to add as well that our emergency management program has a robust training program. We just reported this year in our annual report that we were able to train twice the amount of employees that we did from the previous year. So that's really served us well in terms of our response. And those individuals are working in our emergency coordination center, and they have the emergency management training across our city departments to be able to sustain not only our response, but our recovery efforts as well.
I just asked this question because I've asked some basic questions of staff this week about issues in my ward, and I've been told they can't get to it because they've been seconded to assist with recovery efforts, which is fine, but I don't know how long that's going to last and how long the work, which is minor in the grand scheme of things that I'm asking for in my ward, is going to take, so I can tell my residents certain works that we're expecting to be done are deferred or delayed, and I don't know how long that's going to take.
Mr. Mayor, maybe if I can expand, I'm not sure what element specifically, Councillor, you're referring to, but I could say from a public works perspective, there have been significant impacts in terms of being able to manage both basically the response and the recovery process and also maintaining services like the rest of the city still needs to continue to run and function. Obviously, there are impacts, and our initial focus was basically how do we ensure a timely response so that we're able to focus on the cleanup, the repairs that are needed, so that the community can go back to kind of, I don't know what we call normal, but basically more of a normal state. I would suggest that basically over the coming days and weeks, we're going to be able to redeploy those additional resources back to their normal operation. But right now, we're not there yet because we still have some cleanup to do. And the cleanup is basically related to the curbside, but it's also the creeks that we're also cleaning up. There's pathways that have been damaged that we're also focused on. So, but if we can take offline, if there's a specific concern that you have, we can certainly address that.
Thank you. Have staff been added to the 311 call center to ensure that the high volume of calls are coming in, people aren't waiting too long for those calls to be taken?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we're watching it closely. We're keeping our staffing levels elevated. And as the days go by, we're making sure that we do, not only do we have it elevated, but we have our folks on call just in case there's a spike. What we've seen in the past week is a little bit of up and down. As more communication comes out and evolves, we get more calls. So the team has been directed to make sure that we have as many on call as possible to stand up if the volumes kind of pop up.
Thank you for that. Finally, for this round from me, Mr. Leary, thank you for your brief update regarding what you acknowledge as damage to what I characterize as the western extension. I've seen video that looked or was from more or less the Moody Maintenance Center, high volumes of water flowing downhill or eastbound. Can you just confirm, is the damage that you listed contained to that area, the Moody Drive area, or is it in multiple areas along the western extension?
Through the mayor, that's correct. The stations along the western extension did have a few feet of water in them as well. They're being pumped out, and that whole area has to be assessed. The contractors are bringing people, the subcontractors in, sub-suppliers and material management staff to do this review for them.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, first assess the scope of damage across the line and then agree on next steps on fixing that damage.
That's correct.
Okay, fair enough. The last thing I'll just say is coming out of the 2023 August storm that impacted my ward significantly, staff did a lot of good work following that storm and trying to understand water flow, low-lying areas, mitigation steps, which we're now implementing. So I want to thank staff that there was significant undertaking of some of the root causes of water penetration. We've had some repeat events this month, same areas being impacted. I'm going to speak to that when I speak to the motions, but I do want to say there has been some good work in that regard, and I hope that work will continue. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy with all the motions. I'm not going to speak twice. I think that they're very helpful. I do want to just honestly spend some time here thanking a bunch of people, because this has been an incredibly difficult time and some unbelievable efforts on so many of our staff and community members' parts. So first of all, I wanted to stop and say thanks to the Canada North residents. I mean, the resilience and the kindness, as Mr. Mayor, you were commenting on, people writing to me stories that are quite unbelievable, how many people were helping other people and how much closer they became to their neighbors in this crisis. It's just so wonderful to see in such a terrible time for everyone that people are just so empathetic and so giving. So I just wanted to thank Canada North residents, and in particular the community association presidents, who every message that staff sent out, I would send, they would resend, all through social media. People kept getting information that was incredibly helpful. Neil Thompson, Danielle McGee, and Barbara Ramsey, the three leaders that continued to do that throughout the entire time and will continue to do it. A particular story about a man who lives on Statewood Drive, who realized his neighbor's lawns, the water was coming up closer and closer, and understood there was a drain, and ran out there probably in his hip waders and cleared an entire drain, and everything started to drain, saving probably hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage. So just incredible people that came together at this time. The Mille Lacs Centre staff, we didn't talk about the flooding at the Mille Lacs Centre, but they quickly got rid of the water, which allowed the Mille Lacs Centre to stay open, which we then needed for the later in-person meetings and events. So just incredible work by everyone. Huge thanks to Wendy for all the calls and the texts, night and day. So many of your staff were doing the same thing. The councillor liaison, Todd Piper, was incredibly helpful, responding to things I sent in within a minute. That was beyond helpful to so many residents. And Alain, I know you were on holidays, came back, your staff, Jason Stanforth was unbelievable. Every resident I sent to him that was wondering about the garbage pickup, he responded instantly. Mayor Sutcliffe, I know you're chatting with Councillor Luloff right this second, but your staff, you checking in every day and night, and your staff, Matt Gravel and John Light, just incredibly helpful. Any, constant, what else do you need? Is there anything else you needed? Was so helpful. And every manager that we heard from here today, Ryan, your texts, every message, your phone, your text, your Teams, your email, any way to get a hold of me, whatever I might be looking at the time, incredibly helpful. Tammy, instantly responding with messages I could send right out to residents that were readable and understandable. Marcia on the golf course lands, we'll talk about that later, what we predicted for 7 years in the courts. Marcia instantly had an inspector out looking at what was going on those green space lands. I have a list, Allison Downs, I have so many other people, and I hate, when you run that risk of leaving someone out, but there are just so many people. The in-person meetings, every department staff at the Mille Lacs Centre the other night, giving people important information and buckets to help them clean and disinfect, so helpful. The 311 staff, people were complaining how long it took, but think about how stressed those 311 staff must have been. Nonstop, probably didn't have a single break. So huge thanks to the 311 staff who helped. Our road staff, I reported, this road washing out on Old Carp Road and Old Second Line. Road staff were out there the next day and fixed it. Thanks to Councillor Carr and her motion from her flood that we got the heat mapping. That was incredibly helpful to residents. Councillor Hill, the resiliency motion many years ago at Environment Committee now, also incredibly helpful. And strangely, you might be shocked to say that I really want to thank Premier Ford. Our residents in Canada North texted him, phoned him, emailed him about the flooding all along the golf course, green space lands, and he phoned people back. He emailed them, he texted them, and talked to them personally to hear about their experiences. So more about that later, but we knew this would happen. We see it happening now. My last huge thanks are to the Canada North staff, to Nick and Peter and Naomi and Sheila, who without them, I don't know what we would have done. Hundreds and hundreds of emails every day throughout. They still continue to come in, and I could not cope without them. So big appreciation to the Canada North staff. I just have one question. There are lots of people in Canada North, and Councillor Kavanagh and I were talking about this earlier, who have not reported. Some of the co-op units, there's one report, but there's 150 homes in these co-ops. So they have not reported yet. So we know the numbers will climb, and just wanting to make sure that nothing we're doing today here would restrict you from recognizing that these numbers could change, and many other wards. And I'm sure the rest of you are having this reality as well. People have not reported. So just to make sure that the direction is for all wards, all residents.
Thank you, Councillor, for asking that question. That's really important. Nothing that's going to happen through the motions today will prevent that. We are encouraging residents to continue to reach out to us, whether it be online through 311, to let us know what happened, because it's going to really help Tammy and her team in terms of the analysis that we're doing in the coming months, so we understand the impact across the city. So thank you for asking.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For many residents in Ottawa, including myself, this has been a very difficult start to the summer. Let me paint a picture for you. On a very quiet Canada Day afternoon, after spending time with family, checking emails, checking posts, and looking at the weather outside, expecting some rain, but hoping it would pass. And then everything changed. It started to rain, and I'm in the area where it was 167 millimeters, and it rained, and it rained. And I thought, wow, that's a lot, but didn't know what that meant at the time. And we're just fascinated watching out the window. We had just run outside earlier to watch the snowbirds go by. I can't believe that we were running outside just to look at rain. But it kept going. And I checked the posts, and I saw some very frantic posts in social media from Crystal Beach about flooding. And I thought, wow, this was a place I was going to be going to this evening to celebrate with them because it's Canada Day. And then I heard a beep, and it wasn't my phone. It was my basement. It said, "You're flooded." So you go down the stairs, and you're staring down the basement stairs, and you're watching items float. And then you look around the corner, and you see gushing drains, gushing dirty water from every drain on the floor of a pretty much brand new basement, including gushing from a toilet and from a shower. That's the picture. I was stunned. Luckily, I had family members there as well, because it was Canada Day. And I just didn't know what to do. And I want to thank the staff that helped. I did call Tammy. I spoke to Alain and Wendy. Honestly, it was just like, what do I do first? And to the mayor himself as well. It was absolutely overwhelming. And here I am immediately getting emails and messages from residents saying, what do I do? Let me figure it out myself first. And here it was, Canada Day. And we had a joke in our office that, oh, we're not going to do a newsletter this week because it's going to be quiet after Canada Day. So we'll take a little pause. I want to thank my Bay Ward team who came back from vacation and went right into the email box and helped me out. I was doing it on my own there for a bit, and they saw it immediately, and they jumped in, and we were responding. And of course, we're using the information that we were getting from the city because we needed something to rely on. And it was coming in fast and furious, not just the rain, not just the water, but the information, because it was constantly changing. And we started to realize the extent of it. For myself and for many, many residents, we saw that our family photos and memorabilia was ruined and had to be thrown out. It was contaminated. And as well as learning that you had to throw out furniture. You had to you're going to be tearing down drywall. You're going to be navigating insurance claims, and you're going to have a cleanup, and you're not going to have air conditioning and hot water for a couple of weeks. I may get it today. But I was lucky. I had family, and I had insurance. And if you think of my situation, multiply it by now almost 6,000. And think of all those people. Many seniors who had no supports, many who didn't have proper insurance. They may have had insurance but didn't realize they weren't covered for this. So that's where we are. And that's, as a city, what we have to look at and how we have to navigate forward. I found strength and inspiration in seeing our neighborhoods, in fact, my whole street, my whole neighborhood, and those across Bay Ward, and how we were supporting each other, and how we were looking out, and how people were letting me know about seniors and vulnerable residents, and they were calling our office and asking if we could help, and we were happy to do so. And I want to, again, thank staff that brought out help. I want to thank the city employees who've been working around the clock to support residents. The solid waste team are rock stars. Andre and Jason and everyone in their crew who worked. We had unbelievable amounts of garbage, filling up entire front lawns. And those crews were out on the hottest days of the year, getting the storm waste collected. And then again, we had to make special collections for the food waste because so many people had power outages and spoiled food. I want to thank you all. I can tell you that residents appreciated it. I know they were running out and giving you cookies and cold drinks when they could because they realized how hard you were working. But thank you from me. I know for many of us, we're still trying to deal with the immediate impacts of the storm in our community, and we're also looking very much forward to the analysis, because that's the next step. There's first the fear, and the sadness, and then comes the anger. Let's be honest. People are looking for why this happened. They're looking around their neighborhood. They're looking at the infrastructure and water services, and they want to know, why did this happen? We need recommendations for going forward. And I want to thank my colleagues in the most impacted areas, Councillor Devine, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Curry, and we've been working together. There is a strength in working together, and I just want to say thank you to all of them. I'm pleased that we brought some motions forward, and I'm pleased with the motions from my colleagues. And I want to thank the people in the community, especially the hardest hit areas such as Crystal Beach, Lakeview, Wood Park, Belltown, Queensway Tourist North, and McKellar Park. So in bringing these motions forward, we're asking to look forward, and we're looking at what's the next steps and what can we do better. I know we're still in the midst of it, and it's going to take a little time, but I think that we could all benefit from looking at a post-event analysis and highlighting what did go well and what didn't. because this is something that could be experienced again. And I want to thank everybody. Thank you. Oh, I had a couple of questions. Shoot, did I have time?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Forgot. One is very specific, and it's to do with the Disaster Recovery for Ontarians program. One of the concerns I had is looking at it is that certain damages such as sewer backups are generally not eligible. It strikes me that this is going to be a huge problem for residents, and how is that being dealt with? Is there any possibility of that being made an exception, because that is a grand majority of what's gone on?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. Yes, Councillor, we're having that conversation right now with the province of Ontario. There are, as you mentioned, it says generally sewer backups are not covered. However, there are eligibility requirements for low-income residents, and we're pushing for that to be included as part of the activation.
Thank you. I have one more question, and that's related to the sanitary backwater valve, the backflow valve. There is a mention of a backflow valve, but it's not for the backflow valve for sewer lateral. That is a more extensive one, and it's not mentioned in the list. And my understanding is that it's more effective. I would like to know if this is going to be included and why it wasn't put on the list.
Mr. Mayor, that might have been an oversight, but in the residential protective plumbing program, those devices are included.
Okay, could I have more specifics on that? Because I'm getting a lot of people inquiring about that, and they didn't see it, and also just the explanation of the differences would be very helpful.
Mr. Mayor, we can take that back.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm now done.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Thank you for sharing your own experience as well. Appreciate that. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a direction that I wanted to read in, but before I say that, I just wanted to say, I think all of our hearts, my heart in particular, goes out to all the residents who are dealing with this traumatic experience. And I just wanted to say, in follow-up to hearing from Councillor Kavanagh, you know, I think all of us want to applaud our colleagues and the mayor and city staff who are on the front lines for their leadership in addressing this. You can hear the exhaustion in your voices, and you've been such phenomenal, leaders for your community while you're dealing with traumatic situations of your own. You must be exhausted, and we're all here to help you. So I just wanted to say that. Severe weather events are becoming more frequent and can generate significant demand on 311 services within a short period of time. During major storms, many resident reports involve important but non-life-threatening issues that require timely logging, assessment, and response by the city. Recent events, such as the July 1st, 2026 storm, demonstrated that high call volumes limit residents' ability to report both urgent concerns, such as severe flooding, and other less urgent, although still important issues, such as fallen trees blocking sidewalks, pathways, or park spaces. Providing residents with effective online reporting options for storm-related service requests would help improve access to city services while reducing pressure on 311 operations during emergency events. That staff be directed to review opportunities to enhance the city's use of online service requests and digital communications during emergency events in order to support emergency response efforts, improve the client experience, and reduce pressure on 311 operations, including the feasibility of rapidly deploying emergency-specific online reporting tools while operationally appropriate, opportunities to improve online reporting of non-life-threatening resident communications, and self-service options during emergency events, measures to optimize 311 capacity while ensuring timely attention to both emergency-related and routine service requests. As part of this review, staff report on existing and planned initiatives that are improving the customer experience and reducing demand on 311 services, including the use of confirmation pages, emails, and other digital communications to provide residents with clear information on next steps, service expectations, and emergency-related updates. Thank you.
Our staff okay with that direction? Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I do want to extend a very heartfelt thanks to the many frontline staff across all of the city departments who responded to this emergency, and to thank residents, as Elaine did, for their patience. This will go down as another trauma in this city's recent history, and I think we owe residents all of our attention on this issue moving forward. I was fortunate. I did the quick math. Kitchissippi Ward was, I think, 0.1% of all the various different reports that came in. But when 311 was so massively overwhelmed at the beginning of this crisis, people were writing to my office trying to get the city's attention. I can only imagine what those councillors in the hardest hit areas were going through at that time. And for days, it did feel like the only source of trusted information that was out there was the councillors, who were doing so much work to communicate with residents, and they were communicating information that acknowledged uncertainty. They were applying precision to language that was often unclear that was coming from the city. As far as I could see, they were the only ones who were acknowledging what residents' fears were. They were the ones who were helping residents understand that the city was working on it. I just didn't see the empathy coming from the city that would have reassured residents that we were on the case. And I found it heartbreaking as the days went on that those councillors continued to be the face of the city response to this, and they became more and more exhausted and overwhelmed. The first email that I got that indicated there was a councillor liaison function at the city was July 7th. I've been through the Westboro Beach floodings. I've been through multiple storms, ice storms, multi-day power outages, and the establishment of that councillor liaison to help councillors who are in that position has always been so much quicker. I really am extremely interested, and I would urge you to answer Councillor Johnson's inquiry at your earliest possible convenience, because the answers to that inquiry are, I hope, going to reassure me that we are not going to put councillors like Councillors Devine and Kavanaugh and Curry and Johnson in this boat again. I really felt they were hung out to dry, and by proxy, we left residents of Ottawa without the support that they needed for days in this storm. The coordination and communications, from my perspective, were far too slow, and we owe residents much better. So I have one question regarding whether or not the city is insured for the facilities losses that Dan was describing earlier. But really, I just wanted to say today, we have to do much better. And I think Councillor Johnson has put her finger exactly on the pulse of some of the early work that needs to become much, much better in these future situations. Dan, I'll ask you, is there insurance against some of those losses that the city can take advantage of, or?
Mr. Mayor, the city does have insurance coverage. I can advise council that staff are my office and my insurance officer is working with, for example, GM Chenier on those issues, and it will be a process, and we'll be updating council accordingly.
Okay, so residents obviously are facing significant uncertainty with respect to insurance, and I assume we are too. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm encouraged by all the motions in front of us today. I'll be supporting all of them. I know from experience that adversity has a remarkable way of revealing the true character of a community in its darkest moments. We see its greatest strengths, and we have all been thinking about the impacted communities and the staff working around the clock to respond. I do want to acknowledge, like many others, my colleagues whose communities have been so deeply affected when you're a councillor and you're selected by your neighbors to represent the community, you feel personally responsible for its well-being. So when your residents are hurting, that's not something that stays at work. You carry it home with you and lie awake thinking about what more you could be doing. It feels very deeply personal. I've been there, so I have a great deal of empathy for what my colleagues have been carrying over the past several weeks. And as chair of Ottawa Public Health, I feel I should take the opportunity to remind everyone to take care of your well-being and your mental health, because these events take a toll on those that are responding to them as well. And looking ahead, I do think we need to take an honest look at our emergency response and whether the scale of our response is keeping pace with the increasing severity and frequency of these events. I agree with the comments made by Councillor Brockington about how we need to look at weak spots across the city, including where gaps and unique differences may exist between an urban and a rural response. And I think we really need to advocate to the province for clearer and more consistent criteria around when the disaster recovery assistance for Ontarians program is made available, because I am very grateful that the province has come through for these residents. They deserve that support. But if I'm being honest, I'm also sitting here with a bit of a broken heart for my own residents who had to navigate the devastation of the 2022 derecho on their own without the provincial assistance. And I think, we had a different mayor in 2022. I do think the strong relationship that Mayor Sutcliffe has built with the province has likely been a significant factor here. I think we should all recognize that. But when it comes to helping residents recover after a disaster, support cannot be political. Whether it's the city's response or the province's response, support for residents should be guided by clear principles, be proportionate to the severity of the event, and be available consistently. This was not our first major disaster, and unfortunately, it almost certainly won't be our last. So we owe it to our residents to learn from every one of these experiences and make sure that we are better prepared for the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I hope that my colleagues who have been most affected by this don't mind me putting my hand up and getting on the board. Having been the councillor for just under 4 years in Ward 5, I've been involved in 3 different flood responses. And I don't think I've dealt with anything quite as large scale as what you guys have just dealt with, but I certainly understand what it's like to visit someone in their home who has just had a devastating flood, who is upset and tired. You are upset and tired. You want to be able to provide clear answers to your residents and support them the best you can, and that isn't always possible. And so I know what that feels like, and I can see that this has been an emotional, difficult time for the councillors who have been most involved, and I just want to congratulate you on your clear dedication to your residents. So keep up the great work. Don't hesitate to reach out to me if you want some help. I do have some questions about the response and the flow. I think I'll start with Mr. Perot. Your presentation mentioned, I apologize if this was raised by Councillor Leeper, because I was out of the room when he was speaking, but July 2nd, it was determined that this was a major event based on 311 calls. And I certainly understand a $7 billion a year organization needing data to back up their decisions, and that responses are tiered. But I would fathom to guess that most, if not all, members of council sitting around this table, particularly the ones who were impacted the most, would have known that this was a major event in the afternoon on July 1st. We didn't need to know how many 311 calls were logged to know that this was a major event. So I guess my first question is, how is it that, is that the only metric that's used when we all go on Facebook or turn on the TV and see people standing in 3 feet of water in their basement, and that we know this is citywide, why did it take till July 2nd to understand that this was a major event?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. Just to set some context in terms of our emergency response, so we were dealing with a number of different incidents. We were dealing with a heat event that our emergency posture, we were monitoring a heat event. We were enhanced for Canada Day, and we also went enhanced for our emergency response with respect to the extreme weather event that occurred on July 1st. And just to clarify, we were already enhanced on June 30th as we prepared to go into Canada Day. So when the storms hit on July 1st, we quickly pivoted from the National Capital Regional Command Center, which was stood up for Canada Day and mobilized for Canada Day. We pivoted that afternoon on July 1st to our emergency coordinated center. So we were in enhanced operations on Canada Day on July 1st. Our immediate focus was life safety. So our firefighters were out there and they responded to 700 calls, focused really on those 911 calls coming in, what we were seeing out on the roads, those big public safety issues that we had to zone in first on. That's what our focus was then. So on July 2nd, we were getting more intel and more data from our 311 calls on top of the 911 calls we received, and we just remained in enhanced operations. So we continued that throughout the response.
Thank you. So July 2nd, I mean, I'm hearing that you were mobilized on the 1st, but on the 2nd, it was determined that this was a major event, but info sessions didn't start till the 12th. What's with the 10-day delay in that?
Mr. Mayor, I believe in the councillors in inquiry and motion, we've committed to conducting a full after action review. That's a standard practice with all incidents in our city, of major incidents in our city. So we'll be conducting a comprehensive review to look at those timelines and see if things could have been stood up sooner. That said, the focus was on out the gate, life safety response, and then transitioning to recovery. And part of recovery was really looking at what were those supports that our residents needed, and looking at different ways to provide those supports to our residents.
You had also mentioned, and I forget the full sentence you used, but you had mentioned the idea of a state of emergency. You mentioned that it was not called. Who makes that call, and what would it have done on July 1st or 2nd or 3rd or 4th or 5th or however many till the 15th? How would that have changed the response? Would it have provided more tools for the city to use? Would it have changed or enhanced operations? What would a state of emergency have done to the response, and who makes that decision?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. So our control group, which is the executive team here at the city, we would make that recommendation to the mayor. The mayor has the authority to declare a state of emergency. That said, we did not make that recommendation to the mayor because we were operating within our emergency management processes. We had the structure established. We had our emergency operations center in place, and we were, as I mentioned in my presentation earlier, we were using our incident command system. So we had all those processes in place to be able to respond to the emergency. Going into a state of emergency would mean that we'd be looking for extraordinary powers beyond the authorities that we currently had, and we had those authorities that were necessary to be able to deploy our resources and stand up our ECC. I'll just look over to Stuart to see if there's anything that he might want to add.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's generally a legislative and operational tool, and the Emergency Control Group assesses that status throughout, and to date has not made that recommendation to the mayor.
Thank you. I guess not my last question, I'm running out of time. Engagement with outside agencies, charities, not-for-profits. and when they get mobilized is a topic of interest to me. And Ryan, we've had this conversation before just this spring in Constance Bay around MOUs and who gets mobilized and when and why. And I think the city seems to move much slower than the community wants and slower than the agencies looking to help want. And I understand there's a tiered response and there's things that need to be met and detailed arrangements that you have between the city and these agencies. But I've heard Samaritan's Purse mentioned by you today. Were they mobilized by the City of Ottawa officially?
Thank you for the question. We have a number of volunteer and community groups that we look to in terms of responses of this nature. I could tell you that on July 2nd, as part of our response to 30 McEwen, Ottawa Fire Services was working with Red Cross, so we put that call out to Red Cross. But there's many other partners that we work with across the board to see what supports they might be able to provide. They vary to a degree in terms of what they're able to provide. So it really depends on what residents are looking for and what that need is, so that we could point them in the right direction and be able to line up what those services look like. With respect to Samaritan's Purse, that was one of the groups that we called upon to see if they had any capacity and see if they wanted to come to Ottawa to provide supports to our residents. And we also have been working very closely with the province of Ontario that also has a list of NGOs and different volunteers that they've sent to us that we've put out call outs to. They've also been focused at looking at, what's their capacity and what is the specific need here in the city to see if they can deploy in Ottawa. And I have to say some of these groups too have been deployed out to Manitoba, where they're also dealing with a significant emergency there. So we put all the lines in the water and just looking to see who's available and make sure that our residents are aware of what's available to them and make those connections with them. Part of that was also inside of those information sessions that we provided. So it wasn't just city staff within those sessions. We also had a number of those volunteer groups there as well.
So how many of those lines in the water have got a bite and landed?
I'll have to take that away to count the number. I'm just thinking we've been working with St. John's, we've been working with Red Cross, we have Samaritan's Purse here. I'm probably missing a few, but yeah, there's a number that we've been working with. We've chatted with other organizations too.
But the number that you've been working with, have they been officially mobilized?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. A couple, and this is language that gets used during overland flooding during spring freshet as well. I've heard descriptions of this particular event being considered a 1 in 100. I think I heard someone say 1 in 200. I can't remember what the actual number was. What was this considered?
Mr. Mayor, our early analysis will put this extreme weather event greater than a 1 in 200 year.
So, in 2024, CARP received 144 milliliters of water in 4 hours or something. Obviously, we all watch the news and we see that these events are happening all over the place. So at what point as a municipality do we change how we evaluate these in terms of, is this a 1 in 100 year? Like, if this is going to happen every 2 years, when do we change the language we use, and at what point do we update our infrastructure to handle what used to be a 1 in 200 year event that is now happening once every 2 years?
Mr. Mayor, the technicalities of that term is it can lead to confusion, right? So when you say a 1 in 100, you think that it's the next time is going to be in 100 years. And I feel like this community, every other year, we keep talking about some sort of severe event that is greater than 1 in 100. What it really means is that it's a 1% chance it might happen any year. And so, but it just seems that we've been getting that 1% more often. Well, I don't know if we're more often, but it feels like it for us for sure. So one of the things that we do as well well as we have technical intensification duration and frequency charts that we use to help design stormwater infrastructure. And so those curves, we're working on changing those and adapting that to exactly what the councillor is mentioning, right? So what is the new regular storm and how do we make that calculation? So it will be based on the last 10 to 20 years as opposed to the last, previous 20 years where the old curves were based on. So definitely those will be updated. In spite of that information not being completed, we continue to add that resiliency to our stormwater infrastructure. And we pulled the numbers this morning, and between the tax rate LRFP for stormwater, we're investing about $1 billion in the next 10 years. So I feel like staff are putting an enormous amount of effort, and council has been very supportive financially.
Thank you very much. That's great to hear. And I have 5 seconds left to get this last question out. Do we have a ballpark estimate on what the impact on regularly scheduled works would be? The example I would go back to is the derecho. I think that put forestry behind like multiple years in their work plan. Are we dealing with a similar situation here?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest no. The derecho, the significance about the cleanup there was the trees, which was a massive operation. This one, fewer properties compared to derecho, but it's also something that we're able to put all resources that were available, because we appreciate that basically having soiled waste in basically people's front yards is not something that's safe, and we wanted to get that off people's property as quickly as we could.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll ask a couple questions. I'll speak to the Red Cross motion, and then I'll wrap on my own motion after the rest of the list is gone, just to organize myself here. So certainly, I get emotional when I'm seeing kindness at this point. So this has been a very kind table today. So just thanks a lot. Many council colleagues have reached out to me and the affected councillors directly asking for help or how to help. Directing that help has not been something I could bandwidth at the time, but the comments and the notes were really, really appreciated that you were thinking about us. And I'm thinking about you because we're all included here. So some questions regarding moving forward, because I'm conscious of the fact that the communications around some of the sessions are ending today, or the sessions are ending today. I just want to know, stretch forward a couple weeks as an expectation. So you've highlighted 340 persons who you have found to be most vulnerable through these 3,300 wellness checks. Deep gratitude to fire services and St. John's Ambulance and my own community associations for doing those wellness checks. How would you advise residents on this process moving forward? Because obviously what we're seeing in the neighborhoods is I expect a second wave of activity, right? Because there are folks who have still not reached their adjusters or their remediation. There are folks who are traveling. There are folks who are, only learning now that their home isn't safe enough to stay in, and they're going to be looking for housing now. So we're still in the middle of the emergency response. So I want to know how residents should continue checking on their neighbors. They should still be reporting folks that they think require wellness checks. Those are not stopping.
That's correct, Councillor. Those are not stopping.
Very good. And similarly, the household hazardous waste and e-waste pickups that have been added are, I think, scheduled till today. But certainly, I could see a different sort of wave of scheduling, maybe as folks continue to clean up. Will we see another wave of those be scheduled moving forward?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we've kind of been adjusting based on what the community needs have been. I think when it comes to e-waste, the trail road is always open and it's free for disposal. We also have another hazardous waste depot that's going to be taking place in Canada on the 25th. So that's an option. But if we see that the need is still there, we will make those adjustments accordingly.
Okay, very good. The central locations at Mary Pitt have been wonderful, and I'll continue talking to you about that. Similarly, the emergency housing capacity that was mentioned, so those residents that have been rehoused in motels and hotels across the city, what is the capacity for additional residents, or are you seeing people be able to return to their homes?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the capacity, we still have capacity through existing relationships with hotels, motels, as well as post-secondary institutions to support residents who need housing.
Okay, very good. We're going to see residents continue to be concerned about mold in their homes, and now we're hearing asbestos concerns in their homes as these remediation efforts continue. What is Ottawa Public Health doing to continue supporting them so that they have the best information available?
Yeah, thanks for the question through Mr. Mayor. The Ottawa Public Health is, we're still in an enhanced response in terms of fielding specific questions. We appreciate the questions that have been directed to us. We have our own Councillor Liaison for Public Health that is, as mentioned, available 24/7 for these specific questions, because some of the nature of the questions is very specific, so we're going to continue to respond to those. We're looking, we have resources on many of these topics already, and it's just the nature of what people are finding through remediation of their home and the hazards that are involved. So we're providing that information individually based on the questions and through the councillor offices and inquiries.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to understand, why did the city not initiate a dumpster service in highly affected areas and just move to the special collections?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, our experience with the dumpsters in the past have not been successful, to be very blunt, because what happens is once we provide the dumpsters, basically they become essentially a community dumping ground, and often for needs other than those that really need it. So, i.e., a lot of the contractors use them as disposal areas. So our focus for this one was, how do we maximize the resources that we're able to put on the street so that we're able to collect the waste as quickly as we can. So at some point we needed to make a trade-off in terms of where are we focusing our attention and what's going to provide the most value to the community. And that's why we mobilized basically quickly the special collections, which remains to this day.
And what engagement did private waste companies have with the City of Ottawa, or did you reach out to them for support?
Yes, as of July 2nd in the morning, basically we were reaching out to any waste companies that basically had equipment that is available. And I have to say that our partner Miller Waste really stepped up and really has helped us through this process. If we look at basically additional capacity, I look at last weekend where on Saturday we had 35 additional vehicles on the road. On Sunday we had about 25 or 28 on the road. So these are really off shifts that we were providing. So they've stepped up for us.
A deep thank you to those that are, performing in this heat, those that are coordinating behind the scenes. I've been able to get in touch with your staff and yourself from, 6 in the morning till 10 at night. Those are, and then I try and respect their boundaries. But from there, I've just been so grateful to that team and to your team for that. So with respect to the Red Cross motion, I just really want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for visiting residents in College Ward with me over the last week to see how devastating the impacts of the floods have been. And thank you for really this essential next piece of the puzzle in supporting residents over what is going to be a very long road ahead. It acknowledges with that 6-month window and manages expectations, I think, for residents about what this is going to feel like and how they're going to have to work through it. On July 1st, I was waiting out the storm, as many were, before hoping to resume Canada Day with my family. And of course, that didn't happen. My staff had already started responding to urgent messages on social media and let me know. I had residents on my own street, show me pictures of cars that were submerged up to the top of their windows. And so immediately our office put into action an emergency communications plan, and we have worked late every day and started every morning as early as we can throughout the weekends and continuing even now. I wish I could say that the city administration was as agile as my team, but they were not. And continuing to even last night, pieces of what I was hoping to be communicated by the city continue to require reminders and follow-ups by councillors to a degree that is seriously alarming. However, the Canadian Red Cross is a trusted organization with a long track record of supporting residents on the ground with multiple inquiries, diverse backgrounds before, on the ground, but also in the aftermath of a serious disaster. I'm at the point in my support of residents where we are fielding questions about insurance, about contractor availability, about funding programs, furniture replacements, and facing people who are in very deep despair. And my staff, my College Ward angels, David, Sammy, Ash, and Heather, have been fantastic in showing up on weekends for blowing off your vacation and sitting with people in deep pain. The residents of College Ward recognize you, and I recognize you, your selflessness and your service over the last 2 weeks and always. And so this Red Cross support cannot come at a better time. For all of those that have been burning it at both ends, doing the best they can. There's an expression in French called débrouillard, débrouillard. You just do whatever you can and cobble together whatever you can. And we have been doing that. But the Red Cross has better, better coordination than that. And this independent, individually offered case management to every single person experiencing flooding, offering that longer term care that meets the moment of personal catastrophe so many are facing in a sustained way that our offices are not equipped to do despite Herculean efforts. So this has come too late. The city started too late, but I know that this action by the mayor serves to accelerate and is part of his ongoing commitment to stand up more and more services so that we leave this better than we found it. This partnership will be a series of improvements to the city's emergency management response that makes it so that we can act more quickly and nimbly, because this will undoubtedly happen again, but it can't ever happen again like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions because all of the questions I'd like to ask have been asked, and I certainly look forward to hearing them. But rather, I'd prefer to paint a couple of pictures and relay to you what I'm hearing. So over the past 2 weeks, I have spent a lot of time in strangers' basements. I've watched video after video of water pouring into residents' homes, and in one sense, the videos, they all do start to look the same, but then you turn the sound up, and you hear anguish, you hear panic, you hear people realizing in real time that everything that they have spent years building is destroyed in a matter of minutes. The morning after Canada Day, I was standing at the edge of what had become a completely different landscape in my community of Trent-Darlington. So there, normally, Graham Creek, you may have heard that term, normally it passes quietly beneath the road that I was standing on. But on that morning, there was a river where there is not supposed to be a river. The water of Graham Creek rose approximately 25 feet above its normal level. A creek that is normally 10 feet wide now spanned 70. That river ran over the road and right through two homes that quite possibly should never have been built there in the first place. I had to have one elderly couple evacuated from their home because it is no longer safe to be in. Their insurer has now told them that they will not be receiving coverage. Yesterday, I went back into that family's home to retrieve one specific family photo before mold obscured the faces on that photo. And it was me who went in to do that, because when the insurance company doesn't answer the phone, and when it takes almost 2 weeks to organize any kind of effective volunteer response, this couple had no one else to call, and that is the state that we are dealing with right now. There's other sections of my ward, communities like Carlton Heights, General Burns, where residents have lived through this multiple times. Those residents understand something that I think all of us need to reconcile. Yes, A lot of what happened here is the result of something beyond our control, climate change happening too quickly. But these residents also believe that while climate change is moving quickly, we are not. As a council, as a corporation, as a city, this moment requires us to do and think and act differently. Not just in terms of the climate response now, but in what comes next. In the studies and recommendations, policy changes, the required investments, the need to have new and different priorities. For a large and densely populated portion of our city, people's eyes are wide open. Residents are paying attention to infrastructure in ways they previously have not. Before Canada Day, for most people, stormwater and sewer infrastructure wasn't exciting. It wasn't sexy. New roads were sexy. Cutting ribbons at new facilities was sexy. Let me tell you, there is nothing sexier in my ward right now than a dry basement. And so now, when it comes to conversations about infrastructure maintenance, about infrastructure renewal, about putting off to tomorrow what we could have done yesterday or today, if only we could have reconsidered our priorities. The two motions that I'm bringing forward today are not only intended to help us understand what happened, they're intended to help us build resilience. They're intended to help us ensure that when the next major storm arrives, we are better prepared, because the future that once felt unpredictable is beginning to feel a lot less unpredictable. The responsibility to accept that and act on that falls on us. And I want to just make a comment on the note of responsibility. While I appreciate the sympathy and the kindness and the recognition of efforts that some of my colleagues and I have been engaged in, I have no doubt that improvements can be made. I have no doubt that mistakes were made, better decisions can be made. I just want to push back a little on what feels like an assumption that we need to hold staff accountable for the fact that we may be exhausted or that we may be over-relied on by our residents. To each their own opinion. But in mind, when we are elected to represent our wards, we are thereafter charged to be leaders of our wards. And that leadership, it happens here at the council table, it happens behind our keyboards, and it happens on our flooded streets. So while I appreciate all of those comments, I don't want us to envision that as councillors, as leaders of our community, that we should be doing anything than what I expect that all of us would ever do in this situation again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks very much. I've just got a small question, really. Difficult to follow the last two speakers, obviously, as my community did not have the impacts, but I certainly see you, spoke to most of you, and appreciate all the work that has been done. This has been a terrible crisis for the city, and I think back to August 2023, when at that time, I think it was myself, followed by Councillor Brockington, had the 1 in a 100-year flood that happened again, and I had no idea what I was doing, and I only had hundreds of floods, and at that time, I was a little bit frustrated with the city. We didn't know where 311 requests were going. I had an information session that did not go well because I certainly wasn't prepared for the level of questions, and put forward that motion at the time. And we see improvements now in terms of 311 reporting, in terms of that flood mapping that didn't exist back then. But it's really hard to test the adequacy of that response when it wasn't sufficient enough for this 1 in a 200-year flood. And so, I certainly this wasn't anticipated, and just a terrible situation for everyone. I just wanted to comment that one of the biggest challenges that I felt at that time, and which I hear in my colleagues, is residents have no idea about certain things. And one thing I learned is that when you buy a house, they're under no obligation to tell you that this house has flooded a number of times before, and that was shocking to me. Is that a municipal councillor's responsibility to inform on that? Not really, but everybody knows that people come to councillors for anything that's direct in the community. Other things that I learned that people didn't know, that many times on their insurance they had to actually check a box for overland flooding, and they weren't going to be covered for it. I guess I'm saying this, and I will say that I once had a sewer back up in my in my house, and it was devastating because we had finished the basement a couple of years earlier, but we didn't know that you needed a subfloor, a different kind of subfloor, and I had black mold, not a lot, but my insurance, which was going to cover everything, then didn't cover a whole other restoration that I had to do. And, you know, it was, I wouldn't say financially devastating, but certainly unanticipated. And so you see these people and not knowing that all of this, and I guess my question is, you know, what, and it's not really a question that can be answered today, but I think we need to think about what role we have in terms of how we communicate when we know we're facing these climate disasters, and there's going to be more, and we saw it in the derecho, we've seen it in the tornadoes. How do we play that role of getting the information out so people know if this does happen, what to do and all the things to think about? And I know that's kind of, I don't know if anyone has any response to that right now, but I think that that's what we feel as councillors when all of a sudden you're expected to understand insurance and all of these different things, that there's not really a consolidated pack of information out. It is overwhelming, and anyhow, I just something we can think about. The one question I just had, and I don't know if it's for the city manager or the mayor, but the one thing I didn't hear, we heard about provincial assistance. Are we hearing anything or having any discussions at the federal level at all? I know they've helped out in Manitoba. I know that's a different kind of flooding, but has there been any discussions with the federal level or any anticipation of getting support there?
We've had some I would say, I guess the first line of support is from the provincial government in terms of disaster relief. We've had some preliminary conversations with the federal government, and we're looking at different ways that they can be helpful to us now and in the future. But it's early days. I hope to have more to say about that in the days ahead.
Okay, thanks. I do think one thing that this current council is fortunate to have recently is the president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which has in the past, FCM has done a lot of advocacy towards the federal government, and we now have the president of AMO. And I think that's, this is a topic that I'm hoping that we will continue to hear the results of their advocacy and what's being done. Because this is something we're going to face in the future. So I don't have much else to add. I had a few low-level questions, but I'll ask those to staff outside of the meeting. But just huge thanks to my colleagues, and I think we all hear you and are with you across this table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. My questions are quick. I'm not gonna heap on to the comments that have been made. I think other councillors have covered that very well. The big motion from Councillor Devine about looking at Graham Creek. There's a lot of language in there. Well, I don't minimize the need for all of the work that's highlighted in the motion there, but I'm curious if there's a lot of language in there that talks about watershed and rivers and streams and stuff. I wonder if part of me wonders if that is more an RVCA thing.
Thank you for the question. I believe in the resolutions to that motion where it talks about, I'm pretty sure, where it talks about exploring these, any of the measures contained within the motion through interagency processes and discussions. I believe that opens up to looking at how, whether it's the RVCA or the feds further upstream, that it could involve that. But just so you know, on the whole issue of what to do about creeks like Graham Creek, it is a great mystery about where the city's jurisdiction ends, where private property jurisdiction ends, where the RVCA ends. They certainly will have to be at the table.
Yeah, and it certainly doesn't help that it goes under some houses or private property too. Okay, thank you. Fair enough.
Thank you.
The second question, I believe this will be for Ryan. The provincial, the DRAO, I know this is very much a provincial program, and they're going to be the ones who determine what the parameters are. I'm partly worried about areas that may be just on the periphery of the most affected areas, where, for example, I'm obviously thinking about my ward, where the impacts and the stresses of disaster recovery are no different from a household in my ward versus a household north of the Greenbelt. So I'm wondering if if there's any conversations with the province there on what that eligible area should look like. if we even have any input, and then if it gets activated and excludes certain areas where there was maybe just a cluster of houses, what do we do? What options do we have?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are having those discussions with the province. There is a there's specific requirements for the DREO program that need to be met, and the province is assessing where they're going to activate the program in the city. So there's been some discussions with them, and they've asked us for some very specific information in terms of providing maps and information for them to be able to assess specifically where that's going to go. But we have been asking the province to really consider the broader impacts in terms of how they're doing that work.
Okay, thanks very much. Third and last question. I was very grateful for the changes in the waste collection that was afforded to residents who had flood damaged items in their basements. Minor, I think this is a minor concern at this point, but the way that the information was communicated incrementally, sorry, the changes were made incrementally, and then therefore it was communicated incrementally. It became challenging to make sure residents had the right and most current information. For example, at one point, it was just, we'll do it through 311 requests, and they'll be exempt from the 3-item limit. However, no construction waste, you can't bring it to the landfill, there's no fee waiver. And then both of those factors changed afterwards. Is there like do you believe maybe perhaps it's time to create like a, I don't know, a standard type of response to flooding in general, where A, B, C, and D are done all at the same time rather than A followed by B and then C and maybe D?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I want to pick up on the point that our city manager made, that every extreme event that we're dealing with, the response is always a little different. I think the challenge that we were dealing with this one was both getting us an idea of basically the size of the event, but also how every area was impacted differently. And it wasn't about coming up with a one-size-fits-all solution. It was trying to understand, okay, what do we need to tailor for the different areas? Some of the wards had more impacts from the power failures, and it was spoiled food waste. So that was a different response than people that had flooded basements. But even the flooded basements, we were trying to get a sense in terms of, okay, who's impacted and how do we deploy the resources as best as we can. And as we were getting more information, that's where we were adjusting our posture around, okay, what can we do to help the residents? Are there lessons learned? Absolutely. I think every event has lessons learned, and we will take that away and see, okay, how does this help us for the future? But I can assure you that what we were trying to do was basically trying to communicate as much information as we could, almost in real time, and that's why we were trying to direct people to ottawa.ca, because the storm page was really the page that we were trying to keep as current as we can. So I appreciate that basically within those first couple of days, things were evolving until we really got into a cadence. And that always makes it challenging in terms of communicating out. But I think by the Monday morning, we got to a place where we had clear communication and we had boots on the ground basically through all areas of the city.
Thank you. And yes, you did. By the time it was Monday, I think maybe like late Monday, early Tuesday, it was stabilized, right? It was a bit dynamic, and I do understand, but I do believe that there's still like a baseline where like a flooded basement is a flooded basement, and it's going to involve certain things regardless. And so I think I think one of the inquiries will cover that anyway. So I'll look forward to that response, and I'll very quickly say thanks to staff as well, thanks to Jason, especially Jason Staniforth at the landfill for his really good communication at weird hours of day, and helping out residents every way that you can. I was my ward was relatively not as impacted, but we still had impacts. And so I got to see, probably just a glimpse of what my colleagues north of the Greenbelt got to see. So thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My line of questioning is based a little bit on what my council colleague, Councillor Clark, was mentioning with regards to our partnership with local community grassroots organizations, specifically talking about Samaritan's Purse and Respond Ottawa. I'm curious because I do recognize that there has been in the past direct opposition to crisis response operations with Samaritan's Purse and Respond Ottawa based on the fact that they have a faith-based organizational structure and mandate. Is there any reason why city staff precluded or did not initially engage with either Samaritan's Purse or Respond Ottawa based on the nature of their faith-based grassroots organizations?
Mr. Mayor, no, our focus was on identifying as many volunteer groups as possible. I left a few off the list when I was chatting about them earlier. You know, we reached out to the Insurance Bureau of Canada that was at our information sessions. SBO VSAR has been activated and they've been supporting our wellness checks. St. John's has been supporting our wellness checks. Red Cross supported our operations at 30 McEwen along with the Salvation Army. We reached out to many others like Team Rubicon, who are fully activated in Manitoba right now, and as you mentioned, Samaritan's Purse. So for us, it's about getting as many volunteers as possible to support our residents, and then providing that back to our residents to identify what their needs are, and they can make the decision if they would like the support that we're facilitating.
I appreciate that. And in the pre-crisis phase, do we have the adequate standing documentation in order to activate these entities? For example, standing agreements, memorandums of understanding, etc.?
Many of them we do, Mr. Mayor. We have MOUs. Other organizations operate differently too, where you have to submit I'm trying to remember which organization it was. They have a JIT, what's called a JIT, where you do this application process to them as opposed to going the MOU route. And other ones we could activate through a cost recovery agreement as well. But that's something that I'm going to take away to the emergency management team just to see if we could get as many MOUs as possible and continue to build off that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor David. So I believe we're going to go now to, I know some people spoke to both the staff presentation and the motions in their comments, but if anybody wants another opportunity to speak just to the motions, we can do that now. And I believe Councillor Brockington, you're in that category, but Councillor Johnson, I'm going to save Councillor Johnson to wrap up on her motion. So you go ahead, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. To the motions before us, a few questions. So, Mayor, to your motion with respect to the Canadian Red Cross, I'm not sure if this is best answered by you or staff, but I'm trying to wrap my head around an organization that specializes in disaster relief is now being procured to provide, I guess, enhanced services or additional services, and I'm trying to wrap my head around what that would look like. Obviously, the motion provides some information, but what are we looking the Red Cross to do that our own staff does not have the capacity to do?
So first of all, my understanding is that from the meeting that I had with the CEO of the Canadian Red Cross and his team, that this is a service that they provide in these circumstances. So this is not an unusual offering on their part. And that basically they are providing individual case management for each of the families that are affected by the flooding. So all, whatever number it is now, 5,900 or so families who are affected by the flooding, to the extent that they need support in navigating their insurance claims, in working with contractors, in dealing with the other effects and aftermaths of the trauma that they've been through. The Canadian Red Cross will work with each of those families and provide tools and solutions to help them over the course of the next 6 months. And certainly I think that is a level of service that is beyond the capacity of, or certainly supplemental to the capacity of the city to to manage 5,800 different files at the same time. And for us to be able to do that through an agency with extraordinary experience in that area and at a reasonable level of investment, I think is a wise move on our part.
Thank you very much for that. I think the number of households in River Ward who have been impacted is grossly underrepresented by the data that's been provided via 311. The door knocking I've done, people have not called in to report. One condo development known as the Carlton Square at Meadowlands and Fisher, we had 2 recorded impacts in our office, and yesterday we learned there are actually 67. So we think the numbers in my ward, probably across many other wards, are much higher. So I want to make sure there's capacity to provide that individual care and case management. So thank you for that information.
May I just speak to that for a moment, Councillor? Yeah, just on that, I think you're absolutely right. I think there are many people who haven't reported. I think it's also worth noting that, you know, I have spoken to some residents who have said, you know, my basement was flooded. We're dealing with it. The insurance company's on side. We've got a contractor. We don't need anything from the city. So there are some people in that category too that may not need a lot of support from the Canadian Red Cross. So I think we're going to see a spectrum of needs in the community, from I'm good to I need a lot of help, and there may be more people who sign up as a result of hearing about this being available, but not every one of the 5,800 or 5,900 who have been identified so far may need as much help as the most extreme cases.
Agreed. Thank you, Mayor. And I would just underscore the importance of calling 311 is to document the areas in the city where the flooding occurred. It may not necessarily require assistance from the city, but we need to know where these cases existed so that infrastructure can be assessed. So thank you. On the Divine Johnson motion, the building flood resilience, thank you for the changes in the motion to include other wards in addition to 7 and 8 and 9. I just want to raise on the public record, there's 3 areas in River Ward where we consistently see flooding that has been documented in the past. So Fisher, Meadowlands area, there's about a summit at that intersection which flows eastbound. Significant flooding again in that area happened this month, and we've seen that 3 times now this decade, that dozens of homes in that immediate community have been flooded. We have, and I'll address this in one of the other motions, but we have communities that abut school board properties where water travels across fields, does not get captured by sort of the boundary ditch and goes into other properties. So I'll address that in the other motion, but we have seen repeat issues in River Ward where flooding continues to happen. And again, that's part of my work with staff is some work has been done to mitigate flooding, which is very good to see. There's even work scheduled as part of this year's budget, those mitigation tools, but there are other areas where people continue to ask, why does this continue to happen? With respect to the Kavanaugh Devine motion, that's evaluating and improving the city's emergency response. The motion asks for staff to undertake a comprehensive review of the response. I guess my question is to the city manager, who would do that type of assessment? Like, you wouldn't ask the people in the same department to assess themselves. So what type of independent lens would be provided to this assessment?
And thanks very much for that question. I'll start the answer, and I'm sure Brian might have a little bit to add. So we typically do an after-action report with respect to every event or emergency that happens in the city, and we will engage with an outside consultant to conduct that review. Staff will input into it. They will be involved in that, so that's what you will see.
Great, thank you, City Manager. And finally, Mayor, motion moved by Councillor Johnson and Kavanaugh. This is regarding the detailed review of the storm impact. The first therefore clause, I don't want to start adding ward numbers. I don't think that's helpful, but if Councillor Johnson feels this is friendly, It reads, the third line there, extreme weather event on July 1st, namely, I'd like to add, comma, but not limited to, and then it says Ward 7, 8, and 9. So this, I just want to make sure staff are aware that it's not just those 3 words. So I wanted to add the words, but not limited to, if that would be deemed as friendly.
Thank you for making the motion better. It is friendly.
Thank you. And then part 5 of that motion talks about surrounding NCC lands. I just want to get staff's thought. Should we add something here about school board lands? There are hundreds of school sites in the city, large fields. They deal with stormwater differently. There may be impacts outside of River Ward about water infiltrating or penetrating abutting properties. What type of relationships do we have with the school board with respect to water issues? We've seen this in River Ward with respect to water running off the experimental farm, impacting abutting homes on Kingston Avenue. Should this motion have something that references school boards?
Mr. Mayor, the assessment would take a look at the sewer shed, the drainage area, regardless of property and property ownership. So it would be automatically included.
Okay, so we won't have to do anything there. Okay, I appreciate that additional information from staff. And I have no further questions. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. So I'll go to the councillors who have made motions now to wrap up. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So offering a wrap on my motion that was looking at city infrastructure specifically. College Ward has seen another 250 flooding service requests since the writing of that motion on Monday. We now sit at over 2,500 homes, which is about 41% of all flooding service requests at this time. This particular honor was not one that College Ward ever wanted. The concentration of need in my ward, notwithstanding widespread devastation in other 25 neighborhoods, has brought serious concerns about the supporting infrastructure and the specific context of mature neighborhood that may or may not have contributed to the depth of the impact. For my residents, and I'm glad to hear the conversation at the table, referring to this as a 1 in 200 storm, 1 in 100 storm, it doesn't mean anything. And, you know, I have visited homes who have flooded in 2017, 2019, 2023, now 2026. That's 4 times in 9 years. I've been in the basement of individuals, elderly individuals, who are considering downsizing from their homes in Crestview and are now faced with refinishing a basement twice in 3 years. The decision to downsize your home is profound enough. This is a major life transition, so to have this type of compounding effect of multiple floods, these folks are going, they were going to wash their hair by getting it done at a salon. We need to talk about these storms as just a new reality. And I was very reassured by your comments today that we are going to just talk about this moving forward as something that we can expect in the city of Ottawa on a rolling basis consistently, and what that new baseline will be. I think those kinds of comments will be very meaningful for residents who have not felt supported by some of these other statistics. So I appreciate that. And I just want to offer again, you know, publicly my appreciation to you, Tammy, for coming and sitting with me on the floor of my temporary office because I had no chairs, and giving me the assurances that I needed from my residents who have felt absolutely left behind. College Ward deserves meaningful representation every day, and they've not had it. When I came and when I was elected, that was the primary reason that I was elected, was to show up and fight. And I have never been more certain in my ability after these 2 weeks. But it is a lot to bear. And I want those residents to know that when they're making these major life decisions moving forward, that the city will do everything that they need to do so that they can have what predictable outcomes they need for these major life decisions. Only 6 weeks ago, this council approved the long-range financial plan for tax-supported services. We're talking about having a climate reserve fund for many of our assets. We're going to be talking about that in 2028. Although I appreciate that our stormwater and our water infrastructure was not included in that discussion, and it has its own programs, I assure you that I will fight like a tiger every chance I get to make sure these mature neighborhoods can respond in a modern way to climate change. Residents are fearful that they will not get the investments they need in the way that other neighborhoods do because of their lagging infrastructure and their slow density. Their modern standards are not being met, and I will continue to fight and show up and cry in public and be told 100 times how tired I look and how haggard I look in my videos, because that's what I was elected to do. I appreciate that there will be no system, even a modern one, that will be built for the amount of rain that we saw. And in Environment Canada's heat map, we can see in Bell's Corners a tiny little gray spot where accumulation looked like it was over 200 millimeters of rain. We can't verify that because we don't have a rain gauge nearby it, but you know my residents see it, and I see it, 200 millimeters of rain. And so this severity of the storm makes it even more crucial that we turn over every stone to make sure there are no additional pressures coming by way of factors within the city's control. So this motion lists many of those factors that I have heard and that we have heard in our travels with our residents, and it will be important in the general manager's neighborhood by neighborhood review that these factors are considered. And finally, this motion directs staff to release information in a phased rollout so that neighborhoods don't have to wait a minute longer than they have to make these important decisions on how they rebuild their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to speak again, but there's a couple of points I wanted to ask, and it's related to my motion and my inquiry. And that was and how we're doing the counting. We're talking about mostly homes, single-family homes, predominantly, and more. But we also had an entire building, and I refer to that 30 McEwen, where we had 224 units, 228, pardon me, and far more people than that. And we also had a Cora Village where there was at least 300 units flooded. And I want to make sure that that's captured, because if it's one call from the office of Cora Village and it's not representing the number of actual homes that people live in, that so I want to make sure that that gets caught in the statistics, and I just want to check on that, because I think that's really important. We shouldn't treat it that people who are renting are considered less because we go by the property owner, and that was my concern. And is there a way to do that?
Mr. Mayor, when we received those service requests and we've been deploying our wellness visits, we've been updating those numbers based on that. So we could, in fact, in some cases get one service request, and then the wellness visits identify that it's for multiple properties in that area or multiple households in that area.
Okay, but we're not capturing how many were flooded. Like in terms of, okay, I'll switch over to Cora Village because they're townhouses and also the bottom floors of apartment buildings, but are we capturing those as well?
We are through the wellness visits, but I will confirm with my team, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. It's already been raised about climate change, and when I go, to people's doors, they say it too, but it seems, frankly, such a big, vague term, and we have to look at the future. We have to look at what we're doing to make our infrastructure better. I think that people are realizing that in these older communities, and that's what is happening across the 3 wards that were mostly hit. These are communities that are roughly about 60 years old plus, and their infrastructure is that age too. So that's their first concern, and we need updates on that. We've already heard about Lakeview is supposed to get new ditch maintenance. That's been in the works. I've been working on that for 7 years, and we can't see it postponed anymore. This would be a factor. We need to have that focus on drainage. And I just want to know if that will still continue to be prioritized and we still have other communities in that shape.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So as part of our stormwater management plan, we also have studies to take a look at areas that are serviced by ditches and taking a look at doing studies and improvements for that as well.
Thank you. People have already alerted us years ago of the issues in those communities. I'll be honest, Crystal Beach was a huge surprise. Everybody thought Lakeview was the more vulnerable one with ditches because they could see the water, and they did have flooded basements earlier. But now we're seeing something even more critical. So lots of work to do, and I hope we take a strong focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really quick. On the insurance motion, I just want my colleagues to understand that, just remember that number I said where annual payouts for the industry had been around 700 million, and then in 2024 it went to 8.5 billion. I believe we have a sector, an industry that is motivated to get involved and to help this. I know we have very good reason to look at the insurance industry with anger, absolutely, but they are motivated to help this. They're going to look at their bottom line. They're going to be innovative. And so that motion, Ottawa can actually be in a leadership position. Ottawa can work with and perhaps set precedents of how we can leverage them to help us with more data, pilot projects, and the like. So I appreciate your support on that one. On my infrastructure motion, I'll just say, I think we're going to have a very sobering conversation over the next several months, certainly leading up to the election and over towards the next budget. Our angry residents, they do not have access to their insurance company. They do not have access to many people that they'd like to shake a fist at. They do have access to us. They will convey that anger to us. So if you would like to avoid that anger, I encourage all of us to get involved in the solutions. And to my fellow colleagues, as we speak about older wards, there is going to be questions about the fact that these wards were designed not to handle what is coming, and in our newer development, they are designed to handle what is coming. And you're going to hear a lot of conversations that it's fundamentally not fair. It is fundamentally not fair that because of where you live, you are therefore bound to have more flooding. And when they think about that fairness, they're going to look to government to address us, and we are that government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I won't say anything to wrap up on the motions that I introduced, but I just want to say thank you to colleagues for having a thoughtful discussion, and I think a discussion that was worthy of the situation that our residents are facing, and for asking a lot of important questions and setting a tone for what needs to be done going forward. So thank you all for this important discussion. So let's vote on the motions then. We already suspended rules to allow them. So on Councillor Devine's motion on building flood resilience, is that carried? Councillor Devine's motion on insurance, is that carried? Councillor Kavanaugh's motion on improving emergency response, is that carried? Councillor Johnson's motion on a detailed review of storm impact, is that carried? My motion on waiving city fees for flood-impacted residents, is that carried? My motion on the compassionate grant and RPPR programs, is that carried? My motion on insurance resources, is that carried? And finally, my motion on the Canadian Red Cross agreement, is that carried? Okay, again, thank you all, colleagues. We will move to item 13.1 on the agenda, which is the Development Charge Reduction Program. We do have a presentation on that, and I will turn it over to our city manager once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to say good afternoon, everyone. Just before I hand it over to Cyril and Isabel to run through the presentation on the DCRP reduction program, I just want to express my thanks to city staff for the tremendous work that they did putting the application together into the province and bringing this report forward today. When you look at the timelines associated with actually pulling together all of the information, the program and the council report, it was very short. And staff have done a tremendous job in terms of putting this report in front of you today. And this report really aligns to our council priorities in terms of increasing housing in the city of Ottawa, and it complements a lot of work that's been done under our housing action plan. So my sincere thanks to Cyril, to Isabel, to Courtney, to Marcia, and to Tammy for the work on this. And I'm going to hand it over to Cyril to kick off the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. So today, myself and Isabel, we're going to walk you through the presentation of the city's application under the province's Development Charge Reduction Program. This program is delivered through the Canadian-Ontario Partnership to Build. It provides an opportunity to unlock and deliver tens of thousands of new residential units in housing projects that are currently deemed non-financially viable by the development community. In turn, this will help the city deliver necessary housing units required to meet its population growth projections. This program offers municipalities the opportunity to secure senior government funding to support growth-related infrastructure while reducing the development charges for a 3-year period. For Ottawa, this presents a unique opportunity for 2 important council priorities simultaneously: increasing the housing supply and delivering infrastructure needed to support growth. As council is aware, development charges help fund the infrastructure required to accommodate new residents and businesses. However, development charges also form part of the overall cost of building new housing. Through this program, senior government funding would offset a significant portion of those costs, allowing the city to reduce residential development charges while continuing to invest in critical infrastructure. Today's presentation will focus on 5 areas: what council is being asked to approve, the projects submitted to the province as part of the application, how the proposed residential development charge reduction program will function and operate, the infrastructure investments support housing growth across the city, and the proposed financial strategy, key risks, and overall implications. At its core, the proposal supports housing affordability and housing supply while ensuring the city can continue to build the infrastructure needed to support complete communities. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, there you go. So this slide summarizes the 4 key approvals being requested as part of the city's DCRP application. First, council is being asked to approve the list of infrastructure projects that were submitted to the province as part of the Ottawa's application. These projects represent critical growth-related investments that support housing and community development across the city. It's also very important to know that these projects are part of the 2024 Development Charge Background Study. Part of the application requirement was that it had to be the most recent Development Charge Background Study. Again, that's 2024. Subsequently, in 2026, the roads and related projects were also refreshed to align with the TMP. So all the projects on the list are part of, the existing DC background approval, the refresh in the TMP, in which both extensive consultation occurred. Second, council is being asked to approve the associated budget authority for these projects, subject to successful negotiations with the province and the funding strategy outlined in this report. Third, council is being asked to delegate the authority to the city manager in consultation with the GM CFO and other relevant GMs to negotiate, execute, and implement the transfer payment agreement should the application be successful. Fourth, council is being asked to approve the creation of a residential development charge reduction grant program, which will serve as the mechanism to deliver the temporary reduction in residential development charges contemplated throughout this initiative. Importantly, council oversight remains a key safeguard. Any material deviation from the approved funding strategy or any change that would create a financial impact for taxpayers would be required to return to council for consideration and approval before final execution. So in summary, these approvals position the city to take advantage of this funding opportunity while maintaining council's oversight and protecting taxpayers' interests. Next slide. This program is part of the $8.8 billion Canada-Ontario Partnership to Build program, which is established to help increase housing supply by providing capital funding for growth-related infrastructure. A key requirement of the program is that participating municipalities commit to reducing residential development charges for a minimum of that 30 to 50%. Municipalities that meet these requirements become eligible to receive provincial and federal funding to help offset the associated reduction in development charge revenues. To ensure Ottawa was positioned to participate, staff submitted a conditional application to the province on June 19, the required deadline, and that was followed up with a memo to Council on June 22, providing an update on that application. It's also important to note that the application remains subject to Council approval and the successful negotiation of the transfer payment agreement with the province as outlined in this report. Next slide. The approach before Council responds directly to the provincial incentive by pursuing senior government funding to help reduce development charges while maintaining investment in growth-related infrastructure. It also reflects Council's direction that the municipality remain financially whole. The proposed funding strategy is designed to offset foregone development charge revenues and minimize impacts to taxpayers. The infrastructure package focuses on projects that support housing growth, help remove barriers to future development across Ottawa. The application also seeks to maximize the housing benefits that can be achieved through available provincial and federal funding. Finally, the application is leveraging the opportunity to further expedite the upload of the LRT. So in summary, the recommendations advance Council's housing objectives while maintaining fiscal responsibility and supporting infrastructure needed to accommodate growth. Next slide, and I will now pass it over to Isabel.
Thank you, Cyril. So the city is proposing a 54% reduction to development charge fees. The Development Charge Reduction Program, or DCRP, is replacing lost development charge revenue due to the reduction, which was based on a city estimate of the increase in building permits expected over the next 3 years as a result of the program. La Ville propose une réduction de 54% des frais d'aménagement. Le programme de réduction des frais d'aménagement PRFA.
The program of temporary reduction will compensate for the loss of revenue, which is based on a municipal estimate of the increase of number of building permits for the next 3 years, thanks to this program.
Funding can be used to recover eligible construction costs incurred for projects that were included in our most recent background study. We were able to identify enough shovel-ready projects with sufficient dollar value to maximize the level of funding required to achieve a development charge reduction at the top of the range required to participate in this program. Applications for this program will be prioritized based on the depth of DC rate reduction and the number of housing units that would benefit. The development charge reduction must be retroactive to March 30th, 2026, and fees must be frozen for 3 years. Furthermore, the motion approved by Council on May 13th backdates this reduction even further to January 1. We have included in our application an amount to make us whole up to January 1, 2026. Next slide. Staff proposed that the reduction be implemented as a grant agreement with residential developers rather than making any changes to the DC bylaw. This is permitted per the DCRP guidelines provided by the province. This will allow us to implement the reduction more quickly and gives us much more flexibility to limit the time during which this reduction would be in effect. The program will only reimburse us for the 3-year period, and we can limit the effective date of the grant to March 2029 and require occupancy by March 2030. This approach mitigates the impact of development applications freezing at the lower DC bylaw amendment rate under Section 26.2 of the Act, which could extend the freeze by potentially many more years. Next slide. The report in front of you today includes document 2, which is a list of the current rates by housing type and what the new rate will be once the 54% reduction grant is applied. This chart compares the City of Ottawa's development charge rates for a single-family home, including education DCs, inside and outside Greenbelt. The City of Ottawa has one of the lowest DC rates in the province, and the 54% grant will reduce the DC rate for a single-family home inside Greenbelt, for example, excluding education DCs, from $56,000 to $25,800. Next slide. Typically, the city accumulates development charge revenue before proceeding with a project. The DCRP funding allows growth infrastructure enabling new housing units to advance more quickly. The total cost of the project submitted is $692.2 million, and the DCRP eligible costs on these projects and the total funding requested was $478.3 million. As will be described later, the difference is funded from other sources which would otherwise have been paid for these projects, such that the city is kept whole. The
total cost of the project is $692.2 million, and $478 million will come from the DCRP funding. As we'll see later on, the difference will be funded by other sources that would normally have covered these projects, so that the city will not spend more than needed.
Eligible cost overruns or costs not covered by the funding will be recovered from DCs as per the regulations. Next slide. So this map provides an overview of the projects submitted and where they are located across the city. Each project was selected specifically to advance infrastructure that would enable more housing or support complete communities, as required by the DCRP guidelines. Next slide. The 5 project bundles are expected to accelerate the development of more than 65,000 housing units over the next 10 years. The city's application for the Development Charge Reduction Program funding included multiple projects grouped into 5 categories. We were limited to submitting 5 projects per application, but were able to bundle similar projects into each. The list of projects are provided in Table 1 of the report. They include 2 projects for wastewater infrastructure, namely the Airport Parkway Diversion Sewer and the Acres Pump Station Phase 2 and 3. 3 roads projects, Brian Coburn widening and extension, Green Bank realignment, and Carp Road widening. 20 intersections, 1 park and ride at Beausville, and 1 recreation facility and park in Riverside South. Next slide. It is important to understand that the DCRP funding of $478.3 million will only cover some of the DC eligible costs of each project, but they are providing sufficient funding to make up for the anticipated revenue shortfall due to the reduction. Therefore, this program should be cost neutral for the city. The DCRP will only cover construction costs and land. The remaining DC revenue, which will now be the 46% of the current fees, will cover the remaining DC eligible costs such as soft costs, HST, financing, and staff costs. The city's contribution would include the benefit to existing share already accounted for in each project. The $50 million in estimated DC exemptions for Build Canada homes was also included for consideration as an additional contribution from the city in the overall assessment of our application, increasing our overall contribution to 16.2%, which is well over the 10% required by the program and at no additional cost to the city. To keep the city whole, the application also included $41.4 million for the retroactive reduction to January 1. We also included indexing of $136.6 million to fund all projects based on 2026 dollars, not the historical cost included in the background study. Because the program requires that the DC rates be frozen for 3 years, there will be $31 million of foregone indexing revenue over the 3 years. But because we aren't updating the bylaw and using a grant to reduce the fees, we will continue to index the fees and simply increase the DC reduction grant each year to maintain the fees at the same level. At the end of the 3 years, the grant will be eliminated and the fees that have been indexed for 3 years will then come into effect. Next slide. As requested by the motion approved by Council on June 2nd, we included an ask in the application to further reduce the DC rates by an additional 10 to 30% if the province were to advance a payment to reimburse the cost of LRT currently in the background study that is funded by development charges over the next 10 years. And additional funding for bus rapid transit projects that have been delayed because of the cost of LRT. That would equate to $1.5 billion. A $1.5 billion contribution directly to transit DCs would reduce the DC rates by an additional 30%, and not just for the 3 years, but for the full 10. An 11% reduction would equate to approximately $400 million in funding contribution towards the LRT upload. Either of these reductions would be over and above the 54% reduction and would extend for 10 years. Next slide. Based on the funding strategy that was used for the application, the city should be kept whole, but there are financial risks that will need to be managed over that 10-year term for the funding program. Cash flow will need to be managed closely. The funding will make the city whole for the lost revenue over 3 years, but it will only be paid back over 10 years once costs are incurred. This is no different than any other government funding program where the province and the federal government only reimburse after the city has spent on it based on a claims process. It would have been great if they could have reimbursed in the 3 years when the lost revenue will be incurred, but the program doesn't work that way. Cash flow, like any other government-funded program, will need to be managed tightly. Ineligible costs that are DC eligible will not be an additional cost to the city, but will simply be funded from current and future DCs. The funding strategy keeps the city whole, and staff are asking for approval to negotiate and execute the agreement as long as the final agreement does not result in any additional costs to taxpayers. Any deviation from the proposed funding strategy would require council approval before the agreement is signed. If the city's DCRP application is successful, the agreement is expected to be finalized by August 15th. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the key messages and takeaways for the Development Charge Reduction Program and the city's application for that program. The proposal reduces residential DC rates by 54% for 3 years, and developers will have 1 extra year to get to occupancy to maintain that rate. The city submitted a $692.2 million package intended to enable more than 65,000 housing units. The city is seeking $478.3 million in DCRP funding to offset the estimated foregone DC revenue. The proposal advances infrastructure that would otherwise have been delayed until DC revenues could accumulate. Using the DC reduction grant helps to keep the reduction time limited. The city's contribution from benefit to existing funding and Build Canada Homes exemptions strengthens Ottawa's application. The LRT upload ask could support more permanent DC reductions in addition to the 54% of between 11 to 30%. And council oversight is preserved if the final agreement creates material financial risk to taxpayers. We will return to council for approval if there's any significant deviation from the proposed funding strategy. In conclusion, I would like to acknowledge the people working behind the scenes to make this application a reality. We received the guidelines for this program on June 1st with an application submission deadline of June 19th. This is not an easy task, estimating potential revenue loss resulting from the reduction and then translating that into shovel-ready projects that could be delivered by 2035 that would enable the maximum amount of new housing development. My financial strategy team led this effort with Courtney Trudell at the helm and her team, James Sabrang, Gary Baker, and Sean Ferguson. But it was truly a team effort led by the GMs in Finance, Planning, and Infrastructure Services, Cyril, Marcia, and Tammy, with a ton of work more done by their teams. Transportation Planning, Deborah Lightman, Megan Whitehead, and Katerina Shikovic. The Planning Policy Team, Infrastructure and Water Services, Ryan Cater, Jennifer Henderson, RCFS Burl Walker, and Tim Mark from Legal Services. Thank you. We could never have gotten through this without you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think Isabel forgot one name on the list, Isabel Jasmine. So thank you, Isabel.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'll open it up to questions from colleagues. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a direction I'd like to read in if I could. I believe staff have indicated they're supportive. I'll just wait a moment, perhaps, if it can come up on the screen. Thank you. To maximize the implementation period and provide certainty that as many housing units as possible can be delivered, can staff explore with the province implementation terms that would allow projects to achieve occupancy by March the 30th, 2033, while still keeping the city whole, should the city's DCRP application be approved?
Okay, our staff okay with that?
Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor Hill? No? Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Appreciate the presentation today. I'm focused on the process and the city's risk management and ensuring we have checks and balances in what is in front of council today. And I'm concerned about the time that's been afforded to consider the implications, as this has not gone to committee and was just submitted to council 4 days ago. The total budget authority being requested here today is $692.2 million. It's delegated authority. And I'm concerned about the risks that are kind of peppered through the report that I'd like to ask more about. You say it's cost neutral in the presentation, but staff have pointed out a number of risks in the report. The first is that the city would forgo an estimated $31 million in DC revenue by not indexing on an annual basis. That's not been included in the $478.3 million ask or application. Why is it not in there?
So the program tells us that we have to freeze for 3 years, and we can't make that up, but we were able to include indexing on the projects. So the fact that we added $136.6 million in indexing to the projects that are on the background study helps to make up for it. And the fact that we're implementing a grant rather than changing the DC bylaw itself, we will continue to index those fees so that when the 3 years are over, those fees will be at the indexed level.
That's another concern that staff pointed out, is when those 3 years are over, the immense pressure that will be on the municipality not to increase those DCs. I'm sure the development industry will be pushing us to not get back up to that level. And it's not just that, it's the development charge structure comprehensive review that was supposed to come back in 2027. There was going to be increases as part of that. I was on the DC working group that we were looking at increases coming there as part of the new infrastructure required for a growing city. That cost to municipalities not allocated here. We're not going to get back what would have been charged or increased DCs in the 2027 period. We have to wait until this program is over until we can consider that comprehensive review. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. We have to freeze for 3 years, but we're maintaining assurances throughout so that we can recover eventually.
There are a number of little parameters in here that I have concerns about. For example, we're lowering so significantly single unit homes, particularly outside the green belts, their DCs by 54%, when we know that these are built in expansion greenfield lands and undesirable for city finances. Do we have an option of different categories as a global figure, or every single DC is just going down by that same percentage amount?
So we had to do across the board reduction as part of the application program.
And the program requires across the board reductions? Correct. I thought I saw different figures in there.
All residential types.
Yeah, because there's outside, inside, and there's different parameters for each one. We have different rates right now, right? So the percentage reduction will differ for each one.
The percentage is the same. The reduction is the difference.
The reduction is the
dollar value.
The amount, not the percentage.
Correct.
Sorry. But the amount reduced is different. All I'm saying is we're reducing these undesirable DCs where we're going to get greenfield development, and that's going to cost the municipality a lot of money in the future because of the new infrastructure that this is going to spur potentially for those single unit homes. So it's not ideal for us. Staff say in the report that the rate reductions could spur some increased development, but they say it's difficult to predict that would actually occur. Why is it difficult to predict?
To the chair, so trying to predict the amount of units that would be generated. I mean, what we have seen with the housing acceleration changes that council approved last fall and the analysis we got from Bloomberg about the market, we are doing better in Ottawa than nearly every other city in Ontario, but the market is still not strong enough and to see the kind of starts. So if the development charge program is what makes the difference, and if you talk to developers, they'll say this is the thing that would tip the balance and make the difference, then we will see the units come online. And so we have taken a conservative estimate of the total number of units that we think could be generated from this. And so that's the risk we're flagging in this. We don't control the actual building of homes.
That's appreciated. There's a number of risks that if they built more, for example, than we're anticipating, if more housing units are realized than forecast, the provincial funding would not offset those DC revenue losses. It's another risk outlined in the report. So the shortfalls could be recovered, let's say, in subsequent DC background studies with higher DC rates and the reduction period ends. I'm just very concerned that after 3 years, there's not going to be that provincial federal funding, and our DCs may not return to where they would have been indexed and the comprehensive report. That's a massive potential increase from where we're going down to right now. And I know we're saying we're making ourselves whole here, but is the actual end goal of what we're trying to accomplish really going to do that supply to affordability to pass on to homeowners? I'm not convinced we're gonna actually see that. So it's a big risk to be taking because of the cash flow that we're not going to be having. We're saying we could be borrowing as a result as well to maintain that DC reserve, as I understand it. So there are a number of risks here, Mayor, that need to be discussed, and there are some parameters. If we're going ahead with the application, let's put some parameters about it to make sure that the city is fully made whole. The DCRP only requires retroactive adjustments to March 30th, 2026, and the motion from council adds that additional 3 months. That's an additional $26.5 million in foregone revenue. Now, we've put that in the application. I'll see if the application is accepted by the federal government. I know that part's in there, but I think given we're putting that in there and we're not putting in the indexing, we're not putting in the comprehensive review, I think as a part of that negotiation within those payments, those TPAs with the provinces, this is the transfer payment agreements, that's the type of thing we should be negotiating as part of the program. The memo, oh, sorry, did you want to reply? So Mayor, I have a motion that this goes to committee first. I think this could work out fine. But there's a whole bunch of things that have to be discussed, and that parameters should be put around this, including the DC charges. So I want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence here. This just came to council 4 days ago, and there's a lot of diligence to be done to make sure that the municipality is not getting into a situation where we have a lot of risk coming to us after this program is done. So Mayor, I'll put the motion on the screen. Is that the report be referred, thank you for the clerk's office, the report be referred for consideration to a joint meeting of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee and the Planning and Housing Committee as soon as is practicable to make sure that we're meeting deadlines, but that there just needs to be a bit more discussion about this and the implications for the city and the parameters with which we can put around it. I understand staff have put in a conditional application in June 19th. So that waits to be confirmed by council, and what council decides is part of that discussion with the through the application. So I'll just
okay. So this is a procedural motion. So we're now debating the motion to refer this to a joint committee of finance and planning. So we're not debating the main item anymore or commenting on that. So if anybody would like to speak to the referral motion, please put up your hand. Otherwise.
And Mayor, I could do that after people have had a chance to speak on the main item. I can put that forward after people have had a chance to speak on the main item. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. I think it'd be easier to deal with this first if you're okay with that.
No, I mean I'm happy to have other. I just don't want people to not be able to speak to their issues on the main item. So I can wait for it to come forward till after people have a chance to speak on the main item.
Okay. I'd rather know whether we're moving forward with this or not today. So I'd like to deal with the motion to refer. So if your hand is up now, I'm going to go to you on the motion to refer. But maybe I'll just ask staff from a practical perspective. I know there's some deadlines associated with the application. So my understanding is if we would have to schedule a joint meeting of planning and housing, which, and then we would have to schedule another council meeting to take place for the item to rise from committee to council, and all of that would have to take place before August 15th for us to get this application in. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, I would say probably even before that. August 15th is the timestamp that the program, the province and the feds have put on this to negotiate the application submission. So really what we're looking forward to as a staff is to negotiate with MMHAH to get that done by August 15th. So putting in a committee and a council meeting, it's a tight timeline there.
Okay, but we'd have to schedule a committee meeting and a council meeting and still leave time after that for the application to be prepared and submitted before August 15th.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Devine? We're just on the referral motion now.
I believe the questions you just had, Mr. Mayor, I believe they speak to that, although I will just, I'll speak to the fact that I am certainly concerned about making a decision of this magnitude on these projects without having had more time to deliberate over it. I would certainly prefer the opportunity to have that time and to have this at committee. When you say the option would be if Councillor Menard's motion is to bring this to a joint committee, which you would have to convene, another option is to just defer this until we've had more time to look at it, to bring it to the next council meeting, which is 2 weeks from now. Might that not even be an option?
The next council meeting is not until what's the date?
Mr. Mayor, August 26th.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right, I'm just, then all I am, like, if there is to be a vote on the Menard motion, I would, I'll just say that I'm concerned about making this decision this quickly, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I share my colleagues' concern with what the impact of Councillor Menard's motion is here. As we're reminded at almost every council meeting, we're dealing with a housing emergency. We have been given an opportunity to lower the DCs while being made whole so that we can get more housing built quicker. And there's a deadline to it. And what this motion is suggesting is don't worry about the deadline and just go forward. I've got a concern with that. What's going to be the impact on housing? Like, do we have an estimate of how many houses we will be able to build if we participate in this program?
I think that's a question more to do with the main item than with the referral.
Well, I'm trying to get the impact of the referral is where I'm going with that. But if you don't want to see it as part of the main question, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much. Just a question. I'm obviously looking forward to reducing DCs at the municipal level. I've heard a lot about that this term of council. Just a follow-up question on Councillor Menard's motion and setting up committees and then coming back to council, and perhaps the clerk would be able to answer this. What about a committee of the whole?
Mr. Mayor, I mean, the motion before council is to refer to a joint committee. The timing of such would be determined by the chairs of those committees. The convening of a special council meeting would be determined by the mayor.
Just wondering if that's
that would be friendly. Solution. That's a better, probably a better approach. Is actually committee of the whole. Don't have to have two meetings. It can be discussed and make sure people have the time. People have been dealing with obviously an emergency in the city, and a lot of people have not had time, I think, to dig into this. And there are some parameters I think we need to set around the TPAs with the negotiation that would help a lot of councillors. I think I'd be open to that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
So that's a friendly amendment to the motion.
So now you're proposing just that we move to a city council meeting and be in committee of the whole.
As a committee of the whole.
But have a special council meeting. Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I certainly welcome this motion, given the timeline to be able to review this document on top of the natural disaster that we've experienced in this city. If we can maintain the timeline set by the province and the federal, by the program and still maintain the deadlines, then to defer this so that we can all have an opportunity to actually digest its implications and give a good round of questions, I would welcome that opportunity. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we vote on the referral motion, I'll just say my preference would be, my strong preference would be for us to deal with this today. We have a recommendation from our staff. We have an opportunity to move forward with something that I think will have a huge impact on the housing crisis. We've been talking for a long time about how we need other levels of government to give us the infrastructure money we need in order to reduce development charges and build more homes and build homes more affordably. We have an opportunity to do this. Our staff have worked very hard to put this together. I recommend that we deal with it today.
Mayor, may I ask a point of
wrap up? So
there's no wrap up on procedural motions.
Mayor.
Okay, well, then can I speak to the motion?
Point of order, Mayor. If I may just ask, if I may ask a point of order, clerk.
Well, let's just finish with Councillor Menard's question first.
Sure. I just haven't had a chance to speak to the motion. It was just introduced, so I'll just speak to the motion. I'll leave aside.
That was within your.
No, I spoke on the main. I spoke on the main, not on the new motion. So I'll speak on the motion on the floor.
But, sorry, I just want to clarify from a procedural perspective whether that's normal or not. More.
Mr. Mayor, admittedly, I was a bit distracted. The member would have the opportunity to speak once on the referral motion, but would not have the right to wrap up on a procedural motion.
Okay.
I'm just going to go ahead and speak one.
Is his previous introduction of the motion him speaking once on the motion?
Generally speaking, Mr. Mayor, a member may introduce and speak to the matter once at the beginning of consideration of a procedural motion.
Yeah. Look, if you want to take a minute just to say a few words about it, I just don't want to be inconsistent about these things. So
yeah, I don't think I'll need longer than a minute, Mayor. I'll leave aside that staff have indicated that the actual outcomes we're looking for here are tough to predict, and we may not see those. That the public subsidy that would go from these orders of government to development industry, who will in turn build a large amount of new supply over and above what they would build or not build, and that new supply will trickle down and lower the cost of housing market for home buyers. I'll leave that argument aside, and I'll leave aside that there's other injections of funds that could happen around not-for-profit housing, etc. But on the motion itself, council should better understand the implications given the very large delegated authority request here. The conditional application was submitted on June 19th. The report came just four days ago, and it never went to committee in the first place. There are questions that councillors have, and there hasn't been consultation with councillors on the report. We have had no consultation on this. And at the very least, council needs to exercise its authority and put checks and balances in place if it's moving forward and applying for this funding. I think the application of funding is open. We can do this. Yes, there's a little bit more work involved here, but I think we'll get a better discussion from our staff team if we have that discussion with council first. I don't want to be reckless here. I think let's exercise our due diligence, some proper oversight through a committee discussion, through a committee of the whole discussion, and come back to this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Devine, you had a point of order?
I think it's a point of clarification, and it will help me know how to vote on the Menard motion. What I'm trying to ask for the staff recommendation on the DC reduction, are we only voting on whether or not to reduce DCs, or in that vote, are we also voting on
right now, Councillor Devine, right now we're voting on whether to refer this to a meeting of City Council where we will go in committee of the whole. That's what we're voting on right now.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so but I was already calling the vote on that. Nobody's hand was up. Nobody's hand was up, and I gave my final comments on it, and then I allowed Councillor Menard to do a wrap-up. So nobody had their hands up on the referral motion. So we're going to vote on the referral motion. If we can have a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No, merci.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Desroches.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
Yeas, 14 nay. 11 yeas, 14 nays.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move now to questions and discussion on the item itself. So all the people who had their hands up before can put them up again. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I think the spirit of this is to lower costs for housing, which has been an issue for many years now that we've all been seized with. But another issue that I think we've all experienced, you hear Councillor Kitts talk about it very regularly, Councillor Curry and I talk about it when we discuss the growth and the infrastructure not keeping up with that growth. And so I understand that currently we cannot collect DCs until occupancy. I've heard that word used, but that's not till 2030. So I'm just wondering about the structure of this in terms of when we can spend the money. So will this result in not just, well, the hope is that it results in cheaper homes, but will it result in our greater ability to build the infrastructure before 5,000 people move into the neighborhood?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is one of the benefits of this program, is for us to get moving on those infrastructure requirements to support the increased housing stock.
Amazing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Just something to point out in the question, I guess. When in the slide that showed all the project locations, I note that almost all of them were sort of on the outer, like very far outer ring of the city. And I'm not trying to minimize the need that's out there, but I'm thinking what happens like to all of that capacity when it flows through the more inner parts of the city, closer to the green belt. In my mind, I'm thinking about Prince of Wales Drive. So what happens to those? Is that going to be, is there any consideration for those projects as well, or is that sort of what this funding will free up to allow to happen?
So through the mayor, maybe I'll start and my colleagues can jump in. But when we looked at this, we were looking for a couple of things. We were looking for the types of infrastructure, largely transportation and water, wastewater, that would unlock housing, that is, because that fit the program requirements. We were looking at where we had shovel-ready projects, and as was explained in the presentation, this is based on what is already prioritized in our background study. So it is about, the way I see it is that this would provide funding for us to move on a number of projects that are of a high priority in our current background study, where we know we had already identified infrastructure needs to support growth, and it would then give us some certainty for those projects. It doesn't preclude in subsequent years of budget to then look for other projects that need to be built in different parts of the city, but really we were pulling from the background study that had already prioritized these locations for projects where growth-related development needs to take place.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I may have missed parts of the last answer to the last speaker. Is there a way where we can verify that these DC savings are indeed passed on to the consumer?
Mr. Mayor, I mean, ultimately, the objective it should be, right? So as a municipality, I mean, that's something that we can't control. But the reality is, from a development community perspective, we heard that this is a barrier to build. So what, this program is really the incentive to remove that barrier, and expectations that will be passed on to the buyer. That's the expectation of the program.
Okay, so then at the very least, like maybe that information will be communicated back through market trends or whatever by the time this happens. Okay, cool, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Gower.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say that we should cut DCs only if there's a way to replace that revenue. And the province is presenting a way that we can replace that revenue. DCs put a disproportionate burden on younger households and on newcomers and on first-time homebuyers and renters. So this is not a perfect way to do it, but it's certainly a path towards getting rid of DCs. Growth should pay for growth, but DCs, as they're currently done, is not a fair or equitable way to pay for that growth. So this is good as a pilot, and we will learn how it works as we go, but we should definitely be participating in this opportunity. But I wanted to ask a little bit, can you give some more context around the housing projection numbers that are in the documentation? How are those calculated, or where do those numbers come from?
Through the mayor. So what we did is we are calculating over the next 3 years, we think that we would see a total of 35,000 units. That's using a 5-year average for the first year, recognizing there's going to be a little bit of pent up room to ramp up for projects that are moving towards this. They might need still approvals. And then we looked at our 2022 levels, which was the highest year for the city of Ottawa, to be our estimate for the second and third years. So that's how we got that number. The 65,000 number in the report is really looking, it's a different look at the same question, which is how much housing could this infrastructure enable? So if you put this water, wastewater upgrade, or you put this new road, what kind of housing could it support? So we looked at the question from a couple of different angles.
So in that first part of the equation that you mentioned, would you characterize staff's estimate as a conservative estimate? Yeah. I'm
yes,
cognizant to what Councillor Menard was raising, right?
Yeah.
Is we could overachieve and then lose money. So how much risk is there in those numbers, and how does it protect the city of what you're putting forward?
So we did look at this. I would say we see this as a conservative estimate that is based on realistic trends that we're seeing in Ottawa, and we were comparing that in contrast to the artificial targets we were given under the Build Faster Fund, which we were never able to meet. So we were looking at our highest year of progress as well as our last 5 years. So we think combined, that's a more realistic, cautious but doable set of assumptions.
If I can add too, as part of the negotiations, we want to make sure that if we've underestimated, which we're feeling very confident that we haven't, that the province could make us whole. So the number is high purposely to make sure that we actually overestimated.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is just around this idea that the timeline for some of this infrastructure could be accelerated. And I'd like to get your help in how we should position this to residents. For example, in Councillor Brown's ward near Stittsville, there's a Shea and Fluellen intersection. I believe the funding may have come next year. Construction may have started next year. Can we say it's going to start 6 months earlier, a year earlier? How do we characterize that acceleration?
So through the chair, the projects, while they were pulled from the background study, in order to bundle them and fit the 5 buckets that we're allowed to have projects, we bundled some things. We combine multiple phases of the same road into one project. So as a result, if this were to pass council and the provincial government support our application, we would in some places we'll be simplifying or streamlining the studies, because what we would have done in phases over, say, 15 years, we might look at as a single piece. We would be looking at our work plan and making sure that all of the intersections, for example, get added in the very near term in terms of whatever studies are required. So This would require some shifting of the current timeline we are on for some projects, but we believe this is all doable in terms of how close we are to construction in order to meet the timelines that were set out in the guidance of this program.
Okay, I guess I just asked if you could keep councillors up to date on any projects in their wards and how those timelines might shift.
Absolutely. Should this pass, that will be a big part of what we do.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Can a municipality pass a bylaw that makes it a requirement for the developer to pass on the savings from a DC reduction?
Mr. Mayor, my team has looked at that in consultation with finance. No, the answer to that question is no, but the program is designed to pass the savings on to the residents, and that's the basis for the permission to do so under the Municipal Act.
I do believe that savings will be passed on. I'm not sure 100% of the savings will be, and that is a common concern of my colleagues across this province, that every time the municipality reduces costs here, there, and everywhere, we're not convinced that those costs are 100% shared with the consumer, with the new home buyer. So we can communicate that frequently. This is the same industry that refuses to tell us how they've reduced costs or how they've reduced their profit margins. They will not enter into those discussions with us, but municipalities continue to do what needs to be done to spur housing growth. The intersections that are identified for improvements or enhancements are more or less on the outer periphery of the city. I just want to give an example in my ward at Hunt Club and Riverside. Hunt Club and Riverside is a major intersection. It channels thousands of vehicles, 40,000 vehicles per day. They are not local. They're mostly people from outside the ward traveling through. The intersection ranks F for failure. It fails to adequately move traffic in all directions, particularly at rush hour. And we are serving people, welcoming people who basically live south of Hunt Club from growing or expanding communities that will continue to grow and expand, and there will be continued traffic along this corridor. And Councillor Lowe, I think you said Prince of Wales, another street that's at capacity. So why wouldn't an urban intersection like Hunt Club Riverside be included on this list that does its fair share of shuttling traffic, will continue to shuttle traffic from wards south of Hunt Club? I see a number of streets mentioned multiple times on that list in some of the outer wards, but were any urban wards considered for these growth dollars?
So thank you for the question. The intersections were chosen based on staff's analysis of growth and which of the intersections are most tied to growth related. We were looking for projects that would have the most eligible DC component to the project so that the contribution from tax dollars, the benefit to existing, would be the smallest. So we were looking for projects that are paid largely from development charges so that it didn't add an extra burden to the tax base in terms of what contribution we would do. I think this, as I said, it allows us to then also look at other projects in the normal budget cycle and put a different lens in terms of how we would prioritize projects that come through the normal budget.
Thank you. I just think I'm going to hear back from my residents about how frustrated they are with city assets that are on a list, have been on lists for years, that need to be renewed, or new traffic lights need to be installed. And we're already a built-up existing ward with inadequate infrastructure. And they see areas being prioritized. Yes, this will spur growth and spur more housing construction, but we still have a backlog in many areas. Just on the list on table 1, page 11 of the report, you note Bowesville Park and Ride expansion. Did we not just open this last year?
The Bowesville expansion is the vacant land right beside the station. So that's to increase for another 1,000 parking spots.
Because right now it's at capacity?
Currently it's near capacity.
Fair enough. Okay, appreciate that very much. Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is not so much over the strategy to reduce DCs. I'm on board with that. My concern here, and the reason I'm frustrated that we're making this decision so quickly, is my less certainty over the projects or the rationale behind them. But can I just be clear? Can I get clarity? Is the outcome of this decision that the projects on this list may now be completed sooner than if it were not for this program?
Mr. Mayor, so the quick answer is yes, that could be the scenario. But the reality is, I want to make sure we reset a little bit here. All the projects were already approved in DC. So it's not like we choose whatever. So, you know, the framework was start with the existing approved DC background. 2024 background, most recent one. We did subsequent updates as part of the TMP. So now we have our TMP roads and related services also to guide the next step. Then the next step becomes, okay, working closely with Marcia and the planning team to see, based on the approved background studies, the TMP and the growth, where the biggest pressures are coming from, what will then benefit the most housing increase supply. That was kind of a phase 2. Phase 3 then was, okay, we need to make sure that we maximize the benefit here. And of those projects, which ones are the maximum DC component and the lesser of the BTE component to reduce the burden on the tax implication side. So I want to be abundantly clear. It's not about, you know, shifting things around. It was a framework that we had to work through, layered in with our financial strategy to make sure that the application does not pass a burden on to the taxpayers. That was kind of the process that we went through. A little bit simplified. It was very onerous to go through those steps.
Thank you. During that long answer, the clock was running. I'd love to get that time back. Not that I didn't like what you were saying, but just for clarity's sake, I understand. So can I get like a lot of time back on the clock there? I appreciate what you're saying, that we are looking for projects DC eligible, less BTE. Just what I want to understand clearly though, will the projects on this list be accelerated and or get done sooner by being on this list?
Mr. Mayor, the answer is yes, because now we got funding coming sooner.
Perfect, thank you. My next question, I want to get absolute clarity here. I understand what you're saying, that we have different DC rates inside the Greenbelt outside, and that we are making a decision to reduce by 54%. What I heard you say earlier is that we are applying that 54% reduction across the board. I heard that. My question though, is that absolutely mandated by this program? Did the government program say, thou shalt reduce all DCs by that percent no matter the category? By whatever percent you choose, or were we allowed to be nimble?
We had to apply a reduction to all residential types.
Reduction to all residential types. Did we have to apply the same percentage reduction to all residential types?
We were applying for the overall. It could have varied per. Yes.
It could have varied per. So we could have said 54% reduction here, 13% reduction there, whatever. Yes?
When I looked at Toronto's application, for example, they did 60% on some and 40% on others.
Thank you. So we could have been nimble. Okay. I cannot help but recognize, as my colleagues have said, that all of the projects being done are certainly outside the urban and or outer urban transects. I'm going to try to swallow that pill in the light of today's conversation. What I've heard now in terms of what deems projects to be eligible, the most suitable projects, the quotes I've heard from staff, shovel-ready projects that are prioritized in our background study, where growth-related development needs to take place. We are looking for projects with highest DC funding eligibility and lower reliance on BTE. Somebody said, for example, if you put this stormwater project first, or if you put this new road project, what kind of housing growth could it support? In the table that I see, we are allocating, for wastewater, we are allocating 8% of the total funding that we are receiving, 8% of that for wastewater projects, but those projects will enable 54% of the potential housing growth, as you have laid out. On arterial roads, we are allocating 40% of the funding, but those projects, as you have laid out, will only generate 22% of the housing. On the Riverside South Recreational Facility, we are allocating 38% of the funding for a project that, as you have laid out, will not enable any new housing. It's part of, you have to have full communities, but it says it's 0%. My question, though, if we are looking for housing-enabled projects, projects that will develop growth, projects that are DC eligible, less BTE, where would a project like Baseline BRT end up on that list? A project that I understand to be pretty darn high in our DC prioritization list, a project that would generate a lot of housing. Where would that kind of project, why would that kind of project not be on this list?
Thanks for the question. So I want to say that we were also trying to avoid disqualifying ourselves for funding through other mechanisms. So Baseline and Cumberland were not included in this list because we have those looking very strong in a provincial federal conversation related to transit funding under the CPTF. So we didn't want if we got funding under the development charge reduction program to then be disqualified or not be eligible for funding, since that application is a lot more farther along. And so the development charges is a 10-year list. The transportation master plan is much larger. So by definition, we were looking at the projects that this council has identified as Cyril tried to say, this is what the council has identified as the priorities in the current development charges. That is not the entire transportation master plan. And there are a whole suite of Main Street active transportation and urbanization projects in the inside Greenbelt area that would be part of our normal budgeting process. So we were looking at those projects that have already been prioritized, that were identified as where our development charge money should be going.
I understand that projects like Baseline and Cumberland have other applications in process. Of course, we have not yet received funding from those. So I think what I'm hearing is the rationale we chose is let's go elsewhere because we hope to get money for those projects. I think I understand that, although I can imagine that there may have been any number of transportation priority projects that could have been eligible for this that may have steered towards housing. But getting back to the question I had before, if the main goal of this is to enable more housing, if wastewater and or stormwater projects, according to your chart, 8% of the funding to generate 54% of the housing units, why would we not have, unless there's no other wastewater, stormwater project that could use investment, why would we not ramp that up to get best return on investment?
So if I could clarify, we didn't allocate funding. It was based on what the eligible costs were for this program specifically. So this program will only pay for construction costs. That's it. So any other soft costs or HST or financing or other costs outside of construction were not included. So each one is structured differently, and we applied the maximum amount of funding to the construction costs associated with that project. So they may be different depending on the type of project. Some have much more upfront design costs.
If on a dollar per dollar level, the wastewater projects will generate more housing than the road projects, was there room on that DCB list that you could have put more wastewater and or stormwater projects on it?
Mr. Mayor, the other criteria, I know we're getting into nuances here, shovel ready and be delivered by 2033. So you gotta, like, it's a big profile here. Like, I appreciate the concerns, but appreciate the complexities of a program that we're trying to maximize with criteria A, B, C, D, E, F, G to fit into it. And that was the other next layer was shovel ready, delivered by 2033.
And sufficient dollar value to recover the revenue. So we're not getting extra funding, we're just replacing revenue. And so we had to maximize the amount of like big projects that could help to bring in that revenue. And it was a very small list of projects that met all those criteria.
Thank you. I realize that. I suppose my concern, and I'll leave it at this, is that we've chosen a list of projects, not all of which, as per your chart, deliver as many housing units as some do. And the process for having chosen them happened rather rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
I'm just taking a look at the agenda of this meeting today, and we have the flooding impacts that has been on our minds, the DC reduction program. We still haven't started talking yet about the mobility strategy that is complex and multifaceted. I don't think that anyone around this table has had the opportunity to compare the projects that are in the background study versus what is in this list of projects. The additional time that Councillor Menard was trying to get us could have helped us do that. But on that basis, and on the basis that I'm not convinced that this is the right set of projects, I am going to dissent from item 1 of the report recommendations. That said, I'll support the rest of the recommendations, but I'm taking that vote with my eyes wide open to, I think, a fairly clear reality that the development charge reductions we're proposing are not going to get passed on to home buyers. And there's not going to be, for a couple of tens of thousands of dollars in the development charge reductions, some large supply of housing that comes on the market to the point that it disciplines pricing. These DC reductions are not going to result in more affordable housing for Ottawa residents. I think what it might do is help spur a bit more housing to be built, but let us not pretend that this is a measure to bring down the cost of the housing that we're all concerned about for our kids and for our grandkids and for ourselves. If we really want to see lots of housing that is affordable to people be built, we need to focus our efforts on the not-for-profit sector and work with them to build it. I'll vote for this these set of recommendations with the exception of 1, because we are going to be made whole. I do feel confident that there is no imprudent use or reckless use of money being made here, but it is not going to result in a lot more affordable housing. I think most of this is going to go to pad the developers' bottom lines. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question and a couple comments. I am having trouble understanding the implications of the hill direction. So I'm wondering if somebody can explain if that is going to have an impact on any of the projects.
So the way the program is structured is that the freeze is in effect until March 2029. And at that point, the fees would increase, but they don't have to pay until occupancy. So it's anybody who pulls a permit until 2029 would have an extra 2 years, because what we were trying to limit the amount of time that we froze that number to a year. So we said occupancy by 2030. If we're saying 2033 instead, we're adding a couple of years. Give them more flexibility, but it doesn't change the fact that they have to pull that permit by 2029. So it's more of a timing issue than, but there could be a lot more people coming in. And if we, as part of the negotiations with the province, ask that they make us whole, if for some reason a lot more come in and more than we estimated, which again is already very high. We've made sure we were not underestimating the amount that would come in. So we feel fairly confident that that would just give them more flexibility. And if we can protect ourselves in terms of if more come in because of it, that we're protected by the province, then we would include that as part of the negotiations.
So staff are supportive of the direction, or it's introducing risk?
We're supportive of exploring it. If the province doesn't want to make us whole, then we wouldn't go forward with it.
Okay, so by supporting it, we're not making a decisive, it's just, okay. Thank you very much. So many of you will know, historically, I've never been supportive of reducing development charges because I represent a community that has experienced the consequences of building housing without the infrastructure and amenities needed to make those neighborhoods truly function. And you have all heard me say many, many times, thank you for the shout out, Councillor Kelly, that growth has to be accompanied by the roads, transit, parks, and services that make a community livable. So I do still have my reservations about exactly how this will roll out, and I think share skepticism about how those savings will be passed down to residents. But that said, I am genuinely very pleased to see that this submission places a significant and long overdue focus on the infrastructure that the East End needs to support not only the growth that is planned, but quite frankly, the growth that has already occurred. So I do want to sincerely thank everyone who worked on this submission. I know I have given everyone an earful on this issue, not least of all you, Mayor. So I just wanted to say thank you for hearing me, and more importantly, thank you for hearing my community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank staff for their work on this. Great discussion. Clearly, there was already a process laid out. This isn't a matter of cherry picking. There was a list that was there. And I think we've seen what's happened over time when it comes to housing in general. People simply want more. When it comes to pontificating and thinking about things over time, people have gotten kind of sour about that. People want to start seeing action. And it's not all just one cookie cutter solution. It'd be great if we could say, hey, city, you just build all the housing forever and do everything. We know that's not reality. We have a mixed environment where we have many people that are contributing. We have our federal government, along with the mayor, working on whether it's to build Canada Strong, or you look at the programs that we're accessing. You look at the continued press through the province to be able to build more homes as well. Even inside the Greenbelt, we're taking a bath on our DCs to be able to encourage development and higher towers because we want intensification. So is it going to fit everyone's narrative? Absolutely not. But we're looking at a whole bunch of topologies. And I'll tell you now, I speak to municipalities all the time, same as President Brockington with AMO. People would be very jealous, and they are jealous. They're wondering why Ottawa is seeing success and seeing new ways of doing business and being able to get housing actually built, not just talking about it, actually developing and building homes for people. They don't build overnight. So we're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. That would be ridiculous. Now, there's some people that are just bound with only one type of housing topology. And I get that. But think about the rest of the people in the city of Ottawa. This is going to make us whole. The previous government, I just want to remind people, we were all excited when they were talking about building more housing for people. And they said, yay, we're going to give lots of money, federal government won't give it to municipalities. Oh, except for the development charges. Well, guess what? The federal government listened, changed a lot of the ways they do things, listened to people like Mayor Sutcliffe and many others across the country to say, yeah, no, we need the infrastructure. We need all those things to connect to be able to build your mandate, which is more housing. But it also includes the private sector. They're partners as well. So I'm hoping, colleagues, and again, I practice what I preach. You just have to look in my area. There's towers everywhere. I have a very large number going in because we need the housing. So I hope my colleagues really look at this. We're being made whole. I don't know what else, what other things do you want? Oh, you want to choose what type of project? Well, that's not an option. So option A, we're going to be made whole. We're going to have more housing in this city of one format, which goes along with all the rest. Or B, no, I'm just not happy with it. We're not going to allow more houses to be built. That's the question in front of us today. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Desroches.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And it's ironic that I come after Councillor Tierney, who's the FCM president. We have been lobbying for years to the federal and provincial governments that they need to do more to address the housing crisis. They have the financial capacity to do things like they're doing here, which is to dramatically reduce development charges. We didn't have that ability because we need that funding to build the infrastructure that's needed to support the houses. So they're finally doing it, and they're to be applauded for that. I'm not thrilled with the program design. I think there's a number of ways they could have designed this program that potentially would have avoided some of the squabbling over the projects. There'd be 24 views, I'm sure, on what that list would look like. But they could have had an option where there'd be a rebate that goes directly to the homeowner, which would have given, I think, some assurance that the benefit would go to the new home buyer. But they didn't do that. And we know with many, many other funding agreements, it's a one-way street. And if we want to participate, we accept the terms of the program. So as long as it meets the needs of the city and is responsible. And I think that is what it is on the table today. A question for staff. When I communicate this to the public, this project is funding the reduction in DC. That is the program design. We have had to substantiate that we had projects. And again, I don't know why we need to do that. They could have easily said, like, look, you're growing at a massive rate. Of course, you're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure that you need to show to us that you reduced it. They chose this odd way. Again, we don't have a lot of option, but the intent of this program is to reduce the development charge, not to fund the projects. Question.
Correct.
Okay, that's all. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor, at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions have been answered at this point, but I have a lot of concerns about this program, and if it's successful at building housing faster, I think it might be accelerating the less desirable type of growth that has put a strain on all of our infrastructure and services, the development that we see, outside the Greenbelt. It's really expensive, particularly in the long term, difficult to provide services out there, difficult to maintain, and I think will continue to contribute to the infrastructure deficit that we just heard about at our last meeting in the long term. I guess what I'm trying to understand in terms of this program is funding the reduction, the 54%. So are we guaranteed, like if this application is successful, are we guaranteed to be made whole? Like they can't come back and say, actually, we'll take this and this, but we won't be refunding you this. So we're left to fill a gap of 10, 15%. Is this a guarantee, or how is it structured?
So that's what we're looking for as part of the negotiations, that guarantee. And if there was any deviations from what we're asking for, that we would come back to council in August for approval.
So what would you quantify as a significant? Does it have to be a significant deviation? Any deviation? You're coming back to see if council still has an appetite for this program. When we apply the deadline, I think it was August 15th. They're going to review it and they're going to come back. So if there is a significant or any deviation, you have to come back for council approval, or has there been some delegated authority in there to accept some level of deviation?
It's mostly in terms of impact to the taxpayer. If there's an impact to the taxpayer that deviates from what we're proposing. So for example, they won't accept us retroactively, including the retroactive adjustment to January 1, then that's a significant change. If they're not going to make us whole, if we've underestimated, that's a big change too. And so all those items, anything that's in impact to the taxpayer would come back to council.
And come back for a decision point, or just come back as information?
For final approval of the TPA, the transfer payment agreement.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. I know, so I'm just going to suggest we take a short pause because Councillor Menard wanted to introduce a direction, although you've already spoken once. But somebody else could introduce it on your behalf. But I think staff have some feedback on the wording of it. So maybe we just take a minute to work on that, see if we can find a resolution. So we'll just take a short pause. Thank you. If we could start again, please. Thank you. I'll just give it another 30 seconds for people to return, but we're going to start again. Okay, let's get started again. So we have a direction which I'm happy to make on Councillor Menard's behalf, since he's already spoken, that staff work with councillors to consider concerns as inputs to negotiations with the province about DC rates, project list, and checks and balances to protect city finances in advance of final application submission. Are staff okay with that direction?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're good.
Okay, I just have one question, and then I'll make a few comments before we vote. But my question is, just to be clear, we have a DC background study. All the projects that are in this application come from the DC background study, and there's a bunch of other projects in the DC background study as well. The inclusion of a project in this application is based on meeting the criteria for the application and getting the federal and provincial governments to pay for as much out of the DC background study as we are able to get them to pay for, right? But it's not, this is a little bit like I'm buying a McHappy meal and the federal government's paying for the French fries or they're paying for the Coke, but I was always going to have the French fries, the Coke, and the burger anyway, right? It's not changing what we're moving forward with. It's just changing who's paying for a specific list of projects that meet the criteria.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, but I'm more of a Subway kind of guy.
Okay. And for the record, I've never had a McHappy meal, but okay, but just to be clear, this is not about, oh, we're moving these things forward, we're not doing a bunch of other things. This is just which ones are the federal government going to pay for and which ones are going to be paid for through development charges in the future.
Exactly, but all those multitudes of criteria. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Alors, nous avons aujourd'hui l'occasion de dire oui au logement une fois de plus.
We can move forward with housing once more.
Housing once again. I want to thank Councillor Hill for his direction, which is important because we know that construction takes time and we want to keep the window open as long as possible. Colleagues, we have been hearing about the housing crisis since before this term of council began. I have been impatient about the housing file for a long time, about all forms of housing, affordable, market, supportive, and rental. For too long, our city has put up too many obstacles to building more homes. That's happened within the bureaucracy, it's happened at planning committee, it's happened at council. We were getting in the way of more homes being built rather than helping to build more homes. We didn't see progress on streamlining approvals or shortening timelines or reducing the cost of housing. So based on that, I launched the Housing Innovation Task Force. We brought industry, not-for-profit, and public sector leaders together to give us advice on how to cut red tape and fast-track all forms of housing. That work is now underway, and we're making historic progress. We're building thousands and thousands of affordable homes. We were the first city in Canada to secure a deal with Build Canada Homes. And despite the resistance and pushback on that agreement and other steps that we've taken, including the recommendations from the task force, we are leading Ontario in housing start growth. But we need to do more, and today we have an opportunity to do that. we have an opportunity to lower the cost of housing and secure almost $700 million in infrastructure funds from the federal and provincial governments. With this funding, we'll advance key projects across the city, including the widening of Brian Coburn Boulevard, the widening of Carp Road, the Greenbank Road realignment, and advancing work to make 20 intersections safer and less congested. We'll deliver key wastewater projects needed to support new communities. We'll fund the expansion of the Bowesville Park and Ride to make life easier for our transit users in Riverside South. And we're able to do that not by charging people who are buying new homes, but by getting money from the federal and provincial governments. With this proposal, we'll reduce development charges by 54%. That represents a reduction of almost $34,000 in the price of a new home in the suburbs. That will make homes more affordable for everyone, including young families. It will also unlock and accelerate an estimated 65,000 additional housing units. We have been saying for years and years that we need the federal and provincial governments to give us more infrastructure money so that we can lower development charges and make housing more affordable. And now they're doing exactly what we asked. And yet there is still some resistance and some pushback. I think we need to jump on this historic opportunity. We need to be leaders. Instead of asking our residents to pay for this infrastructure through development charges, let's have the federal and provincial governments pay for it. I know from my many years as a journalist how rare it is to get alignment from all three levels of government on a critical priority like housing. So let's take advantage of that alignment. We need to lead, not to hesitate. I will continue fighting for more housing. I will continue to fight to reduce the cost of housing. I will continue to fight to get more infrastructure money from other levels of government. And I encourage all of you to join me in that fight by passing this draft application today. Thank you, colleagues, and I will ask now for a vote.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Also yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes, but dissenting on recommendation 1.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Plante. Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes, but I'll also dissent on 1.
Councillor Troster.
Yes, but dissent on 1.
Councillor Desroches.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes, dissent on 1, please.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
23 yeas, 1 nay, and 4 dissents.
On item 1. Yeah.
On item 1, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, look, I know there are some people in the gallery who have been waiting for us to deal with item 18 on the agenda. So, with the support of council, we could move to that one first. So that is the rental renovation license bylaw review. There are 2 directions that I'm aware of, so perhaps we could introduce those first. Councillor Luloff, you have a direction?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Troster chatting with me about this the other day as well, so thank you very much. That Council directs staff to report back to the appropriate standing committee no later than the end of 2029 on the implementation and effectiveness of the rental renovation license bylaw, including the number of applications received, licenses issued, instances of non-compliance, warnings and charges, repeat applications involving the same properties or landlords, operating costs, privacy impacts, interaction with the strengthened provincial framework, and any evidence that the bylaw has reduced unlawful renovation related evictions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Plante, I believe you have a direction too on this item.
Thank you. As part of the implementation of the rental renovation license bylaw, staff include a link to the existing landlord and tenant rental housing property management bylaw education guides developed in 2021 and the eviction education guide to be developed as part of the rental renovation license bylaw so that tenants have easy access to tailored, accessible communications and education resources for renters regarding their rights and the municipal tools available to support safe and well-maintained rental housing, recognizing Ottawa's longstanding and robust rental population, including students, military, diplomatic personnel, and highly mobile workforce, as well as the anticipated growth in renter households from approximately 36% of households today to 43% over the next decade, and that staff include references and links to the existing LTR housing property management education guides and their communication to public interest holders regarding the rental renovation license bylaw and eviction education guides to help ensure that tenants and landlords are aware of their ongoing rights and responsibilities with respect to maintenance of rental properties. That staff be directed to consider for inclusion as part of the next term of council bylaw review work plan, a review of regulatory options to promote safe and well-maintained rental housing informed by lessons learned through the problematic properties pilot in Ward 12 and 14 and the implementation of rental renovation license bylaw, including consideration of broader apartment building standards and license regime tools such as the Residents First from City of Cleveland program, a program facing building rating systems similar to City of Toronto's Rent Safe TO program, and how information from the problematic properties pilot and rental renovation license bylaw can be used to support the early identification of landlords and properties that may present an elevated risk of non-compliance, as well as proactive inspections and enhanced compliance and enforcement tools to address persistent problematic properties landlords, and that staff explore opportunities to share relevant data and compliance information collected through the problematic properties pilot and staff responsible for administering the rental renovation license bylaw. Merci.
Merci à vous. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Leeper, before we do that, are staff okay with both those directions?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we are.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Leeper.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. I will keep it very brief and just congratulate Councillor Troster on getting this finally passed. This was, I think, 8 votes in total to get us to this point. It's a remarkable achievement that shouldn't have been as hard as it was. I wanted to hop on the speakers list to compare what we're about to do here with the renovation bylaw, which is one of the best ways in which we can try to preserve affordable housing as affordable, help keep rents low for people, compared to the, I think it's an $8.8 billion program that the federal government and provincial government have just put in place. The rental renovation bylaw will cost us virtually nothing and provides us with one of the best avenues to preserve housing as affordable, help people stay in housing that is affordable, and really truly help address the affordable housing crisis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I had to miss the Planning and Housing Committee due to, I was sick from it was a combination of that and the unbelievable workload from the flood situation. So I just want to make sure you understand that didn't take away from my concern for this much needed bylaw, and I want to thank my colleague Councillor Troster for bringing it forward and to say that I enthusiastically support it. This hits home in Bay Ward. In the case of Aspen Towers, tenants received unclear eviction notices tied to renovations. This type of behavior, issuing letters and then planning the renovations later, is exactly what this bylaw will prevent. And I'm happy that Ottawa is taking this small step towards protecting tenants and hopefully minimizing the amount of stress and uncertainty and confusion that tenants face when their landlords start renovating their homes. This is an oft repeated statistic, but we need to keep it in mind. For every new unit we build, and we build a lot of them with Ottawa Community Housing, 31 units are lost due to rising rents, renovations, and demolitions. This is an issue that affects every ward across the city, but it's something I'm particularly focused on in Bay Ward with the largest concentration of seniors in the city. Affordable housing benefits everyone, and we need more of it, and we have to preserve that we have, and we have to ensure that tenants are protected and rents remain affordable for the better. I'm happy to support the direction that was passed also by my colleague, Councillor Menard, for additional demolition control protections for tenants, and I'm looking forward to seeing the city implement greater protections for residents in affordable rental units that could be demolished, and this is a reality of the future. So again, I want to thank also to the staff for all the work they've put into this, and to my councillor colleagues for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate very much my council colleagues that are on the other side of this issue from me as well. I think both of us share the fact that we want to see tenants protected. We don't want to see anyone taken advantage of, and certainly I want every renter in the city of Ottawa to be able to pay the lowest possible rent sustainably for the longest amount of time. I think that's actually the issue. In fact, I think that's the issue that the city should be squarely focused its policies on, is making sure that rent inflation over the long term is attacked as much as possible. And unfortunately, I think the method that we're choosing to address this issue is the wrong one. It's the wrong tool. I've heard the statistic many times now that for every one affordable unit that's built, we lose 31. That is inflation. It's rent inflation. It's happening because we have a shortage of market housing. And the more acute that housing shortage becomes, the more that's going to grow. And in fact, my concern would be that as much as $1,900, $2,100, $2,200 a month in rent is expensive today, and it is, over the long term, if we don't address housing supply to meet our growth demands, that apartment right now that seems expensive at $2,100 a month could well become $3,100 a month. And for anyone that disputes those numbers, I would encourage you to talk to somebody in Toronto. I would ask city staff, what are our growth projections, our most recent growth projections over the next 25 years?
Sorry about that. So just pulling up the information. So we right now are sitting at a population a little over 1 million. We're expected to reach, according to the provincial numbers that were presented to council last February, the provincial forecasts have us seeing an additional 500,000 population increase by 2051, getting us to a 1.6 million.
So it's correct to say that we estimate that over the next 25 years, we're going to see another 500,000 people-ish living in the city of Ottawa.
That's correct.
So my concern here, when we look at inflationary numbers like for every one affordable housing unit that's built, 31 no longer become affordable. The concern here is, how are we going to house 500,000 people over the next 25 years? And the answer cannot be on the public side. We cannot afford that. It has to be the private sector that takes the majority of that ownership of the rental market space. The only way that things can be attainable for anyone to afford rent over that time frame is going to be if private sector rents are in a reasonable range to be afforded. My concern with policies like this is not necessarily that in the short term, the landlord might have to get an extra permit a little bit earlier and there's going to be a 2-month delay. That is an issue, but I think the more acute issue is that at scale, the developers and the landlords and the property managers who are looking to build those towers in the downtown, who are looking to do that infill development that we need to house 500,000 more people in this city in accordance with our official plan and our zoning bylaws, they are not going to see the ability to do those constructions because of the risk to their financing. So that's my principal concern when I look at policies like the vacant unit tax, like rent evictions, and I understand well that the negotiations that have happened to date in order to get ourselves into the current position, the impacts may not be tactically as acute and felt, but if we do follow through with the intention over the next term of council to look at additional policies to this, like compensation for tenants, that will substantially change the financial modeling that our property managers look at when they're looking to grow new stock or to buy new buildings or to put new buildings up. And if we're not building those new buildings, I don't think we're going to keep pace. I would follow my question up to staff with looking at those growth projections over the last 10 years of property growth in the city of Ottawa. Are we at pace with what we need to do in order to meet those number pressures in terms of population, or do we need to build more or less? Where do we kind of fit on that trend line in terms of the requirement to grow new rental stock?
And through the chair, we'd absolutely need more of all types of housing.
Including in the private sector?
That's correct.
Would you have a ballpark, like are we talking like twice as many housing starts per year or like 5 more?
Right now, according to data, it would show that we are about 36% of the City of Ottawa's market is rental. How much bigger a proportion that has to be would depend on a lot of factors, and including affordability of what is for ownership. So it's hard to guess at exactly how much it would need to absorb, but right now it represents 36% of the market.
Thank you. Colleagues, so I am sensitive to the concerns being raised about protecting our tenants. But I would argue we should look at this through the lens of how do we retain the lowest possible market rate rental structure in the City of Ottawa, in a world where we, the city, don't build houses per se. It's the private sector that does that. In an environment where if we don't keep pace with an additional 500,000 people coming to the community, we may actually say the good old days of 2026 when it wasn't a housing crisis, that's 5 years from now, if we don't keep pace. So I would encourage that we not move forward with this new bylaw, and instead we look at other options. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really, I want to thank Councillor Trosser for all the work she's done to try to get this to where it is today. So 1 and 2 at committee, no problem. That was where I thought there was some great work done. Adding in 3 was where I had an issue. I'd like that just as a separate vote on clause 3. But the rationale, and I said this at committee and I'll say it again, is I don't think our data that, especially even how it's described here, is going to get us the information we want. Even just data trends don't tell us much. There's so much more that we would need to understand about N5s and N12s and what impacts this has had. Remember at committee, if you were there, we talked about unintended consequences of some of these things. I don't think we fully thought through. So I don't think that how 3 is worded, and I think if I had had more time and wasn't dealing with the flooding, I might have had more conversations with Councillor Troster on that. However, I'm not going to vote for section 3 because I don't think it will get what we want at this time. But I will vote for sections 1 and 2. So thank you.
Okay, are you asking for a separate vote on 3, or are you just going to dissent on 3? Okay, thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I am here today to speak directly to the 30% of Ottawa residents who rent their homes. That is roughly 300,000 people. Nurses, PSWs, teachers, artists, retail workers, students, and seniors. My message is this: we care about you. We want you to stay in our city, and we will stand up for you and with you against bad landlords who use renovations as an excuse to kick you out of your home. The rental renovation license bylaw is a tremendous milestone for our city, and it's elegant in its simplicity. All it does is say, show us your work. And if you are a responsible and honest landlord, which most are, then this bylaw will not stop you from upgrading your property. Because if you are completing renovations on your property that are significant enough to require vacant possession, you're going to need a permit anyway. What we're doing here is calling bad landlords bluff. So there will be serious fines if all you do is evict a tenant, paint the walls, and jack up the rent. I have been clear throughout this process that we shouldn't have to do this. Right now, there is a financial incentive for landlords to evict good, long-standing tenants because of a lack of provincial vacancy control. There are no rules controlling how much the rent can be raised between tenants. When I was knocking on doors during the 2022 election, I met tenants living in the same building with the exact same apartments paying hundreds of dollars more rent than their neighbors. That's not right, and it's not fair. This council has been bending over backwards to appease developers and property owners. In today's meeting, council voted to cut development charges in half. The Housing Acceleration Plan offers all sorts of fee relief with absolutely no guarantee that these incentives will end up in the pockets of homeowners or tenants. We are saying yes to housing, but we still have an incredibly unhealthy housing rental market. In the last 10 years, rent has gone up 60%, more than double the rate of inflation. And as my colleagues have said today, we're losing 31 affordable apartments for every one we build. This bylaw would cost the city roughly $55,000 a year to implement, and it would cost landlords nothing. Meanwhile, we have 3,000 people experiencing homelessness in our city, and it costs $26,000 per person per year for the city to pay for someone to live in shelter. This bylaw doesn't go as far as any other municipality in Ontario. I believe it should be much stronger, but I'm willing to compromise to see this bylaw pass today. But when it comes up for review, I'm just asking staff to give us their opinion on whether some elements that are present in every other single renovation bylaw across the province are still needed here. This is the least we can do. The number one profile of a person impacted by a renovation that we see in my office is a senior woman. Imagine being 75 years old, having worked hard and paid your rent for your whole life, and suddenly having to move into a homeless shelter. That is not hyperbole. The folks from the Ottawa Mission are telling us that this is what's happening. And what's worse is that people who have finally escaped shelter and found their own apartments are getting evicted and ending up back in shelter a second time. No one wants to see this continue to happen. I want to thank city staff for all your work on this. I know there were times when we disagreed, but that is the necessary, messy tension of democracy. And to all of the advocates who fought so hard for this, Ottawa Acorn, the Council on Aging, the Alliance to End Homelessness, Community Legal Services of Ottawa, the Advocacy Centre for Tenants in Ontario, and the Ottawa Mission, thank you. We did this together, and I know we will not stop fighting together for the rights of renters in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Tierney. Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate what's in front of us today, and I know this will come back, obviously, early 2027. This is a good start. I did ask for some information real quickly, and I did receive it. Thank you for that. About the interior application permit application process. And we all received the same email. It clearly says 82% of applications get deferred. That on small buildings in 2026. And we can say it's because of they're not applying correctly or things are not happening correctly, but what is usually 3 weeks turns into, based on these numbers here, over a month and a half to be able to get the permit. And we want them to prove it. There's probably a lot of really good people that want to prove it. I just want to ensure we're not a hindrance on that process. If there's a better gate that has to be there to make sure they know what papers they have to have together, because clearly there's a problem. 82% is a very high number of ones that don't meet the Ontario Building Code timeline. I don't know if you want to provide comment, if they're going to look at that, knowing that if tenants are going to get temporarily evicted, that they can get back quicker. That is a key part of the puzzle. I mean, I don't want to hold anything up either. And I think there could be a win-win for everybody on this one.
Through the chair, I know the numbers you're speaking of, and yes, we are going to look at what we can do to provide for information so that people understand what's required. As we move to the automated system, it did help support. So you're looking at a larger time frame of data, and as things are more automated, it is our turnaround time improves, but we will look at that.
Thank you. And of course, you're looking at other municipalities. Brampton's a prime example where they're using AI gating, and it's reduced their requirements from the people that are applying for these types of permits very quickly. I said that for David Brown. I don't know where he is. But nonetheless, I'm glad we're looking at that, because the less we can have people out of their units, less time, and the city's not a part of that, that would be great. And then we'll also have these protection measures in to see if the provincial government's actually going to do what they say and actually put some real challenges in place to ensure that we have the unscrupulous, and it's very, very few, but it's enough that it creates a lot of tension and hurt for people. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. So is the item carried?
Dissent across the board.
We get yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays? Okay, go ahead. Do you want yeas and nays on the entire item, or on everything? Okay. So just to be clear, councillors can vote yes, but dissent on item 3 if they choose to, or yes or no, or anything else if they want to, but those are the ones I've heard about. Go ahead.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes, but I'll dissent on item 3.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes, and I will also dissent on item number 3.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes to everything.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Hubli.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Conseiller Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Desroches.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
We.
Councillor Curry.
Yes, dissent on 3, please.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes, dissent on 3.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
Yeas, 5 nays, and 4 dissents on item 3.
Okay, it's carried. Thank you. We will move next to item 14.1, which is the Transportation and Mobility Strategy and Action Plan, and we will start with a presentation from staff, and I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And just before I hand it over to Debbie and the team for the presentation, I really want to take a moment to recognize and thank many city staff who worked collaboratively to bring this action plan before council today. And when I reflect back on the vision of the Strategic Initiatives Department, I think this report is a perfect example of that. The plan reflects a thoughtful, coordinated citywide effort to address anticipated mobility challenges and improve how people move throughout our community. It also demonstrates professionalism, expertise, and dedication of staff across multiple departments who came together in a very short period of time to develop practical and integrated solutions. And I think it's also worth noting that this work comes at a very important time. Looking at travel patterns, they're continuing to evolve due to the growth across our city, and we're going to see more federal employees return to or have an increased office presence, and we're already seeing those increased pressures in our transportation network. And recent mobility and traffic challenges have reinforced the need for stronger coordination, better planning, and a comprehensive approach to keep people moving safely and efficiently. And this action plan is focused on improving mobility for all users in our transportation network. And the plan includes actions to strengthen our transit service, enhance safe cycling and pedestrian routes, provide more flexible parking options, optimize traffic and construction management, and ensure residents receive clear and timely information every step of the way. And I want to thank everyone involved for their commitment, their collaboration in developing this strategy. This is a really strong example of how city staff work together as one city, one team to address complex challenges and deliver solutions that benefit residents, businesses, and visitors alike. So with that, I'll turn it over to Debbie to kick off the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm pleased to be here to present the Transportation Mobility Strategy and Action Plan that was developed to respond to an anticipated increase in traffic resulting from a number of different reasons, but these include continued growth, increased number of days in office for federal employees, resumption of the school season, etc. Bonjour, nous sommes ici aujourd'hui pour présenter la stratégie et le plan d'action.
We are here today to present the Transportation and Mobility Strategy and Action Plan that were developed for the increase in traffic because of the sustained growth, the higher number of federal employees downtown, and the return to school.
As Wendy mentioned, the development of the plan, while led by Strategic Initiatives Department, has been a cross-department collaboration involving most other departments. It has also involved active engagement with other jurisdictions, including Public Services and Procurement Canada, federal central agencies, la Société de Transport de l'Outaouais, et la Ville de Gatineau. Next slide, please. The efficient movement of people and goods through the city is critical for a well-functioning city and a strong economy. It contributes to our city's reputation as a good place to live, work, and invest. The confluence of the end of summer vacation period, return to classes for students, increase in office presence of federal employees created an ideal opportunity for the city to undertake a holistic review of enhancements that could be made to maintain the effective flow of commuter traffic throughout the city. Si s'adapter aux changements dans la demande en déplacement fait normalement partie des opérations de la ville, la concentration de travailleurs fédéraux à Ottawa offre une occasion exceptionnelle de rehausser la mobilité et d'améliorer le service offert avant que ces changements se produisent. The goals of the strategy and
Les
action
objectifs de la
plan,
stratégie du plan d'action
while we
sont
won't eliminate peak hour traffic, the actions in this report are designed to help us better manage it. Through the strategy and actions, we want to maintain mobility across the transportation network as travel demand increases, minimize disruptions through proactive coordination and operational readiness, encourage transit as a primary goal, along with other sustainable travel choices. We want to remain adaptable and able to respond quickly to what is happening on the roads and on the ground. And then we want to provide timely, clear, and actionable travel information to commuters to help them make informed decisions. Finally, there is also an opportunity to promote downtown vibrancy. As many federal employees work in the downtown, this is an opportunity to showcase the significant enhancements the city and its partners have made to downtown public spaces, including street seeds, the Arts and Culture Entertainment District, and Byward Market Square. If people come early or stay later to enjoy these new public spaces, public art, and live music events, this may have the added benefit of helping to spread out traffic volumes. Next slide, please. So why this plan? Why now? The COVID-19 pandemic changed work and commuter patterns as more public and private sector employers are now requiring employees to work from offices. We are again seeing changing commuter patterns. Ottawa has experienced other changes in that period, including a 20% growth in population and new communities being established across the city. At the same time, the federal workforce in the National Capital Region has also increased by 20%, or about 20,000 workers since 2019. At the same time, we have not yet seen transit ridership increase to pre-pandemic levels. People are also traveling less in general, And as a result, parking spaces downtown have decreased by almost 10% since 2019. Next slide, please. Development of the strategy and action plan were data informed. I'll quickly share what we learned about the federal workforce in the National Capital Area through data provided by PSPC. More than 150,000 federal employees live and work in the National Capital Area, including approximately 115,000 on the Ottawa side and roughly 65,000 working in downtown Ottawa. Federal employees are broadly distributed across the city rather than concentrated in any particular neighborhoods. However, federal office location remain heavily concentrated downtown. So on this slide, anything that is in darker shading, so the darker the shading, the higher the concentration of federal employees in terms of their homes, where they live. This data has helped staff identify where additional pressure can be expected on key commuter corridors, transit routes, and park and ride facilities during peak periods. What's clear is that the return to office or the increase in office presence will have impacts across the city. Next slide, please. So after assessing where increased transportation network was most likely, increased pressures on the transportation network was most likely to occur, and identifying opportunities to enhance mobility across the network, staff engaged councillors, BIAs, so business improvement areas, and the Ottawa Board of Trade to understand local considerations and identify practical solutions. More than 60% of the recommendations in the action plan were directly informed by this engagement. Each action was then assessed for operational feasibility, implementation timelines, resource requirements, and existing constraints to ensure it could be realistically delivered within the proposed timeframes, that is, implemented by mid to end August. Next slide, please. So the recommended strategy has been developed using a series of guiding principles intended to support efficient mobility, maintain public confidence, and enable flexible responses as travel patterns evolve. A core principle behind the strategy is proactive readiness. There are service enhancements that are proposed across 5 focus areas. Transit enhancements. This is the core area of focus for this action strategy. In addition to transit enhancements, there are actions to support traffic management and construction coordination, parking measures, especially to support the use of public transit, active transportation measures, and finally, a comprehensive communications and public information plan. Together, these measures are intended to support increased use of the transportation network, maintain the efficient movement of people and goods, and enhance service delivery through a coordinated network-based approach. In total, there are 48 proposed actions, and the approach is to implement the measures proactively and then adapt them over time as conditions stabilize, scaling supports where appropriate while retaining measures that continue to provide long-term operational value. The approach establishes the tools, governance, and operational readiness needed to monitor the conditions and refine services as travel patterns continue to evolve. And with that, I'll turn it over to Will McDonald, Director of Strategic Project Office, to continue with the presentation.
So as Debbie mentioned, transit is the cornerstone of the strategy. Given the anticipated increase in traffic volumes, supporting and encouraging transit use is fundamental to managing system-wide impacts. Building on the work already undertaken by OC Transpo through the Customer First Action Plan, the plan seeks to improve service reliability, increase service availability in targeted locations, enhance customer experience, strengthen operational monitoring, and improve the overall consistency and predictability of the network. Key measures include increasing train and bus service, enhancing maintenance and repairs so the buses can be returned to service as quickly as possible, and expanding park and ride options, including increasing capacity at the Beausville Park and Ride site, which was identified as the location with the greatest capacity constraints. The strategy also includes providing clear public information on transit and enhancements through a targeted communications campaign, deploying transit ambassadors at major stations to support riders and enhance customer support. Next slide, please. La stratégie et le plan d'action prévoit des mesures destinées
à améliorer has measures focused on improving the fluidity of traffic, thanks to
de la surveillance de gestion de la circulation et des
the
interventions en
traffic management.
The strategy and action plan includes measures to improve traffic flow through enhanced monitoring, traffic management, and incident response. Key measures include updating mapping applications to ensure they reflect current road conditions and can better support commuters navigating the city. Restricting road and lane closures where feasible to improve traffic flow, and the deployment of additional traffic monitoring cameras. In addition, the strategy proposes extending peak AM and PM no parking and no stopping periods by 30 minutes. So from 9 to 9:30 in the morning and from 5:30 to 6 p.m. in the evening on select streets downtown, and increasing the penalties for no stopping and no parking violations along designated downtown corridors by 50%. Amendments to the traffic and parking bylaw and the administrative monetary penalty systems bylaw are proposed to enable these changes. The changes are consistent with practices in other comparable municipalities and are intended to improve compliance with parking regulations in the downtown area, where illegal stopping and parking have a significant impact on traffic flow, transit operations, emergency vehicle access, and overall public safety. Next slide, please. In order to ensure construction-related activities are optimized to preserve transportation capacity and to minimize avoidable disruption during peak periods, planned and active construction projects across the city were reviewed. Projects identified as having the greatest potential impact on transportation and mobility were assessed for opportunities to accelerate work where feasible, restore roadway capacity ahead of anticipated increases in usage, sequencing adjustments, expanded night work or off-peak construction activities, and where appropriate, deferral. In addition, the strategy includes increased enforcement of peak hour lane closure restrictions and limits to new road encroachments. L'objectif consiste à préserver la capacité de transport.
We want to preserve the capacity in transportation and to reduce the interruption during busy periods.
Parking measures identified in the action plan are focused primarily on improving access to transit. The objective is to support a balanced transportation system that prioritizes transit use while providing appropriate flexibility where needed. Key measures include optimizing parking demand through flexible pricing and extended parking hours, increasing parking flexibility, such as promoting private driveway rentals in the downtown core, and authorizing the temporary use of recreation and culture facility parking lots and places of worship parking lots situated near transit and downtown as supplemental park and ride lots. A detailed zoning amendment, including the specific City of Ottawa recreation facilities proposed to be included under the temporary parking use, will be brought forward through a separate report to the Planning and Housing Committee. Next slide, please. Les mesures de promotion de transport actif sont destinées à favoriser la
Active
mobilité.
transportation measure to improve mobility by offering residents other options.
Cycling, walking, and other active modes, which can improve network performance, support reliable travel, and help residents travel more efficiently during peak periods. Proposed measures include updating and promoting online cycling route maps, encouraging sustainable commuting through the federal government's enrollment in the TravelWise program, and enhanced maintenance of pathways and cycling infrastructure. Next slide, please. The strategy recognizes that transportation challenges are not limited to the downtown, as illustrated by the Carling campus occupied by the Department of National Defence and Defence Research and Development Canada. This is a site with well-known connectivity challenges today and is expected to grow significantly over the coming years. The action plan proposes transit service enhancements, including increased service frequency, improved connectivity, and routing adjustments to help provide reliable access to the site. In addition, the action plan includes the construction of a sidewalk on Moody Drive to improve connectivity. However, the construction of the sidewalk is contingent on the availability of federal funding and would only proceed if such funding is secured. Next slide, please. The transportation and mobility strategy is underpinned by a comprehensive communications approach. While infrastructure investments, operational adjustments, and transportation management measures will improve system performance, their impact is strengthened when residents have timely, accurate, reliable, and actionable information to inform their travel decisions. Measures focus on providing residents with transparent, frequent, and practical travel information to support proactive trip planning, improve travel efficiency, and help residents choose the best travel option for each trip. In addition, enhanced education and awareness of enforcement measures will be implemented to promote safer, more compliant behavior among road users. I'll now pass it over to Mr. Leary to provide some additional details on the transit enhancements.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm pleased to share an overview of how OC Transpo is enhancing service this fall in support of the City of Ottawa's Transportation and Mobility Strategy and Action Plan. As the transit provider in our nation's capital, OC Transpo is prepared to welcome new and returning customers as demand increases this fall. The changes that we're introducing will improve capacity, strengthen reliability, and enhance the overall customer experience. Today, I'd like to provide an overview of how we are improving service across the system this fall and highlight some key points. First, we're improving weekday frequency on Line 1. For customers, this means more room aboard trains and less time waiting for the next train. Starting this fall, Line 1 will operate every 4 minutes during peak periods. We've heard from our customers that operating more frequently is something that's very important to them. We'll also run earlier first trips on O Train Line 2 in the morning for early morning commuters from the south. And we're also working on initiatives that will mean more paratranspo hours to provide more reliable service to our customers. We'll have improved schedule reliability on 30 bus routes, which serve over 50% of our customers. And we're adding new express bus services and park and ride connections to major employment areas in the city, including D&D Carling Campus, Canada North, which is Canada's largest tech park, and Gatineau. And finally, with all these new service offerings, we'll have more staff across the system to support customers on their trips. A major improvement we're introducing this fall is new express bus service, which is going to provide direct peak period trips serving park and ride lots, key employment areas, and O train stations at Tunney's Pasture and Blair. This is a direct service, meaning limited stops and faster travel times for our customers. We're going to make it easy for customers to know which bus trips are running in express service by clearly designating express trips on our maps and signage. Next slide, please. We have excellent park and ride lots across the city, and these facilities are a convenient and appealing option for many customers who live in the west, east, and south of the city. I want to encourage residents to take advantage of these free facilities and get more people taking transit. In the west, we'll have more trips connecting Tunney's Pasture Station and D&D Carling Campus to park and ride lots at Eagleson, the Canada Innovation Tech Park, and Terry Fox stations. In the east, we're adding new express trips to Blair Station from park and ride lots at Millennium, Trim, and Place d'Orleans. We're also adding more trips at Chapel Hill Park and Ride to Blair Station. In the southwest, customers can connect to O Train Line 1 at Tunney's Pasture with additional trips from Baseline, Fallowfield, Nepean Woods, and Stranraer. In the south end, additional trips will also run from Greenboro Park Ride to Herdman Station. Next slide, please. To support commuters, we've planned additional connections to major employment areas. We know that customers headed to work are looking for direct service with fewer transfers. To meet that need, we provide enhanced service to customers. We'll have express peak period service from Tunney's Pasture Station to D&D Carling Campus, with some trips extended to Canada North, again, serving Canada's largest tech park. For riders at Fairhaven, we've created additional trips on routes 74 and 75 that will extend directly to Gatineau. The same goes for Canada, where trips on the routes 61, 62, and 63 will run directly to Gatineau. Now, these extended trips mean connecting to Gatineau with only one bus without the need to transfer to another bus at Tunney's Pasture Station. And while we have planned for our fall service to meet anticipated demand on key routes, we're also allocating additional buses to operate on a standby basis, ready for our control center to supplement service where required. We call these runners-directed vehicles. Now, next slide. The map above, make sure I get to the map. There we go. The map shown here provides a bird's eye view of the new enhanced service that will help support new ridership and commuting demand from all parts of the city this fall. Detailed route numbers, maps, and schedules will be created and published online in advance of the fall service change to reflect the plans we are now working on. Next slide, please. One of the key areas of focus under our Customer First Action Plan involves prioritizing the customer experience. I'll tell you that I'm excited about what we're providing here in the offering. The package of services and service enhancements for this fall is going to be good for our customers. This represents the feedback that we have been hearing directly from our customers, our employees, as well as council. These system-wide improvements will provide a better transit experience. We're going to continue to build on this momentum to earn the confidence of our customers to be the preferred choice to get them to their destination. And I know that OC Transpo is ready for this challenge. We will have our communications and marketing campaign to promote the improvements for fall service. This will build awareness where customers and residents of the new services that are tailored for their trips, as well as the tools available to help them plan. Now, this campaign will include more people in stations, more people attending outreach activities, a higher visibility of safety staff to make customers feel supported in tangible ways. It will also include the promotion of our preferred mobile app partner, Transit. This app offers a customer-friendly tool for real-time transit planning on the go. In addition, digital and print materials for our customers, residents, elected officials, and community partners will be readily available. This includes a new web content, maps, system information, and on-street signage, and include paid marketing for key audiences, ensuring information reaches the people who need it. You know, it's been a privilege to work and learn alongside the dedicated team at OC Transpo over the past few months, and I'm truly excited to drive a more positive change with our plans for this fall. Ottawa deserves a transit network that is strong and dependable as the people who live, work, and study here. Through the Customer First Action Plan, we are moving forward with our work to deliver just that. We're going to continue to listen to our customers and our staff, and we're going to implement these service enhancements. And I look forward to sharing more details of our plans this coming, I'll say in the next few weeks and beyond, as we continue to have our upcoming public consultation town halls with the public. Thank you very much. I'll give it to Cyril now.
Thanks, Rick. So the funding strategy is really made up of 3 or 4 real core principles. A number of the operational measures are being funded through existing resources. So these are existing things that we're prepared to do within existing base budgets and complement. The largest funding, number 2, the largest funding item is the Bowlesville station. So that's the one that we previously talked about from the development charge reduction program. And really this one really focuses on that, as Rick talked about, that transit first approach and making sure that we are managing the increased demand on the system. A number of the transit-related items will be supported by increased ridership revenues. And then the residual component of some of the initiatives on the page and that we talked about in the report is really from the federal funding. So the strategy also continues to ensure that we do pursue federal funding participation, specifically for projects where there's a direct link to the federal funding need, i.e. Moody Drive, Express Routes to D&D. So these are 2 core areas that we'll be seeking support there. So overall, the approach is really much aligned to ensuring that the various costs and initiatives are leveraging existing budgets where we can, using the additional funding sources from the feds for those specific areas, the development charge reduction program for Bowlesville being the largest item, and then of course increased ridership to support some of the increased transit initiatives as we support the overall mobility and transit objectives of this plan. And with that, next slide, and I can slide it back over to Debbie.
Thank you, Cyril. So in terms of recommendations, I'll just summarize really quickly that we're looking for or recommending approval of the strategy and the action plan and funding strategy. I'll just direct your attention quickly to recommendation 3. The zoning bylaw amendments would go to Planning and Housing Committee on August 19th and rise to Council on August 26th. In terms of recommendation 5, in order to support the ability to respond quickly to what we're seeing on the ground as kind of traffic patterns evolve through the early and later into the fall, we're looking for delegated authority to modify, suspend, or terminate some of the temporary measures in this plan based on what we're seeing on the ground. And then finally, recommendation 7, to receive an updated report in Q1 2027. We will report on the effectiveness of the various actions, and Council will have an opportunity to consider whether they should continue, be modified, or terminated. At this point, the measures are intended to continue until March 31st, 2027. Thank you, and that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'll open it up to questions and comments. Councillor Luloff. Oh, as I should, maybe it would be best to introduce, there is one motion and one direction. Maybe it'd be best to introduce those first. So, Councillor Kavanagh, you have a direction, I believe. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is to do with the sidewalk feature. That staff work with D&D to deliver any other sidewalk required to support their facility in operation, as long as D&D provides the funding required to deliver the project.
Are staff okay with that direction?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Desroches?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion that I'll move with Councillor Hill. Do you want me to speak to it at the same time? Okay. I have a motion that deals with the follow-up to this in March, when we'll review what to keep and what not to keep. I think that the strategy, I know the strategy has shown us what is possible when the city places mobility at the center of its operation. We've seen stronger coordination, more active traffic management, quicker decision-making, and a renewed focus on keeping Ottawa moving. And I think a lot of residents are saying, it's great that we're on a war footing for the fall. Let's keep that war footing all year long and in the future going forward, since mobility is so important. We know that we have a great deal of pressure on our transportation network. Major construction projects are taking place across the city, and often residents are spending more time sitting in traffic. That includes people in their vehicles and people on buses. And it's not just frustrating, it has real economic costs. Businesses lose productivity, families lose valuable time, emergency vehicles are delayed, and when our roads don't move, our buses don't move either. Every delay in our road network affects the reliability of OC Transpo and the experience of transit riders. So keeping our roads moving isn't just good for motorists, it's essential for delivering reliable public transit. The reality is we cannot build our way out of congestion overnight. We simply cannot build enough roads or rapid transit infrastructure quickly enough. We have to become much smarter about managing the transportation system we already have. Every improvement we make to the way our transportation network operates benefits everyone: drivers, transit riders, emergency services, commercial vehicles, cyclists, and the movement of goods. That means making mobility a daily operational priority, not just what's happening in the fall of this year. That means investing in better traffic management technology, improving incident response, coordinating construction, optimizing traffic signals, ensuring there's clear accountability for keeping Ottawa moving. We also need to recognize that Ottawa has changed. Growth is no longer concentrated in the downtown core. Busy suburban corridors like Hunt Club Road, Bank Street through Finley Creek, Earl Armstrong Road and Strandherd, and other major arterial roads are now critical to the movement of people and goods across our city. The same level of operational attention we give our busiest downtown intersections should also be available in these growing suburban corridors. If congestion develops, we should know about it immediately. If traffic signals need to be adjusted, they should be adjusted immediately. That's what residents expect from a modern city. One area that I believe we have an opportunity to improve is incident management. I am very pleased to see Ottawa Police working with our traffic management team through this pilot. But I think we should even go further. When you look at how incidents are managed on Ontario's 400 series highways, there's a very clear operational philosophy. Clear the incident safely, restore traffic flow, and keep the network moving. Every minute a lane remains blocked means longer delays, more congestion, transit delays, and greater economic loss. And I believe we should adopt more of the same mindset on our own major transportation network and arterial roads. So this motion is also about the governance. Today, responsibility for mobility is shared across several parts of the organization. But when congestion occurs, someone needs to have the authority to make decisions, and the buck has to stop with someone. So this motion simply asks staff to come back, as you plan to do, and tell council what you need to improve mobility every day of the year. If you need better technology, tell us. If you need additional staffing, tell us. If you need different governance, tell us. If you need investments in intelligent transportation systems, tell us. And if you need policy changes, tell us. And again, it's been great to see this come together in the cooperation that is being demonstrated here, the acceleration of a number of important projects. I think it's something that we need to do not just this fall, but going forward as part of the future. I know you're coming back with a review and some recommendation on what we should continue to keep in place, but I think it's important to flesh out at a greater level of detail what kind of investments we should be making in order to keep this focus on mobility a priority each and every day of the year. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Did you actually read the motion in?
Well, I kind of summarized it, Mr. Mayor, but
yeah.
I will.
I don't think that's how it works.
Well, I mean, it's tabled there, in fairness,
so
right?
Just do
like,
the,
I can read it in, Mr. Mayor.
Therefore be it resolved.
Therefore be it resolved that the Transportation System Management Strategy Update Report include recommendations to strengthen governance, coordination, and accountability for transportation and mobility across the corporation, including options for a clear decision-making framework with defined responsibility and authority for overseeing the city's mobility network. Be it further resolved that the Transportation System Management Strategy Update Report identify any policy, operational, technology, staffing, or funding requirements necessary to support the long-term implementation of these measures. And be it further resolved that this part of the Transportation System Management Strategy Update Report, staff identify opportunities for future investments, including but not limited to intelligent transportation systems, adaptive traffic signal technology, traffic monitoring and analytics, incident management tools, transit priority technologies, traveler information systems, and other mobility initiatives for consideration through the future budget deliberations and long-range financial planning. There you go, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. So now we'll open it up to questions and comments on the staff presentation or on the motion. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to begin by recognizing the work that staff have done to prepare for the additional pressure the federal government's return to office mandate will place on our transportation network. 48 actions is a substantial response. Better traffic management, additional monitoring, coordination of construction, transit adjustments, and improved communication are all reasonable steps, and I support doing what we can to prepare. I also want to be clear about something. For residents of Orleans and Cumberland, the transportation system was under pressure long before the federal government decided to send tens of thousands of employees back to the office 4 days a week. There
is always traffic on Innes Road. There's a lot of pressure on the 74, especially at Split. We should have an alert every time there's an accident or when they're closing a main east-west access, because this will impact thousands of people that are stuck in traffic. The south of Orleans it has the strongest growth. We keep on building there. The population is growing. It means, and unfortunately, the transport hasn't followed the same rhythm. We have more cars on the road, and it's not adapted for that volume. The extension of the Brian Goldberg Avenue hasn't been done. They were supposed to widen 174 on the east side, hasn't been done. And many residents of Cumberland Village are impacted. They don't have access to a frequent bus service.
I appreciate 48 actions before us. We need to recognize what this plan can and cannot do. We can optimize traffic signals, we can coordinate construction, we can communicate better with commuters, but we cannot manage our way out of years of insufficient transportation capacity in the East End.
I'm still worried. Orleans and Cumberland residents will have to make do with the decision of the other government levels. The federal government is one of the largest employers in the area. When they're making a decision, this will have an impact of day-to-day mobility needs of our population. They're not the ones who will pay the price, you know. We're talking here about parents that are stuck on Innis Road trying to get to their children. There will be people waiting for their bus, a bus that is stuck in traffic. And the residents of Cumberland Village don't have any other choices. They have to use their cars.
And I support staff doing everything reasonably possible to manage that additional pressure. But I also believe that there's something missing from this conversation. We're talking about encouraging people to change how they commute. We're talking about getting more people onto public transit, and we're talking about managing congestion created by tens of thousands of additional trips to the downtown core. The Stage 2 East LRT extension is the missing piece of that conversation. In fact, I find striking that the single biggest transportation improvement for the East End is not one of the 48 actions before us. The opening of Stage 2 LRT East Extension will do more to improve mobility for East End commuters than almost any other measure in this report. Residents of Orleans have waited years for this infrastructure. They've lived through construction, lane closures, transit detours, and repeated delays. The project has reached substantial completion. The trains are being tested and the stations are built. And yet the residents I represent still cannot get a clear answer to a very simple question. When can they ride the train? If federal government employees are if the federal government is requiring tens of thousands of employees to return to the office 4 days a week, and the city is implementing 48 separate actions to manage the resulting congestion, then opening the largest transportation investment ever made in the East End cannot be treated as a separate conversation. And I understand that the system must open safely. Nobody around this table is suggesting otherwise. But the people of Orleans and Cumberland have waited patiently. They've planned their commutes around this investment. They deserve greater certainty about when the infrastructure that they've been promised will finally be available. Opening the LRT is not the end of the conversation. We still need reliable bus connections, the Brian Coburn Boulevard extension, improvements to Highway 174, and continued investment from our provincial and federal partners. So I'll support these measures because preparing for the additional pressure on our transportation system is a responsible thing to do. But managing congestion is not always the same as solving it. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I have two questions for staff. So the first one is, can staff outline the specific benefits residents of Orleans and Cumberland will see as a result of this strategy? The report includes additional express service from Councilor. Yep, I'll get this question done here. Trim, Millennium Park and Ride, and increased O-train frequency and other operational improvements. What tangible improvements in travel times, reliability, or service can my residents expect this fall? And finally, can staff provide the council and residents with the additional clarity on the anticipated opening of Stage 2 East LRT extension? Thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, the answer to the first is it depends on the person's location, but we will have more capacity, additional trips, which are faster than the current trips going from many of the park and ride lots directly into Blair Station, and then more frequent service at many times of the day on the train from Blair to downtown.
Through the chair, to answer the second question, right now what we're doing is we're working with the contractors regarding putting the monitoring system of the smart bugs, as we call it, onto the trains. In the last conversation with the transit committee, we've given them an update that I was staging the way we were going to start looking at the project, getting the two-car trains into service first, then working on the smart bugs, and then looking at what we're going to be doing to trial running. I'll have more information later on this summer with the intent of letting transit committee know in September where we stand at that point in time, with the hope of being able to give a lot more information.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you very much. And in the same vein, obviously, with transit, I know we're trying our best, obviously, to see the East Extension. I saw some positive news that testing will commence, and I'm sure, Rick, you're going to have a good plan that will be laid out, and we'll find out about it eventually, about the technical details, the 21 days of testing, if there's no issues, when it can actually be operational. So we're already butting our head against the September 1st. So we know that's not reality, which is, it's a reality. We deal with it. Do you feel confident that there's enough buses to be able to offset the influx of people? It would have been optimal to have the East End train line running, but let's face it, that won't happen. Do you think you'll be satisfied on September 1st? Do we have enough operations to be able to take the extra flow?
Yeah, through the mayor, yes, I do. With the arrangements and the new structure that the team has put together, I'm very comfortable. Last year, we had about 521 buses in service. Now we're looking at about 20 more buses in service. With we hope to have an additional 5 that'll be out there when necessary. So I think we're in much better shape this year than last.
Excellent. There's a couple of weird anomalies this year. First of all, the French board and the French and English boards usually have a 2-week gap. And this year, the gap is much reduced. And the public board's going back on the 1st. So this is going to have a lot of additional new young children walking around the neighborhoods where now we have ripped out the automated speed enforcement. So there's a whole safety concern as well. I won't delve too far into that, but of course, as part of transportation, do we feel, again, that's going to add extra to what we have to do, is knowing we're dealing with the schools essentially a week earlier than usual. Is that going to impact anything?
Mr. Mayor, the service change that we would normally make at the Labor Day weekend is being made earlier this year in late August, so that all the new bus routes are in place by the time the schools go back. And in addition, as we do every year, we work very closely with the school boards and the school transportation authorities so that every student who's traveling is assigned to either an OC Transpo service or to a yellow school bus run.
Okay, wonderful. So I just want to ensure that we still have runway left, pardon the pun, but we have enough bus capacity, knowing we were so low before. Now we're coming back in, all these federal government workers coming in. Now we have all the crush of the students at the same time. I understand changing the schedule is great, but schedule is just a schedule without the bus. So do we have assurances that we have enough buses to satisfy the government workers and the students on that first day?
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you're going to work hard, and I think we behoove us all not to get the public message out to the students, especially. It's going to be very busy on the roads. There's going to be a lot of things happening, and hopefully we deliver a message of safety on those first few days, because it's going to be pretty busy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Curry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick things. First of all, I'm really happy with how the consultation went, and the consultation specifically with councillors. I certainly feel that the comments that I made on behalf of Canada North residents and the Canada's largest tech park were heard, and I see the results in this and the recommendations, so I really appreciate that. I also would say that, so there was this recent consultation, so thank you for that. But the other consultation, Councillor Hubley, Councillor Gower, and I held with the community, the feedback that the community gave then is also reflected in this. So thank you very much, Pat Scrimger. You were on that call. You recall how many recommendations the community had then, and they are reflected in this as well. So really appreciate that. I do want to say just about having more transit to Canada's largest tech park. I'm hoping that councillors realize that the people that are coming to the park live in your wards. Though I'm not advocating for Canada North, I'm advocating that your residents get transportation to their jobs, because if they're not already employed in the tech park, they're students at U Ottawa and Carleton U and Algonquin and La Cité that are coming out to work in the park. So I'm hoping you're happy about that as well, and it's not just me who's happy about that. So just wanted to highlight that. And then I just have one other question, and that is in the federal government employee map where they live, we don't, from what I saw on the map, we don't see Carleton Place and Arnprior, Almont numbers. Do we actually know those? Were they taken into consideration as well for our park and rides? Specifically, I'm thinking at Eagleson Park and Ride and Terry Fox.
Through the mayor, Councillor, we did not receive that data from PSPC, other than just general comments in terms of like the breadth of where Federal Public Service resides. We did not get the actual postal code data for that. PSPC was sensitive to providing information. And so, for example, they provided Ville de Gatineau information to Ville de Gatineau, and they were very specific about what they were providing to us. So we have City of Ottawa data.
Okay, I would just say just keep that in your mind because, you know, I think that a lot of people did during the pandemic move out, and we've heard that from the outlying areas, and we know that that might impact how much room there is at those park and rides. But overall, I think the strategy is excellent, and I understand there will be learnings and tweaks made, but I was really, really pleased to see this, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm also very happy to see this. I think this is a very proactive approach to what we know is going to come. I am curious, though. I didn't see this outlined completely, and it's probably buried in there. But many Orleans residents work in Gatineau, and that requires them taking a bus to Blair, and then taking the train downtown, and then finding a way over. Is there any consideration in this plan to get people over to their workplaces on the other side of the border?
Mr. Mayor, yes, there's 6 more trips every morning that will be going from Pimouty Station across to Les Terrasses de la Chaudière, and we work with the STO for the service from Lion Station to Place du Portage, and they have a good amount of capacity available with very frequent service on that link.
Okay, excellent. That's good to hear. The other thing is the report proposes adding express service from Park and Rides, and I'm particularly looking at the ones in the East End. We are expecting, and of course we don't have a date, if you want to give us that, as Councillor Luloff asked, please feel free, for the LRT to the east, just joking, you don't have to run. But once that happens, what is the intention for those express routes from the Park and Rides? I mean, right now they're going to feed into Blair, but is there a hope that we can keep some of that, or are you just going to reassess? Does that go to another area of the city?
Mr. Mayor, our intention right now is to, once that's happened, once the train is well in place, to look at what's the best thing to do with these resources, which trips are being used well, and perhaps we'll be able to increase the number of trips by turning the bus around faster if we're only taking people to, for instance, Trim Station or Place d'Orléans Station.
Okay, excellent. I know how hard, even say Councillor Kitts had worked on getting fast service from the Park and Ride at Chapel Hill. So to have Park and Ride services and quick access is key going forward, not just for this short term. And my final question is, I just need a little clarity. We work really hard to get construction projects going. They're never fun to live through, but we fight tooth and nail to get any construction project, whether it's a road resurfacing or any of those things. When it says pause construction if necessary, what does that mean? Because I don't want that to happen if it's not necessary.
Through the mayor, so I'll start and allow my colleague to respond in more detail. We received the data from the federal government in terms of where employees live and work in Ottawa, and kind of mapped that out, and at that time laid out where the construction projects, so we had a good idea of what construction projects would kind of impact flow of traffic, so where we're having those pressure points. And then there was a comprehensive assessment in terms of the projects and understanding the potential benefit in terms of easing pressure on traffic versus the costs and the risks. And with that, I'm going to actually turn it over for additional details, because that work was quite comprehensive.
Yes, Mayor. So we identified 5 projects that we thought were appropriate to pause and defer till 2027. We have reached out to those councillors. There's lots of reasons why we do that. We do that as a regular course of business as well, for planned and unplanned. But given the insight we had with regards to the federal in-office policy, we thought that those were appropriate. We have spoken to the individual councillors about those, none of them in your particular ward.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I look forward to the implementation of this plan. And my deep hope is that this comes off without a hitch. And we have so many people going, wow, we can take transit. this is fun, this is easy, it's convenient, and maybe we should just stay on transit for the long term. So my hope is that the impression that is left by this plan, although we're almost being prompted into it by the return to work, is that people realize that transit's an option in our city. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am pleased to see the city is looking seriously at ways to improve mobility across Ottawa. I do think this work should have been undertaken and prioritized much earlier. We have known for years that congestion was worsening and that our transportation network was under increased strain, and that we needed to think differently about how people move around our city. I will be supporting these initiatives, but I want to be very clear and very consistent with the position I've held always, particularly as return to office has been discussed, including our own return to office debate last year. I believe September is going to be hell for commutes, particularly in the East End. I was only briefed on this package day before yesterday through some rather comedic irony. My invitation to last week's briefing was lost, so I haven't had as much time as I would have liked to digest everything that's before us today. But I can tell you my immediate reaction was one of real concern about how little is proposed for the East End. And to the committee coordinator, there was a map that was shown as part of Rick's slides. I'm wondering if we can put that back up while I continue to speak, probably around slide 17 or so, because I think it speaks for itself to illustrate some of my frustration about the imbalance of solutions for the West and South versus the East. I will be continuing those conversations with OC Transpo this week, because I continue to be at a loss as to why we do not leverage the Chapel Hill Park and Ride as part of the solution. That is built infrastructure that has the ability to convert drivers to riders, but if and only if efficient routing exists. I chartered a bus. I brought members of the senior leadership team to Orleans South to experience the morning commute firsthand. Rick, you and I have made that commute together now. So at this point, there's no excuse for anyone to have their head in the sand about the transportation challenges facing the East End. And I hate to have a glass half empty attitude. That's not my nature, but I don't want anyone to leave this meeting believing that we've solved the problem, because I don't think these initiatives are sufficient to address the scale of the challenge that we're facing. I still do not think our transportation network can handle what is coming. We have approved and built growth in the farthest flung areas of our city without delivering the supporting road network, transit capacity, and active transportation connections at the same pace. I have been waving a white flag on this issue for years, begging for solutions. Thousands more homes were coming online during years where travel demand was softened by the fact that people were working from home, and while our transportation master plan was significantly delayed. So we are behind where we need to be, and the solution remains the same as it has always been. We have to accelerate the delivery of transportation infrastructure. Earlier today, we took some important steps in that direction, and I am very grateful for that. But the roads, transit priority measures, and major infrastructure projects are not going to be built by September. So, residents in my area keep being told to wait while their commutes continue to get longer. And I hope that you are going to make good on the promise that this strategy will be nimble and that areas that are experiencing the worst congestion are flagged in real time. That has not been my experience in the past. So hopefully we are turning a page on that, because the pressures we are experiencing today are only going to become more severe tomorrow. I can promise you that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. you know, I know we'll hear it a fair bit today, but people don't want to spend more time in congestion. Congestion has been bad. It is set to get worse. People are spending far too much time traveling if they hope to be on time for work or for appointments, for school, for childcare. It is time that could be better spent with family and with friends and in recreation. We are anticipating that things will get worse in September with the increased RTO. The mayor and downtown businesses have touted the advantages of RTO for our downtown economy, but the costs of that are being externalized. They're being externalized to Ottawa commuters, and now some of those costs are going to be externalized to the Ottawa taxpayer. I hope that our transit will be up to the task, but recent history has not been encouraging. And I think one of the things that this plan is really missing in terms of truly mitigating against increased congestion in this city is a request and urging and encouragement to the federal government not to follow through with RTO. That is the way in which we can help keep people from having to travel excessively long times in this city. I know that is not the direction in which this council is going. However, I think that depending what we see in September, we may have to revisit that approach. I do have one question about the plan that I've got some concerns about, which is the increased number of express buses. I know as a city councillor, I've been talking to residents for many years now that the future of Ottawa's transit is going to involve, for very many people, using a bus to get to the LRT. The days when you could walk out to the end of your block in Orleans and take one bus to Tunney's Pasture are largely over. We're reintroducing those express routes, and I'm just wondering, Mr. O'Leary, what the plan is to then wean us off of those express routes down the road. Long term, running those long express routes is simply not going to be sustainable for Ottawa. I understand the need to get people on transit during a congestion emergency, but how will we move past that?
Mr. Mayor, these express trips that we've put in the plan that we would be starting in August are express trips from some residential areas and many park and ride lots directly to O-Train terminals. They're not the express buses to downtown that we had before 2019. These are express buses that will bypass in the west some construction detours. In the east, will bypass some residential areas in order to get people from those major parking lots directly to the O-Train terminal as quickly as possible. Once the O-Train extensions are open, those buses can be repointed to O-Train stations that are even closer to the park and ride lots. So a bus route that would run today from Millennium Station to Blair Station can be shortened to run from Millennium to Trim. A bus route from Chapel Hill that goes to Blair can be shortened to go to Montreal Station. A bus route from Canada that goes to Tunney's Pasture can be shortened to connect at Moody Station. And we'll, once those train extensions are open, the train obviously doesn't get held up in traffic. It will be the way to get to downtown, and we can move from this step to a better next step.
And I know I've been touting those transfers to the train for many years, because clearly that's the direction we had to go. But I'm sorry, I thought I heard you describe buses that would go from, for example, Orleans or Canada all the way to Gatineau.
I'm sorry,
just the ones in Canada, Councillor Kitts out.
The buses from the new trips that run from Barrhaven and from Canada to Tunney's Pasture will then continue as trips on Route 13, which is the service that goes from Tunney's Pasture to Gatineau.
The bus, we'll just have them change the sign and continue. So they serve multiple purposes. They'll feed the train at Tunney's Pasture. They'll feed the train for people going to Carleton University at Bayview Station. They'll go directly to destinations in Gatineau, to Les Terrasses. And also, they'll provide the additional capacity from Pimisi Station to Gatineau for people who are transferring from the train.
Okay, that sounds like a slightly more direct way to get to Gatineau than some people have the option of doing today.
For people traveling from Kanata and Barrhaven, particularly from the park and ride lots, they will have the option, if that trip time works for them, of riding a single bus directly to Gatineau, at least until the west extension opens. By which time, when it'll be faster to just put them on a train and then a connector bus from Pimisi.
So that's the end date for some of those direct trips, is when the Western Extension opens.
In my opinion.
Okay, I think it should be. So that is reassuring to me. I appreciate that, because I don't want to set up an expectation among residents. We're going back to the days of the 27 from Orleans to Tunney's Pasture. Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor. I will. One of the points that were mentioned by the previous speaker, I will challenge. I think express buses are a good thing, especially if it's to the LRT, where they can then continue. One of the previous answers, though, made me curious. Why would we change? And perhaps we're getting to the granular here, but why would we change the route number at Tunney's Pasture instead of just changing the destination of the bus to 74 Gatineau, for example?
Mr. Mayor, that's a matter we're still looking at in detail, but we want to make sure that people who are transferring from train to bus at Pimisi have full information on all the buses that will take them across the bridge to Les Terrasses.
Okay, so I mean, what I'll posit there is that, one, if we keep the route number and then have it go to change the destination to Gatineau, we don't have to explain to residents, oh no, you can stay on the bus, and then also a lot of that information doesn't flow to residents, and so there are people who end up getting off, they walk to stop E, and then et cetera, and then of course. We've done this before. We've had service directly into Gatineau before, where you had different route numbers, but they all ended up more or less in the same place. You had some extra trips that went up to Saint-Ramon, but anyway.
Mr. Mayor, what we're proposing to do is exactly what the councillor is suggesting.
Okay, sure. You said they changed Route 13, but anyway. Are there opportunities here to work with the STO? So a lot of these changes here are our buses going into Gatineau, and I'm not suggesting STO buses come to Barrhaven, but are there any opportunities for maybe more STO service to go to Tunney's as a way to supplement what we can offer? They have similar issues with funding and resources, but perhaps there's a way to sort of share that corridor here, considering a lot of our employees also continue on into Gatineau further from than Terrasse.
Mr. Mayor, the STO runs some services currently from the west part of the west sector of their city, from Aylmer and places like that, into Tunney's Pasture. The STO has indicated that they want to talk to us about some ideas they have about restructuring their network, but as the councillors mentioned, my understanding is the STO has some very severe structural funding issues that aren't necessarily resolvable at the municipal level, and that's what they're working through primarily right now.
Okay. No, I think any of those conversations where we can share that corridor can be a good thing, especially because they have so many buses duplicating the same thing, and I'm getting out of the scope of Ottawa now, but my other question, so my original question about the report is, the report specifically mentions things like the 74 and 75 going to Gatineau, and I'm speaking from a Barrhaven context here. Is this, will this be, was it baked in story? Is this for sure? I don't remember what the saying is, something in stone. Is this set in stone? Because it is in the report, or is it one of those things where these are potential options and then in the end, only one of those two routes end up going to Gatineau, if that makes sense?
Mr. Mayor, our plan is to run one additional trip on Route 74, 2 additional trips on Route 75 every morning, the reverse in the afternoon. But these are recommendations to council, and so we're waiting for council's consideration this afternoon.
Okay, that's fair. Given the possible dynamic, given the possibility of how dynamic this situation can be, and again, I may be getting to granular stuff here, but is there an opportunity, or do you foresee a necessity in a midpoint schedule change within the fall booking, like in November or something?
Mr. Mayor, the method we're using to implement these additional trips allows us to make changes if we find that that's appropriate based on actual customer travel patterns.
Okay, I mean, I've heard that before, but I've also heard the answer of you got to wait for the next booking, and then usually it's 2 bookings because you started planning for the next booking already. Like, it's fair, but anyway, it's point for consideration. I'll raise one last point of concern. It's not a question, but my last, I think this is a decent plan based on the situation that we're in, especially because the additional connection from Barrhaven to Gatineau. I'm still concerned at the fact that a route like the E1 does exist when it's duplicate and redundant to very frequent existing LRT service, where while we're telling residents in the west that there's no additional resources for more frequent service on the transitway to and from Tunney's. So it's just a point of concern to note, but thank you for this otherwise. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I wanted to first of all ask Mr. Leary, you used the term run as directed that I don't think we've heard used before, but it's basically spare buses. Can you give us some more details about what that's going to look like and how it'll have an impact on reliability?
Yes, through the mayor. What I'm looking at is we have about 540 buses ready for service coming into September. That's about 94 more buses than we have today for this summer in service. That's why I'm confident with the number of buses. Historically, what I like to do is take about 3% of my buses, and this isn't quite 3%, have them available at the control center's disposal to fill the gaps anywhere that the service is required. We know that accidents happen and there are delays in construction and gaps happen. The control center knows about it, they're aware of it, they become very conscious of it, and I want to give them that flexibility to have a few buses that go out in the morning, they place them situationally every day and just start filling in the gaps while we get ahead of the fact that we like to change schedules on a regular basis, but have the ability to audible in between, and that's what we're looking to do come September.
And so that quantity of spare buses is something you haven't had over the last year, is that safe to say?
It's just a different way of using using the buses. They've always had some semblance of it, but now I want to be able to have the work picked on a regular basis so people become familiar with the way to do the work.
Okay. And when do you expect that schedules for September service will be available publicly?
Mr. Mayor, if all goes well, I would imagine they will be available online during August, perhaps sooner.
Perhaps sooner than August? Okay. And my last question was, I know we're only a week and a half into July and the start of RTO4, but is there any early data or indicator for transit, for vehicle traffic, or for parking? Is there anything staff have noticed that might give us a little bit more insight about how how mobility patterns may be changing?
Mr. Mayor, I can say for transit, we do not have any ridership data or on-time performance traffic data that we can use to reach a conclusion just yet.
Too soon. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my understanding 13,000 federal public servants have taken buy-it packages and have shed the roles of the federal public service. What are the actual numbers today versus when COVID started? Are there that many more federal public servants? What are the numbers?
Mr. Mayor, the numbers that I cited in the presentation take into account the workforce adjustment that has occurred this year. And so since 2019, there's an increase of 20% of federal employees in the National Capital Region, and that's about 20,000 employees.
And when you spread that out over a 5-day work week, when you factor in the number of days they're already working and traveling to the office, what is the daily net increase in number of federal public servants that we're going to see on a weekday?
So, Mr. Mayor, there's 150,000 federal public servants in the National Capital Region who will be traveling one additional day per week, or who have begun to travel one additional day per week. For the downtown core, there's 65,000 employees who will be making that trip into their workplaces in downtown. And then we estimate about 11,000 more who will travel through downtown to get to their workplace in Gatineau.
But is that every day, or?
Those are weekly numbers.
Okay. Because in the grand scheme of things, I'm trying to wrap my head around why this is before council. Does staff need our endorsement because there's monetary matters involved? Staff already have the delegated authority to make operational decisions with respect to transit and transportation and active transportation. So are you coming here because you need the budget authority?
There are recommendations that do require council endorsement. So, for example, the bylaws amendments do require council to approve those. There are funding implications that would require council to endorse the strategy for funding and the actions as well. And then this plan is not just about federal public servants coming back to the workplace. It is a time to really just look more holistically at what is happening in the city. City has changed a lot since we've looked at this holistically. So this provided a moment or a point in time to really undertake that work and to ensure that things go as smoothly as possible come September, when we do know that there will be an increase in traffic.
To Councillor Kitt's point, when workers came back in person as of 4 years ago, we saw immediate travel pattern changes. It wasn't the same. There was a significant spike in people taking personal vehicles instead of transits. Transit has never recovered. We're still, the numbers keep fluctuating, but in the upper 70s, early 80% range. And people have made behavioral changes to take almost exclusively personal vehicle or automobile. That's why we see every downtown parking lot filled. This is not just because a few parking lots have closed. It's because people have made the decision to drive. We see that on our roads. We see transit not at the levels that it needs to be. And so the report is actually silent on the root causes of why that's happened. This is about a strategy and an action plan. But to get to the heart of this, we really have to wrap our head around why have people made that decision to begin with? And a lot of that has been because of an unreliable transit system. So, and we've talked about that to death, and that will continue to be a focus at the Transit Commission. So when I look at the map and I see a lot of investment from the suburbs coming into the core, does that mean every bus route serving the inner core, every bus route has capacity, that there's no one being left behind, that OC Transpo is not hearing complaints, despite all the information I've shared, and I'm sure in other words as well? But what can staff say to whether or not there's investment on inner city core bus routes that we know our passengers for years have been saying are over capacity, not running at the frequency they need to be, and they're expecting to see more resources?
Mr. Mayor, we've taken the data that the federal government provided on home locations of their workers, recognizing, as the report says, that that wasn't universal. That was a sample of some government departments, but we've taken that and geographically mapped that across the system, compared that to the capacity that exists on many transit routes today, where there is capacity to accommodate more customers. We've combined that with the suggestions that were raised by councillors through the consultation process, and we've also gone in parallel to this work. There's the work that we described at the previous meeting of the Transit Committee about the many routes that by September will have had improvements to their scheduled running time so that they will run with higher on-time performance. We reported at that time, and I don't have the numbers here, on the 7 routes that we did first and showed how remarkably more reliable those routes were, and we described that we're extending that to another 23 more routes, so there'd be 30 routes in all which have improved reliability, and those 30 routes are used by more than half of all bus customers. So and then the third thing, of course, which we've talked about earlier at Transit Committee, is working with the school transportation authorities to transfer some work back to their yellow school bus contractors rather than us. This work that we had taken on at their request during 2001, 2002, shifting more of that work back to their other contractors, so that to free up buses for us to be able to respond to this ridership increase and to respond to and to improve the reliability on those 30 bus routes. So that's how we're allocating the resources. Our indications right now are that the system, as we will have it, will have enough capacity to move the people based on the travel patterns that we predict, based on the home locations that the federal government has given us. But we know that there will be differences in what people actually do than what we predict they do. And that's why we've structured this, as Councillor Lowe was asking, we've structured this in such a way that when there are changes, when we observe the real travel pattern after, say, 2 weeks into September, when people start to adapt their own travel patterns based, start going to their as they understand their situation better, or for the middle of October when we see that people have really settled into where they're going and when they're traveling, that we'll be able to shift some of our resources if we need to.
Okay, just to come back to my main question, just so it's clear to me and what I can communicate back to my own residents, but inner city core wards, which currently have bus routes that struggle to maintain service, struggle due to capacity issues, struggle due to the frequency of routes, are not going to be addressed through this process.
Mr. Mayor, to reiterate the information we provided at the last Transit Committee meeting, the bus routes that have improved schedules for improved reliability in the central area include routes 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 18, 19, and 20. And there are quite other routes that serve areas outside the core. But in the core of the city, that is 1, 2, 6, 7, 9, almost every bus route. I think the only ones that didn't make it into our list of the top 30 for reliability were Route 10 and Route 17.
Okay, I'll follow up. I'm not getting sort of the information that I need, sort of getting a word salad type of answers, Mayor. I'm not too happy with actually the responses I received from Mr. Scrimger, but I will follow up with Mr. Leary offline. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you. As someone who was part of the initial conversations with D&D in the leadership, and we did a walking tour, and we looked at the issues that they brought forward to us. I appreciate the results, because this is going to help them a lot. They're thinking beyond the parking. That's important, because they are trying to, they only have like 5,000 parking spots and going to have like 10,000 employees. So something had to change. So I appreciate the express buses, and I think it'll help my ward, because there's traffic problems right now. There's people parking all over the place. I don't blame them. They're trying to get to work. So I really appreciate that. And I'm extremely happy that they were the ones that raised the issue of a sidewalk, because we need that connectivity from the station to their work site. And that should be just a must. So I appreciate that. And I think it'll go beyond just the Moody, because they're going to be coming from all directions. And this is no longer the edge of town. This is, You know, we've got Wesley Clover there with, you know, and you see horses and everything, and you think you've left the city. But here we are. We've got this massive work site right on the edge of the Greenbelt. So I appreciate that. And I want to thank staff for the work. What kind of timeline would there be? And this is based on funding. If we get approved funding from the federal government for the sidewalks, what kind of timeline are we looking at?
Through the mayor, Councillor, in terms of the funding, there's an application process. So Department of National Defence has a program, a capital program that supports or makes a contribution towards municipal infrastructure. They're beginning the application process. It's something that's led by the bases, and Department of National Defence headquarters is considered a base. So they're leading that process. They have indicated to us that that process can take some time. So that'll be a variable that we don't have any control, that we'll have to wait and see in terms of when they're able to confirm the funding. Beyond that, I'll turn it over to staff and infrastructure to provide some comment on that, but the intent was to begin the detailed design work so we're ready for the construction. Is there anything you want to add, please?
Yes, we have done that preliminary walkthrough. There is no functional design at this point, but we are looking at it pretty carefully and waiting for the funding to come into place. There are federal land implications there as well, so there would be NCC approvals and whatnot, and we have talked to D&D about how they could facilitate those as well in order to try to speed up the delivery of the work.
Thank you. Have we made any initial conversations with the NCC?
We have not yet. We're waiting for additional conversations with D&D before we go ahead.
Okay, so I was asking that we also look at Carling Avenue, because having a sidewalk from Moody Station is the priority, but people are going to be coming every which way to that campus, and currently there is no sidewalk between the last street in Crystal Beach to Moody. Again, this is a major work site, and I think they'll be interested. So I think we should look at that as well and have conversations with them. So I appreciate it. One of the things that that was raised as well is conversations about an eco-pass. That's something that was done years ago with the federal government, and even if it was just National Defence employees, because those are incentives. It's one thing to make great routes, but if there's a financial incentive that is sponsored by the workplace, I think that would help a lot. So are those conversations happening?
Mr. Mayor, we've had those conversations with the federal government. At this time, the federal government has made a decision not to proceed in the short term, but to continue those conversations as something that could be added over a little bit more time. So this strategy really is focused on what we can implement to be ready by September 1st or the early fall. So those conversations will not conclude in time for that period. But they're willing to entertain it. They do say that they need to consider these conversations nationwide.
Understood, but I think for National Defence alone, even if it was just their department, given that their employees are paying $75 for parking, we have to give them an incentive to drop the parking and take transit. So that is a conversation that should take place to make that switch. Anyway, I appreciate all the work, and I look forward to continuing to work with National Defence and with city staff to make these projects happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. If you'll just indulge me for a minute, Mr. Mayor, congrats to Argentina, which will be going, looks like, to the World Cup final, and everybody is invited to the Byward Market, where we will be having a watch party on Sunday. Just getting that out of the way. Thank you very much. I have two questions, and I'm actually not sure who to address them to specifically. So perhaps it is you, Debbie, but in the report, there was no mention about a lot of people over the last over this discussion have talked about their commuting to Gatineau and the potential for the 6 crossing, which, there's been a lot of announcements about it. And we know that King Edward right now is a complete bottleneck, even just, at midnight, it is a bottleneck. It's a bottleneck on Saturdays, on Sundays. So is there a reason why that was not mentioned as part of the eastern traffic congestion that we talked about?
So through the mayor, so those conversations, the city are engaged in conversations with regards to the Sixth Bridge. However, the timing for that is over the longer term and really fell outside the scope of this particular report, which is focused on the fall and the expected increase in commuter traffic at that point.
Okay. And then my other question, I believe it might be for Pat, but I'm not sure. So obviously we have the bus-only lanes during peak times in Rideau Vanier. They're generally working really well, but I can't be the only councillor that has bus-only lanes downtown. We need to increase them. We need more enforcement on them. And I was just wondering, what is the plan to maybe create some sort of corridor of bus-only lanes at peak times? I'm happy to put something forward on that if you guys need it, if it'll push things along, but things can't be rolling well on Rideau Street and not rolling well on Bank Street. That's not how this works.
We work cooperatively with our colleagues in transportation planning in PDBS, and where there are transit priority measures that are listed that are identified in the Transportation Master Plan, we work on how to implement those with the funding that's available from Council. There's a number of transit priority projects we're working on right now. I don't have that list with me today. I would comment that Bank Street is structured a little differently. It isn't built as a 4-lane road in all areas, specifically north of Gladstone, and so there may not be a possibility to put in a bus lane in all sections of Bank Street as there was on Rideau Street.
No, I understand that. I'm on Bank Street often, but I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity maybe to accelerate the bus-only lanes at peak times, because we are not a lot of home car owners downtown, but we certainly do have a lot of routes that contribute to cars getting around the city, whether that be St. Patrick, Vanier Parkway, King Edward, Rideau, MacArthur, etc. So if we can accelerate bus priority lanes all over the city, I think it will help the buses roll better. Is there an openness to accelerating those timelines?
The implementation so Council made a decision earlier this year on some new bus lanes on Bank Street, which are in process. If there are other suggestions, as we reported to Transit Committee previously on the work we're doing along with Councillor Troster, Councillor Leeper, and Councillor Kavanagh for transit priority measures along Wellington Street and Richmond Road, which are not going to be bus lanes except at key locations. But if there's any other locations where councillors would like us to look into changing the road configuration, we're happy to work with our colleagues in planning and in public works to see what's possible.
Okay, I will follow up with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So both implicitly and even at times explicitly, the strategy recognizes that the objective is behavior change when it comes to choice of transportation for federal workers, and the strategy repeatedly identifies communications as a key pillar and objective towards achieving that behavior change. But the actual amount of content on communications is rather high level in the report. I don't think there was anything in the presentation that referenced a communication schedule or a phasing plan. Can staff let me know when is the launch of the communications plan, and is it a phased plan?
Mr. Mayor, it is a phased plan. The work to communicate will begin now. The preparatory work has been in place, and it'll be phased in over the summer and into the fall, so that people have the most accurate information.
And I understand that we're working on it now. I mean, but when when will the first wave of messaging about all of the changes and the strategies and how to get this behavior change going, when will that first wave of comms go out?
Through the mayor, Councillor, there are collaboration between a number of internal and external organizations with regards to communication. I just want to call that piece out. So there's citywide communication, and then there's OC Transpo specific communication. We're also collaborating very closely with STO and the federal government around the communication approaches, and there'll be alignment on that. The first phase is really generally is to build awareness about, expect that there's going to be more transit. We want to ensure that there's awareness around the measures. So for example, that people aren't surprised that there's going to be enhanced enforcement and that there would be higher tickets for stopping and no parking. So the first phase is be aware of what's coming and to start to equip people with regards to the information and tools that'll help them to plan their routes. I don't have the specific date for the first launch of that communication piece, but it is intended to be quite soon. We also want to just bear in mind that in the summer months, there's a little bit less attention to planning for the fall. So want to kind of think about the timing where people are going to catch the information. And then the other piece that I'll share maybe before turning over to Amanda for more details with regards to the OC Transpo plans is that in order to get this information directly to federal public servants, we are going to collaborate with the government to have deputy ministers provide the key links and information to their employees. That won't hit everyone in the city, but that'll ensure that a significant number of employees have that information at their hands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. What I can say is we're at OC Transpo, we are working very closely with our colleagues in public information and media relations on their broader corporate campaign. But from a transit perspective, we recognize that this is a very, very important opportunity for us to begin to attract new and returning riders, and we really want to take advantage of it as much as possible. So we do have a phased campaign that will be rolling out beginning now. So we will have lots of materials available in order to build awareness. We're targeting mid-August for there to be a big launch of a paid marketing campaign as well as an information campaign that will run into September and throughout the first part of the fall to make sure everyone is aware, and we'll have additional enhanced planning tools available as well to really help people and encourage them to use transit.
Thank you. So if the main launch is mid-August for a plan that I believe is to be implemented early September, so recognizing that habits take time to change, transportation habits certainly among those, with hindsight, hindsight being everything, it is well known that the sooner you get those messages out, the better chance of people adhering and picking up the change that is being required of them, and also recognizing that change often takes repeated messages. Have staff considered, so two questions then. Given that it's a multi-year strategy, what kind of methods will be used? And you mentioned that it's a phased strategy. What kind of methods might be used to investigate how effective the comm strategy is in terms of the metrics you're seeing? And how frequently will staff be reviewing the metrics against the strategy to possibly review and or revise the strategy for comms?
Thank you. Hello, sorry about that. Thank you for the question. So for the month of July, we are working on the phase of the campaign that we're working on is really around building awareness and trust. And so we're developing a series of toolkits for council as well as for other key interest holders, the federal government and partners, business community, et cetera, to develop a standard for the information that will be provided to the public, as well as standardizing a notification process for traffic and construction impacts so that the public can expect a certain level of communication based on the level of impact to that would occur for residents traveling on the roads. We're working with Amanda and team at OC Transpo to amplify using multimodal transportation as well, not just taking transit, but using a mix using park and rides, using rack and roll, et cetera. And so that work is already happening now and will build over the summer. In August, we will be really kicking things off early August with a technical briefing for the public. This is something that the city has done in the past with great success, talking about giving a forecast for the months ahead about traffic, construction, and impacts. And we're also working with the city of Gatineau to amplify it as well, and they'll be partners with that. The metrics that we'll be using is traffic data, transit data, as well as a mix of engagement, as well as a mix of reach and engagement. And we will be reviewing the data on a regular basis, weekly to monthly, based on needs, and we will be adapting. The plan itself will amplify or scale down based on what we're seeing from a behavioral perspective. Thanks.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate what I heard, that you're also going to be working closely with deputy ministers to make sure that they do what they can to get the message out. So thank you for that, and I wish you well.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. We have the motion from Councillor Desroches. Is that carried? And the item as amended, is that carried? Okay, we are going to move in camera now. Councillor Plante, if you could please introduce the motion to move in camera, which is seconded by Councillor Tierney.
I would like to confirm that I do have the right document, number 83, agenda number 83. Yeah, that's the one. Be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to procedure bylaw 2025-100 subsection 13.1D, labor relations and employee negotiations, and 13.1F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with respect to strategic collective bargaining, Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 5500, QP 5500, ratification of tentative agreement. We will begin in closed session as soon as possible. Merci.
Is that carried? We will begin the closed session as soon as possible. Thank you. 13.1D, labor relations and employee negotiations, and 13.1F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, to receive a briefing on strategic collective bargaining and the tentative collective agreement with the Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 5500. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. We'll now consider the motion to ratify the collective agreement, and I'll ask Councillor Gower to read the motion.
Be it resolved that City Council ratify the tentative agreements reached with QP 5500, and be it further resolved that the terms of the tentative agreement be made public following formal execution of the agreement by the workplace parties.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is that carried? Carried. Disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Motion to adopt reports. Conseillère Plante.
That the report from the Ottawa Police Service Board entitled Ottawa Police Service Board Annual Report 2025, the report from Finance and Corporate Services Department entitled Development Charge Reduction Program, the report from Strategic Initiatives Department entitled Transportation and Mobility Strategy Action Plan, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 37, Built Heritage Report 35, Community Services Report 23, Planning and Housing Report 68, Public Works Report 27 be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Motions of which notice has previously been given. The Invictus Games Steering Committee. Is that carried? Carried. Next is the Joint Aquatic Sports Center MOU with Carleton University. Is that carried? Carried. The commemorative naming of Crossing Guard Park. Is that carried? Carried. I Heart Barrhaven Market Autumn 2026. Is that carried? And finally, we have a revised motion for the preserving of the Canada Golf lands and green space. Councillor Curry, did you want to speak to that?
Sure, I'll read out there's just one last change to the final clause. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor write to the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing requesting that the Province of Ontario consider using the following tools. One, an order under Section 47 of the Planning Act issued by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to ensure the preservation of the Canada Golf lands and green space as part of the 40% green space. Or two, special legislation to ensure the conservation of the Canada Golf lands and green space as part of the 40% green space lands, or three, other possible options or mechanisms within the authority of the Province of Ontario to ensure the conservation of the Canada Golf lands and green space as part of the 40% green space. So, Mr. Mayor, this is a motion that really, we've done this before. A previous council, as many will remember, we asked for this, and the challenge was everything was still before the courts. So the Premier and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing said it's still before the courts. So right now, finally, it's no longer before the courts. So this is the opportunity to ask again. And as I said in my previous comments on another motion, you know, the Premier is now fully engaged and is calling residents, texting residents, emailing residents on this and indicating a willingness to work with us and to help. So a good time to send formally the request. And Canada North residents are really pleased that I think the Premier, and honestly thanks Mayor Sutcliffe to you and your staff for having those conversations to make sure they fully understand what's going on here. There's so much confusion on this file. It's such a complex file where, you know, people believe things that we're not even doing, but that this community was promised a park. And we see the impact of not having that green space recently in the last week. More than ever now, it's important that we make sure we do everything we possibly can to preserve this green space. And I'm hoping for full support. And Mr. Mayor, thank you very much again for your help.
Thank you. Is that carried?
Dissent.
Dissent on that. Thank you.
Okay, noted. We have 6 motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. First, a motion by Councillor Brockington on naming Riverside Bicentennial Park on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas in 2026, Ottawa is commemorating its 200th anniversary of Bytown's founding, followed by the 200th anniversary of the Byward Market next year. Whereas as part of the anniversary, the city will be undertaking several initiatives to celebrate Ottawa's rich history and cultural diversity, boost civic engagement, and ignite civic pride. Whereas this important milestone in our city's history can be marked with a meaningful commemoration of a municipal property to remind residents of our city's heritage. And whereas the commemorative naming of a city park would be a meaningful and dignified way to commemorate this event. Whereas the Hunt Club Community Association supports this commemorative naming. Therefore, be it resolved that Uplands Riverside Park, a 3-hectare park located at 3860 Riverside Drive in River Ward, be renamed Riverside Bicentennial Park to mark the city's bicentennial. Be it further resolved that all costs related to the production and installation of a park name sign be funded to the Mayor's Office Thriving Communities account. And be it further resolved that all text for signage and commemorative plaques shall be bilingual and subject to approval by the General Manager of Recreation, Cultural and Facility Services. Just briefly, I'll state this is quite a large park. It is not overly visible from Riverside Drive because it slopes immediately down towards the Rideau River. It's a beautiful location. It's between basically the Hunt Club Bridge, the brand new St. Mary's residential development that Taggart will be building that we've approved, and the existing Riverwood Quintera Park. And given the location by the river and in conjunction with Parks and Rec and certainly through the Mayor's office, thought this would be a very good commemoration for our city's 200th anniversary. So I polled about 25 community leaders. They were all supportive. They really like to see this, and I think the location is excellent. So I would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Is that carried? Councillor Brockington has a motion on 1316 Dorchester Avenue encroachment fee waiver on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the original house located at 1316 Dorchester Avenue was torn down and a modern home was built this decade, which added a secondary dwelling unit and included approximately $100,000 in development charges and other fees to the City of Ottawa. Whereas 1316 Dorchester Avenue was sold in 2025 and transferred to a new owner, who is the current owner, whereas the previous owner has become aware of an issue with regards to the encroachment of stairs onto city property, whereas the previous owner has committed to taking steps to legalize the location of the stairs via a survey and legal agreement with the City of Ottawa, whereas while the legal agreement would resolve the issue at hand, the encroachment of the stairs would necessitate an annual encroachment fee of approximately $30, whereas the encroachment of the stairs occurred at no fault of the current owner and they were not aware of the issue at the time of purchase. Therefore, be it resolved that the requirement of an annual encroachment fee relating to the stairs at 1361 Dorchester be permanently waived. And there is a photo that I've provided the clerk's office. Perhaps that can be shown just to give everyone some context. So I'll just add that there are a number of issues that bylaw has identified which have been fixed. This is the outstanding matter. It is not a public safety issue. It's still quite far from the street. There's no sidewalk that abuts this property. And so approximately the area you see in yellow is what on the city right-of-way. And so a waiver is being asked of council today. So for your consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Is that carried? Councillor Luloff has a motion on Halloween haunted house on suspension of the rules. Is that spookily carried? Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll just read the therefore be it resolved after I just say a couple of words about this. Appreciate everyone's indulgence after a long day. At its heart, it's a very simple motion. A complaint was received and staff did exactly what we asked them to do. They investigated, identified a potential zoning issue, began the compliance process. This motion is not a criticism of that work. It recognizes that sometimes our regulations intersect with extraordinary community traditions in ways that deserve a second look. For 26 years, the Albert family has transformed their property into something that has become much bigger than a haunted house. They've created a community tradition. They've given thousands of children and families a memorable Halloween experience, and they've raised more than $100,000 for CHEO. They've provided volunteer opportunities for local students, and they've done this without asking the city for anything. I just want to say a couple of words about Pat Albert. Anybody who knows Pat knows that he's one of the kindest, most generous people that you could hope to meet. Throughout this entire process, he's remained gracious, patient, and determined to find a solution. He's never asked for special treatment. He simply wanted the opportunity to keep giving back to the community. And I think that speaks volumes about his character. What many people don't see is the incredible amount of work that goes into this display every year. Beginning in late August, Pat, his family, and neighbors and volunteers and local students spend countless evenings and weekends building this attraction piece by piece. It isn't a commercial operation. It's a labor of love. My favorite part of this whole story is that it's kids helping kids. High school students volunteer hundreds of hours to earn their community service credits, knowing that every dollar raised goes to CHIO. Young people in our community are giving their time so that children receiving care at CHIO can receive the support that they need. And that's exactly the kind of community spirit that we should be encouraging. Not asking anybody to exempt anyone from the rules. This motion does not grant special treatment. It simply asks staff to continue working with the homeowner to explore lawful planning and regulatory options that could allow this charitable tradition to continue while ensuring compliance with our bylaws. I want to quickly acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that went into getting us here. I want to thank your worship, Mark Sutcliffe, for recognizing the importance of finding a solution, and your office for spending countless hours working alongside bylaw and building code services to get through what was understandably a very rigorous review. In particular, thank you, John Light, John Buck, and Jake Gravel. You put an enormous amount of time and effort into this, answering questions, refining the motion, and helping us navigate this. And thanks to Catherine Kitts for seconding this motion, somebody I know who enjoyed this Halloween house growing up as well, and the thousands of residents that made their voices heard. Sometimes our role as a council isn't simply to enforce the rules, it's to ask whether we can uphold the purpose of those rules without losing something that makes our city better. And I think we can today. So I hope council will support this motion so we can preserve both the integrity of our bylaws and the tradition that has brought joy to generations of families while raising more than $100,000 for CHIO. So therefore, be it resolved that staff from bylaw and regulatory services and building code services be requested to work with the property owner to review available regulatory and planning options that may permit the continued operations of the charitable Halloween display while ensuring compliance with applicable bylaws and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that carried? Councillor Hill has a motion on Greenbank Road realignment and extension on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Therefore, be it resolved that the General Manager, Infrastructure and Water Services be delegated the authority to enter into a front-ending agreement with Mattamy Half Moon Bay 3 Limited, wherein Mattamy Half Moon Bay 3 Limited shall provide a contribution to the city to an upset limit of $812,632.33 plus applicable taxes in order to include the extension of a 300-meter storm sewer within the future realignment of the Greenbank Road south of Cambrian Road to Jackdaw Avenue, terminating at 670 Dundonald. Such front-ending agreement shall be in accordance with the front-ending agreement principles and policy set forth in documents 1-2, and with the final form and content being to the satisfaction of the city solicitor, and be it further resolved that council authorize the final disbursement to reimburse Mattamy Half Moon Bay 3 Limited pursuant to the front-ending agreement to a maximum amount of $812,632.33 plus applicable taxes limited to the construction of a 300-meter storm sewer on Greenbank Road, and in accordance with the reimbursement schedule set out in the front-ending agreement, and being it further resolved that no further notice be given pursuant to the Development Charges Act. Mr. Mayor, this is for the purposes of extending some development to allow for a subsequent parcel to continue. This is part of the Greenbank realignment. It's going to happen. It's a technical in nature, and it was given to me by Legal Services and Planning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that carried? Councillor Gower has a motion related to a fee reduction for a one-day refreshment vendor under licensing bylaw. Councillor, on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Gower.
Thank you. I'll just go to the final clause. Therefore, be it resolved that the city reduce the license fee payable by refreshment vendors and itinerant sellers for a one-day special event at a total cost of $100, including the processing fee, from July 5th to December 31st, 2026, in order to maximize the cost savings for refreshment vendor businesses during their most active season. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that carried? Councillor Leeper has a motion to exempt the demolition control for 166 Hinchy on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. This is a fire damage building, and we just want to waive the normal demolition control. Therefore, be it resolved, the council approve demolition control for the existing buildings on the property, subject to the following conditions. All of the conditions are relatively routine, with the exception that we've shortened the period from which they have to get a replacement building permit to 36 months. So those are all the standard conditions, and then be it further resolved, the council delegate authority to the Director of Planning Services and Planning Development and Building Services to make minor revisions to the agreement as needed.
Is that carried? Carried. Okay. Notices of motion, avis de motion. J'ai un avis de motion.
Notice of motion supported by Councillor Plante. Be it resolved that on July 1st, 2026, the Permanent Council on the Francophonie will speak in favor of the 21st edition of the Francophonie Summit in 2028. Be it resolved that the Premier confirms that the Francophonie Summit 2028 be held in the capital region, which would include Ottawa. Whereas the Francophonie Summit 2028 will bring together the heads of states and delegates of governments, as well as representatives of more than 90 states and governing members of the International Organization of the Francophonie, which represents an opportunity, a historic opportunity, to show Ottawa as a bilingual capital city of Canada and the home of one of the most important Francophone communities in North America outside of Quebec. Whereas the City Council affirms its support to the efforts by the committee and the Government of Canada to host the summit by approving the 2026 9326 motion in 2026. Whereas the motion highlights the essential contribution for the Francophone community and Francophiles in Ottawa to the cultural development and economic social development of the city. Francophones are an integral part of the city of Ottawa and are closely linked to its history and to its development for more than 400 years. Today, there are more than 143,000 Francophones in Ottawa. Ever since 1960 or 1907, the city of Ottawa has had a bilingual policy, which has been a progress to improvement of Francophone services. Whereas the city continues to develop relationships with the Francophone and Francophile community, as well as the organizations that are working with them. By being a member of the International Association of Francophone Mayors ever since February 2026. Whereas that by welcoming the Francophone Summit 2028, Ottawa will be an attraction hub in order to celebrate the richness and the resiliency of the French language in this country and everywhere around the world. Whereas the summit offers the opportunity to highlight the vitality of the Franco-Ontarian community, to highlight the Francophone community and the Francophile community here in Ottawa, and to ensure a sustainable heritage for the entirety of the community, especially by strengthening the French language services and by doing this throughout institutions and municipal spaces. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Ottawa proclaims 2028, the Francophone year in Ottawa, in order to highlight the welcoming of the 21st Summit of the Francophonie as described in the motion mentioned. It is also resolved that the City of Ottawa asks the staff to work with the partner governments, Francophone organizations, cultural institutions, economic institutions, and teaching institutions, and community and Francophone communities in order to put together a celebration schedule for the year of 2028. It is also resolved that the City of Ottawa work with the Tourism Ottawa and the business sector of the National Capital in order to promote Ottawa on behalf of Francophone tourist markets in partnership with actors of development in order to increase accessibility and visibility of Francophone services at the city scale. It is also resolved that the City of Ottawa encourages its community partners, cultural partners, education partners, and economic partners to participate in the celebration of the Francophonie Year in Ottawa in 2028. It is resolved that the Mayor Sutcliffe send a copy of this motion to the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario, as well as the International Organization of the Francophonie.
Merci.
Thank you.
We're not voting on it today. Another notice of motion from Councillor Kitts on the University of Ottawa Heart Institute. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of the University of Ottawa Heart Institute, one of the most important civic institutions and a source of pride for residents across our city and the region. And whereas the Institute's unique and independent model, bringing together specialized patient care, research, education, and innovation under a dedicated cardiac mandate, has enabled it to become a global leader in heart health, delivering discoveries that translate rapidly into better patient care, while helping establish Ottawa as a center of excellence in cardiac innovation. And whereas the Institute's team of physicians, nurses, researchers, and frontline staff include internationally recognized leaders in cardiac care, medical science, and education, attracting talents from around the world to study, train, and advance the future of heart health. And whereas the Institute's internationally recognized research has led to groundbreaking advances in cardiovascular medicine, including pioneering work in STEMI care, less invasive cardiac surgery, and procedures, genetic discoveries, rare cardiac diseases, advanced cardiac imaging, the Canadian Women's Heart Health Centre, and other innovations that have improved patient care and the heart health for the people of Ottawa, Eastern Ontario, and around the world. And whereas the Institute is the sole provider of advanced cardiac care for a network of 16 hospitals in our region, serving nearly 2 million people across Eastern Ontario, ensuring patients and communities throughout the region have access to world-leading cardiac care close to home. And whereas the Institute performs more cardiac procedures than any other hospital in Ontario, reflecting its commitment to innovative models of care, including acute cardiac triage unit, which redirects patients from emergency departments across Eastern Ontario, reducing the burden on partner hospitals. And whereas the 1 Million Canadian Hearts Initiative, which is empowering Canadians with heart health knowledge and enabling swift interventions that save lives, is building a prevention model that could change how health care is delivered. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council congratulates the University of Ottawa Heart Institute on its 50th anniversary and recognizes its extraordinary contribution to the health and well-being of residents of Ottawa and communities across Eastern Ontario, and recognizes the Institute as Eastern Ontario's dedicated centre for specialized cardiac care, and celebrates the Institute model that has enabled it to become a global leader in cardiac care, research, education, and innovation, and affirms its support for the Institute's unique, independent, and specialized mandate, recognizing that its independence has been fundamental to its success, and strengthening said independence will be crucial to guarantee continued growth and world-leading advancements in cardiac care for the people and communities in Ottawa, Eastern Ontario, and worldwide for the next 50 years and beyond.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Motion to introduce bylaws. Conseiller Plante.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw. Conseiller Plante.
Que le règlement suivant soit lu et adopté.
That the rules be adopted. Deliberations July 15th, 2026. Adopted?
Okay, we have 11 inquiries. I'm just kidding. No, there's 2. Doesn't that feel better now? Okay. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mayor. Reliable cellular service is no longer a convenience. It's a critical public safety and operational requirement. As Ottawa continues to grow, particularly in communities such as Riverside South and Finley Creek, every city employee on city business should be able to count on reliable cellular service, regardless of where they're working. The city's telecommunication contract should reflect a simple principle: no service, no city contract. If a provider cannot deliver dependable service where the city operates, it should not be entrusted with the city's telecommunication business. Accordingly, could staff provide the following information? How many city contracts are currently in place for cellular voice and data services, and what criteria are used to evaluate coverage, reliability, and resiliency when those contracts are awarded? 2, how does the city verify that a provider delivers reliable services across the entire municipality, including suburban, rural, and high-growth communities before and during the term of contract? Does the city track complaints and feedback from employees about poor cellular service? And if so, how is that information used to hold providers accountable and improve future procurements? As current contracts are renewed or retendered, can the city strengthen its procurement requirements so that demonstrated coverage and reliability become a key evaluation criteria consistent with the principle, no service, no city contract? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Carr.
I have to apologize, mine's a little bit long. Considerable progress has been made this term of council on incentives for affordable rental housing, as well as incentives for housing in the private market, targeted at both the rental and ownership markets. Discussions and actions around affordable home ownership, however, have not been a focus, with only 35 units underway this term of council. The city has worked with Habitat for Humanity to complete 2 units in Orleans, and recently there was a groundbreaking ceremony for 33 units on Beach Cliff in Ward 9. These units, which are being built by Habitat in partnership with Kaivan, included investment in funding and land from the city and investment of additional funding from the province. The desire for affordable home ownership for these 33 units was so strong that after 1,200 applications applied for 33 homes in just 5 days, Habitat for Humanity had to shut down the application page. 25 homeowners have already been chosen, with some participating in last week's groundbreaking. These homeowners are permanently removed from housing precarity and require no more public support for housing. Habitat is the only nonprofit that delivers affordable home ownership in the Greater Ottawa area, but yet there is little work being done to promote and support affordable home ownership in Ottawa. Habitat exclusively builds affordable family-size housing of 3+ bedrooms, which are units in large demand in Ottawa. Families with children under age 18 are given priority. Habitat works with hardworking, low to moderate income people in the Ottawa and surrounding area, with people with a household income as low as $70,000 a year. They have served numerous applicants who are currently in Ottawa community housing and have served applicants who are at risk of becoming homeless. Some Habitat owner applicants are reporting present-day rents that are higher than what their future mortgage payment under Habitat home ownership will be. In light of this need that is being filled by Habitat, could staff please indicate which area of the city is responsible for furthering work on affordable home ownership? How could the city work with Habitat to establish a pipeline of projects and funding commitments over the long term? This could include a pipeline of land so that mid to long-term planning could occur and the organization could fundraise well in advance of shovels being in the ground. How could the city facilitate the development of leftover land from private developments to Habitat, and or support partnerships with private developers to work with Habitat to deliver some level of affordability to all new developments? How could the city facilitate the collaboration of nonprofit housing developers to work together on donated land that includes affordable home ownership, such as being done in the Build Now project in Kitchener-Waterloo? How could a portion of funding from the Affordable Housing Capital Budget be reserved annually for affordable home ownership?
Are there any other inquiries? Motion to adjourn. Conseiller Plante, s'il vous plaît.
Que les délibérations du Conseil de la
That
Réunion
deliberations of July 15th be adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
this place. I don't like this one. No, it's okay. Right. May I steal this chair? Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, I don't like these chairs. Yeah, okay. This is for customers. All right. If you like one, I don't need one. If you like, do you like one? No, I'm fine. No. I expected exactly this question. I expected the first, mostly none. I cup a lot of coffees, but I spit it out. So for that, I drink maximum a cup a day, maximum. But I test a lot of coffees. And I spit them all out. If you would drink all these coffees, you will get nuts and nervous. I like always these exceptional things, yeah. Normal things are boring, yeah. And coffee is excellent. You find every day something new. You discover new importers, new coffees. You travel. My last trip in 2013, I guess, I discovered an old variety from Ethiopia that was believed to not more exist in Sumatra. And by a little accident, I discovered a farmer who has 1,000 trees of this original Ethiopian variety. Amazing coffee. And that's this discovery. Coffee is a daily discovery. There are beans, they take the energy very quickly, others more slowly. Some develop slow in the beginning and accelerate, speed up it toward the end. Each bean is different. And then you can see they turn from green to yellow. Then we have a stage that's called cinnamon phase. And then we have the first pop. In a pop, pop like a popcorn machine. And that's where the real roasting starts. So listen for the first crack now. This is the most important moment. Now, okay, got it. 83, 9, 58. Nomi, you want to smell? She's very good in smelling, my daughter. Komm her, schnell, die filmen, komm. Nee, auf die andere Seite. So, riech. She's doing this since she's a little kid. Yeah. Yes, about my wife, my children. On the other side, yeah, there's a lot. I like reading a lot, but unfortunately, I don't have the time enough to do this. No, basically, I'm curious about many things. It's music. I love jazz and blues music, and but because we have 2 kids, you're very limited. So you have to reduce your passion. You have to contain your passion, yeah, till the kids are growing. Because now it's basically in the morning, bring kids to school, in the evening picking up, feeding, going to the playground, bringing them to bed. There's not enough time for passion. So I focus my passion on the coffee and on the tea, and yeah, just done some reading or some music, yeah. It connects people, but the most important thing is, like here, people are chatting. I'll tell you a story. A very, very good roadside friend of mine in Germany. One day we were recording, he said, Hans, something's totally wrong with us. Why are we constantly talking about quality of coffee, improvements, and so on? My customers, they're coming in my cafe, they only want to sit down and chat with friends. If the coffee is good or not so good, they don't care. So it's absolutely social thing, yeah. So but it's this link between people. Yeah?
As I looked upon the battlefield in front of me, a German star shell lit up the desolate landscape. I watched as a bullet smashed through the bridge of my nose and left me to the mercy of the darkness. I worried I would be dependent on others for the rest of my life. But Sir Arthur Pearson and the staff of St. Dunstan's had other plans. With their help, I knew I could be self-reliant, and I wanted to bring this idea home to Canada. I wanted Canadians to know that we could hold jobs, that we could contribute, that regardless of sight, all would read, that we, the blind, would shape our own lives, our own destiny.
Blinded by a sniper's bullet in 1915, Edwin A. Baker went on to co-found the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, shaping a path forward for the blind across Canada for generations to come.
Leonard Thompson, 13 years old, diabetes mellitus, 65 pounds.
Starve the child to let them live? The treatment's as cruel as the disease. It's a death sentence.
Dr. Banting. This could be it. He's the first to receive this trial. But will it save him?
It's not pure enough.
So we try again. And again. And again.
Before the discovery of insulin, diabetes was a death sentence. Banting, Best, Collip, and MacLeod's breakthrough has saved millions of lives. Leonard Thompson's was the first.
With Rogers TV, you can cheer on the home team from the comfort of your living room. We'll head to the rink, the field, the court, or the pitch, so you don't have to. Tune in and cheer on your local amateur athletes on Rogers TV.
It's the same kick 10,000 times.
Place all extra patrols that we have on duty, Captain. Keep these groups from gathering at any location in the city.
All right, everybody, how are you doing tonight?
They say you shouldn't be afraid of the person that practices 10,000 different kicks. You should be afraid of the person that does the same kick 10,000 times.
10,000 times. 10,000 times. It's the same kick 10,000 times.
That's my plan of attack.
Art Battle is live competitive painting done in front of a studio audience.
And you have a little bit of fear and a little adrenaline, and it's everything a painter needs to get in there and attack.
Every time I got up there, about 5 minutes before, I kind of wanted to throw up. Just the adrenaline rush of it all.
As far as Secret Weapon, I think it's just relax, chill out, have fun, and drink some wine.
You got to go out there, you got to lay it on the line. Every artist is out there to win, and your kung fu's got to be pretty strong.
Here we go for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's
we have the artist showcased on a stage in the center of the room. So people can move around freely and everybody gets to see a little bit of the artist's process.
You're dancing with the music, you're painting on the canvas, and you're feeling the people around you.
Yeah, it's a battle. I'm about to go to war.
I think you're battling yourself and you're battling time more than you're battling each other, because every artist is so different and so so fun, and the variety is very wide. It's kind of hard to really compare side by side. That's up to the audience.
Normally, you know, you have your panel of expert judges. This is different. This is more what speaks to you as a person, and I don't think you're going to find that in too many places. A lot of artists are just completely inspired by the music and the vibe right then and there. They had no plan. They just walk up on stage and just attack. Others will actually do the same painting over and over until they get within the time frame. You know, that's the beauty of Art Battle, is that it opens up the process from the painter to the viewer.
Because you're in a time constraint, your priorities change. And because you have a live audience, your priorities change. So what you're doing is you're both thinking about composition and you're thinking about impact. You're going to impact the people that are watching you, and you're also trying to cover the canvas within 20 minutes.
A lot of people are amazed. A lot of people are really blown away by the creativity that happens here in front of their eyes. That with so little time, of only 20 minutes, that somebody's able to put out that quality. 9, 8, 7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Brushes down!
For the artist that's stuck in a studio, it gives them a chance to get out there, meet people, connect with other artists, which is very important. This is like the perfect opportunity to show your skills and become like a kind of an art rock star or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Really, it's the electric atmosphere, it's meeting other artists, networking with some amazing people who come to watch. I've met producers, I've met directors of the NAC and things like that. It's a wonderful opportunity to meet everybody.
Art is culture. It feeds the soul, and Ottawa's got a lot of soul to give, and we just need more venues and more opportunities so that these artists are able to reach the audience that they need.
The second time I came, I didn't have a business card. And so I asked my wife, who's really good with the computer, like, you know, what can I do? So she produced a beautiful card for me, and ever since then, I've gotten lots of commissions just from Art Battle. So.
You're going to see people stepping outside of their shell. They're going to lay it on the line. They're going to really try their hardest to share what they do with you, to let you into that process. You're also going to see a room full of happy people, drink in hand. You're going to see always a great DJ or live act, keeping you moving all night. And hopefully at the end of the night, you're going to see a lot of people that are inspired and excited about the arts here in the city.
I don't care what the law is. I will never be a slave. That word, I hate it. It rests on my tongue like rot.
Peter, how does it feel to get paid for your work?
There are rumors freedom's coming for us all.
Freedom, you know that's all I want.
Chloe, careful. Real men would rather sell you across the river to America than let you go free.
Then I'll run.
I've run before. Maybe this time for good.
No! No! Just get her into a boat. No!
Chloe! Chloe, no!
Word of Chloe Cooley's resistance led to Canada's first legislation limiting slavery. After 200 years, slavery was abolished in Canada in 1834.
My name is Chase Nicholas. I am a Mi'kmaq hockey player. Growing up, I always remember my family talking about the Mi'kmaq as the creators of the game of hockey. In grade 7, I did research on Mi'kmaq hockey sticks as the first sticks of the NHL. I found a Mi'kmaq hockey stick made in 1917, the same year the NHL was formed. I was surprised to find out the very stick I was holding was made by my great-great-grandfather, Alexander Cope. In 1934, an elder known as Old Joe Cope wrote a letter to the Halifax Herald claiming the Mi'kmaq created hockey. I found out later that I am a direct descendant of Old Joe Cope. There was a time when Mi'kmaq children were torn from their families and not allowed to speak their language, losing their words and stories, but the stories are coming back to us. Stepping on the ice, I take pride knowing the roots of the game of hockey stem from my ancestors in the Mi'kmaq Nation.
Public transit, garbage pickup, parks and recreation programs, snow removal on your street. How can you stay informed about these and other important local services? Tune to City Council coverage on Rogers TV. See your community leaders at work on Rogers TV City Council coverage.
Absolutely. Spooning definitely leads to forking. You just need to find the right spoon. I guess the first piece I bent was back in 1994 in high school. It was a project about taking something that somebody has discarded and repurposing it. Rag and bones, man. Yeah. Building out of scrap and taking things that people deem as garbage and you know, putting life back into them and making sense of it and saving one last thing that goes into a landfill. And every time I've come here, I've always at least found a
at least half a dozen, which is pretty good. Sometimes it's a hit and miss. Especially when you come every other week, you know, they're not always filling them up. $2.25 for $1.
You can't help not to look through everything else first, though, because you never know what sort of gems. Here's one for you. Huh? Some classic pieces. I do construction and renovation. I have always been interested in fixing old things that people would throw out and bringing it back to life and finding new purpose. And yeah, I hate throwing things out, and I'm notorious for garbage picking. And here we go. My favorite spot in the whole store. Oh, that's a great piece right there. I really like that. I haven't seen one like this before. Looks like it's got some nature with a flower pattern, and it's got an image that goes all the way through the handle. So you've got a piece here and a piece here. So you could cut that off and make a really nice wraparound, which could go around 2 times. So I'm impressed with that one. I do like that one. But I haven't been to this one in probably a month. It's one of my more favorite ones, and it's really paying off. Like, I've got over half a dozen pieces here of potential to work with. So this was definitely a good score to come here today. And it's quiet. Sometimes people hear me over here making noises and come and peer over my shoulder. And, what are you doing? What's so interesting over here? And then I'll walk away, and then you'll see them come in here and start digging around too. I'm like, what am I missing out on? Yeah, it's humorous. That's a score. I'm gonna go with these, and I think these are gonna turn out really nice.
You're still in the spoons?
Still doing the spoons. My parents would throw us outside. We were really fortunate that they gave us a whole garage as children, so we would go and collect things on the side of the road, or you never know what, and bring it back to the house. And we had the garage to create and invent and store bicycles and wood and tools and stuff. And so we pretty much made anything that we wanted. We weren't big into going to the store and just slapping down cash, and you know, that's the easy way out. It's a whole lot more interesting and creative to kind of, you know, build it your own. That's how you're gonna get something cool. You have to make it yourself. it's really the challenge of trying to make a one-of-a-kind piece and offering that to somebody is you know, this is not a mass-produced something. It's a one-of-a-kind shot, and it's special to me, and I want it to be special to somebody else. You never know where these pieces could wind up or end up. I had a lot of return clients saying, oh, I took my ring off in the washroom to wash my hands and walked away and left it there. And that's unfortunate, but now, you know, you wonder, where is that ring now? Hopefully somebody has taken it, like a tourist or something, and it's off someplace in the world, and that just, I think, is really cool. It's my part. It's my part. What I can do. I think we all, as a society, can do something and try a little bit harder. And I think it's an important movement. You know, they're talking about plastic beaches and islands of garbage heaps throughout the world, and you just hear these horror stories or things that they're able to see from Mars of garbage and pollution, and just like, wake up, world! What's going on, people? We need to try something else. We need to try a little harder. That's for sure.
Watching an interesting local show on Rogers TV and you want to know more, that's when you head to rogerstv.com. Our website provides more information about our programs, our hosts, our schedule, and about how you too can get involved with Rogers TV. Visit us online at rogerstv.com.
My Uncle Cheney was one of over 150,000 Indigenous children that were taken to residential schools between the 1800s and 1996. My uncle ran away from school, wanting to get home to his mom and dad, and sadly he didn't make it and died of exposure. When Gord Downey found out about my late Uncle Cheney's story, he wrote Secret Path, a series of poems that became an album, then a graphic novel, a documentary, and a concert. Gord met my family, and together we formed the Gord Downey and Cheney Winjack Fund. Together, we are sharing Secret Path and other reconciliation resources with legacy schools, setting up legacy spaces across Canada, and hosting events like Secret Path Week to inspire all Canadians to engage in reconciliation. Before he left us, Gord asked us all to do something.
You're gonna figure it out.
Will you join us? Together, we can make Canada a better place.
I'm not special. Cancer happens to people all the time. I take 1 mile at a time, 26 miles a day. I want to set an example that'll never be forgotten.
The following program was provided by a valued member of our local community. Rogers TV is proud to support local producers and share local voices, ideas, and opinions. For more information, please visit our website.
The following program was made possible through the generous support of Ted and Alice Kernahan, as well as the following donors: David and Cheryl Carr, the Linwood Family Foundation, Jim and Sandy Triliving, the Browning Watt Foundation, Richard Pilasoff, Michael McCain and family, Richard Wernham and Julia West, Mary Davey, Clinch House Foundation, Bryce and Nikki Douglas, the 63 Foundation, Tony and Sherry Fell, the Sheila and David Wilson Foundation, and by the Central Canadian Public Television Association.
Welcome to Canada Files. I'm Valerie Pringle. My guest today is the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Canada's 23rd Prime Minister. He's been famous all his life since he was born on Christmas Day 1971, the oldest son of former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau and his wife Margaret. He became Prime Minister in 2015 and won 3 consecutive elections. He resigned in March 2025, and I spoke with him in Ottawa at his office. Prime Minister, hello.
Hello, Valerie.
On this momentous day where, you know, things have really come to an end, your last cabinet meeting, after 9.5 years, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling serene about everything that I got done. I'm feeling excited about being able to spend more time with my kids, excited about, you know, looking for other ways to contribute, but I think I had a good run and glad to be handing off a party that's healthy to a strong leader that is going to keep fighting for the things that matter.
You spent, you know, most of your last weeks as Prime Minister dealing with President Trump and tariffs, trade war. You know, how challenging was that? Was that the worst time?
It's been a complicated 10 years. You know, we had the first Trump presidency, we had a global pandemic, we've had Russia invading Europe in Ukraine, we've had challenges in the Middle East, we've had economic disruptions. There have been, yeah, and I'm skipping some of the crises we faced, there are always difficult times, but the job of a Prime Minister is to be steady, is to remind Canadians that they got this. It's to remind people of the challenges we've been through in the past and how we've got through them. We've always got, whether it's, you know, a particularly bad winter storm or a world war, Canadians know how to deal with adversity. As long as we pull together, as long as we lean in, as long as we're there for each other, we're a remarkable people. And I just reminding people of who they are and what we're able to do was the most important thing. And quite frankly, if this had been a regular trade war, it might have been more difficult to deal with. But because Donald went so over the top on 51st state attacks on our sovereignty, attacks on our identity, it made it very, very easy for Canadians to pull together and get angry and insulted and want to react. And the greatest strength we have is that unity. I mean, Canada's not divided on anything. We're rolling up our sleeves. We're saying, yeah, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna be tough, but we're gonna do it, and we will, you know, hold out and be strong longer than the Americans will be able to.
Do you fear the conversations about 51st state? Do you think there is an existential crisis for Canada, that we are at risk?
I think the threat of doing significant damage to the Canadian economy is real. I think no matter the level of damage to the Canadian economy, we will never become the 51st state. And almost the more damage is done to the Canadian economy, the more we will dig in our heels and be true to who we are, because, you know, there's a lot of similarities between Canadians and Americans. We work together, we play together, we you know, fight together in conflicts and wars, but we're very different. And I think that is something that Canadians know better than Americans know. And, you know, the American exceptionalism that says, well, of course, who wouldn't want to join with us? We're like, no, we like being your neighbors most days, but we don't want to be like you. We're very, very proud of who we are, because we know that we're the best country on earth.
I'd like to go back, if I could, to your childhood, which was here in Ottawa. I mean, what are overriding memories you have of the time when your dad was Prime Minister and you and your 2 brothers were growing up here in the spotlight?
It was a different spotlight back then. No social media, you know, not the same kind of visibility that my kids and public life has now.
My biggest memories from then were, watching my dad, do meaningful things, especially on international travel, because,
You traveled with him, was it? You went to 51 countries by the time you were 13 years old.
Yeah,
It's pretty awesome.
So, and that was really one of the only places I got to see him actually prime ministering, right? Because I didn't sit around and watch him in the House of Commons. But then when we traveled with him, I got to see him debating with advisors around the breakfast table about the day what they were going to have. I got to see him engaging around the world. But the biggest understanding of what my father did actually happened after we left politics, when for the rest of his life, random people would come up to him and say, thank you for what you did. My family was able to come to Canada because of you, or you made a difference in my community, or you helped stand up for our rights, or whatever it was. And I understood the very personal, individual impact my father was able to have through his service without ever having met these people. The idea that you could shape and change the world for the better and really have an impact on people's lives in a way that was so real, without being there to hold their hand in their daily lives, but by taking care of the big levers that shaped the country and the world, that was something that always amazed me.
There was one story I loved of Ronald Reagan coming for lunch to your house.
Yeah, he came over and he impressed me so deeply. I know he and my father didn't necessarily get along, but my father, all my life, had been reciting me poetry. He started with Cyrano and Wordsworth, and I remember the first lines of verse he ever taught me was, and then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. But like he used to train us in our memories on reciting poetry and poems and soliloquies and monologues and stuff, which is how I ended up a drama teacher for a maternity leave at one point that ended up being part of my story. But I knew my father was sort of not necessarily aligned with Reagan, even at whatever I was, 12 or 13 years old. But Reagan came in and he did the thing my father did, which is recite poetry. He recited from memory The Shooting of Dan McGrew, the Robert Service poem. And I just sat there going, Dad, what are you talking about? This guy's great.
And with that voice, it's Ronald Reagan.
That voice, it was wonderful. And it was one of those moments where I understood the impact that someone being totally focused, even on a kid, and giving them their full attention just for a minute or two, had a lasting impact. And that was something that I always kept with me. This idea that you meet someone maybe for the only time you're going to meet them in your life. You have 20 seconds, 30 seconds. If you can actually totally focus on them and be interested in them and listen to them, then that adds benefit to the world. And that was something that impressed me deeply about Reagan.
Now your mom, you've had up and down relationship with her. You wrote about in your autobiography. She's a spectacular person, but it took a long time for her to get a proper diagnosis for her bipolar disorder. So, she was struggling with that through a lot of your childhood and made things tough.
Yeah, I didn't understand. I remember at one point, I guess in my 20s, we were looking at old pictures, and I said, "Oh, Mom, look, your hair was so short there." She says, "Yeah, I remember that. I was really struggling with depression then." And that was, in my 20s, the first time it became, I was like, oh, okay,